I'm Payal Khanbani, Senior Program Manager at Vielight. Welcome and thank you for being here today and joining us for this exploration of the neuroscience of meditation. This is where science, technology, and mindfulness meet. It's very meaningful to have all of us here together. Some of you have come across the city, have come from different parts of the country, different parts of the world. And we truly appreciate you making the time today to be with us. And it's my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Lu Lim, the founder and CEO of Vielight, and a leading voice in photobiomodulation research and innovation. Dr. Lim's background is in engineering and neuroscience and more, and has shaped his pioneering work in home use brain photobiomodulation technology, with a growing portfolio of patents and breakthroughs. His research explores how near-infrared light can modulate brain networks to enhance cognition, mental health, and well-being. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Lu Lim.
That was Payal. She is like, to me, almost single-handedly got things together. Of course, with the event organizers. So I want to thank her and all those who have supported her in putting this together. I'm really, okay, here we go. I'm really honored to see all of you here. I understand more than 200 registered in person, more than 430 online. I met people who have traveled here from Europe, from the States, south of the border, different parts of Canada, and of course in Toronto, drive away, right? So welcome everybody. I hope you get much out of this. And, yeah, quite a big team put together. This is a start, so I'm not sure where we are going yet, but we're here to explore. And of course, the speakers, who you'll meet some of the really bright minds in this world. And I'm actually honored to have them in this event. Now, you want to ask yourself, why am I here? If you don't know, that's a great answer, actually. And you think you know something about why you're here, maybe that's something for me. That's also a great answer, because I think when we put this together, we actually didn't know. We saw something very interesting, which I will introduce to you. Now, we're in the world of photobiomodulation and see what's possible. I hope many of you already know what photobiomodulation is. In case you don't know, it is a way to deliver photons, particularly in the near-infrared range, into the brain and modifying the brain to perform better and restore itself or whatever. So that is really the idea of this technology or modality. Now, we started with this in 2016. That's how the story began, because we were already in the market and see for brain stimulation, we see interesting things. And we see in brain waves changing. So it's doing something to the brain. But we're not quite sure. So let's go do more. We had quite simple devices. Let's put more LEDs and more power. Let's, have the ability to turn on and off certain locations and pulse at different frequencies, because our brain wave come in pulses, right, in brainwave patterns, see what we can do. So that was in 2017. Then we did some early meditation studies with, say, particularly that gentleman here, Sanjay Manchanda. He was supposed to be a speaker here, but Unfortunately, he had a family issue, so he couldn't make it. And Reza, I think I've run out of power. The gentleman is standing by the wall. He's going to be speaking. That's me. And a well-known meditation influencer at the time, Kudalasa, and he put this on. We can in real time see it changing. And for him, it was like 120 hertz. He reported a shift in the jhana. Then at the event we talked to, and then Deepak Chopra tried it. On the left is Roger Penrose, Nobel laureate, is sitting there. Said, what's going on? You know, I tried to explain to him, and he thought maybe I was being a bit of a quack. What is this about light changing the brain? But anyway, on record, he listened to what we got to say. But things have moved on since that time, you know. This was 2018. So Reza and I, actually, we meet about once a week. We do a lot of work in the lab, looking at EEG, and we keep discovering. He'll tell you, so he's the last speaker for the day, so he'll tell you some stuff. So this is getting more and more interesting. You say, hey, you know, we can do, let's organize, get people together, because, okay, other than seeing how photobiomodulation can work for the brain, I think we've got a lot of things to discover and a lot of things to share. So we saw triggers above 40 hertz, and then, you know, EEG analysis, where we're heading with this, because it's really complicated, we're using AI, we're developing an artificial intelligence team. So we want to see how we can characterize different EEG signatures, how we can explain the shift, you know, what are the mechanisms underlying this shift in the mental state. Look at the cognitive changes. And then network connectivity. Actually, for all this, we see something, and they are quite significant. So where am I going with this? Understanding brain function, you know, how we can elevate it. Hopefully, we can translate it to treat cognitive impairment. Looking at Alzheimer's disease, traumatic brain injury is an area that, as a team, we're really quite focused into. And maybe we're here to see if we can advance the field of neuroscience. Now, when we see changes in our brain, to be honest, we don't know why, nor how. You know, we're talking about interesting terms like this morning, criticality. They throw that word around. So we're looking at a number of different areas. Here, I think the interest groups here are meditators, neuroscientists, other researchers, biohackers, people who are interested in this field. And the agenda is really to share our discoveries, share meditation research, and the tools we want to provide is, this is one way of doing it. We know about using light to influence the brain. There may be other methods. We're open to it. But I think, we're very much looking to EEG. We want to develop a database. To be honest, we don't know what's out there. The claims about EEG databases that people use as reference, and we feel more confident about understanding where all this comes from, the sources, and we want to be able to make it accessible as well. So we're open to collaboration and how we can, build up the EEG databases. And there may be other out there, but we hope to be able to offer ourselves as some kind of a hub, to coordinate research, get information, share it out. It's not really about Vielight, it's almost like open source kind of sharing. So we want to carry forward living data on brain response and see where we go with it. So our databases are built. I talk a lot about EEG. I'll talk a little bit about fMRI and the work we're doing in molecular biology too. Now, there's a lot of work, you know. This is really, if you see it as being confusing, it is. If you think there's no clear answer, it's true, there's no clear answer. But you may not be able to see, okay, the pointer is not quite working. So the left column is looking at a wavelength of 808 nanometer. Now that's a funny wavelength, it's not 810 because we're using lasers. So we have so laser usually near infrared are in 808 nanometer. And the right side is 1064 nanometer, very commonly used in laser. So we say, okay, these are the common wavelengths that are used in the world of brain stimulation with near infrared light. Now the top half is looking at 10 hertz alpha. The lower half is gamma at 40 hertz. So you look at the quadrants, they look very different. You may see some common things here, like, you know, the 810, when we do 810, whether it's 10 hertz, 40 hertz, you see this blue on the top left, on both the left side. The blue is down regulation, and when it goes to red, it's up regulation or stimulation. So we see that we published a paper in, I think, 2019, showing that when we induce gamma, we actually down-regulate these slow waves. You see this blue one, the delta, the first line, are the slow waves. And we actually up-regulate the faster waves. So that's being shown here, you know, that's mainly in the bottom left quadrant. So we do see, you know, the brain changing, so we have a good step forward. That paper, I think, is well cited, and it opens the door for people recognizing that photobiomodulation can modify brain waves. But if you look at a different wavelength, they do different things. And this is actually a composite of 43 healthy subjects done at Baycrest Hospital at Jean Chen's lab at University, affiliated to University of Toronto. So they're different things. And if you think that I want alpha in my brain, I just deliver alpha, you get alpha. No, it's not that straightforward. You want gamma. So what do we do? I say, okay, this is a really good start because when we get more data together, we are able to start developing some kind of characterization and formula, right? Now, this is done on meditators' preliminary data. I think Reza is going to show updated ones. This is, you know, might be out of date. But you see the top, the left, meditation only, and then the bottom left is photobiomodulation minus meditation. And then on the right side, you have 4 hertz. And then I move on to the right, 10 hertz, 40 hertz, 120 hertz. So what are we seeing here? Again, you know, starting from baseline, we do see changes. It's interesting that photobiomodulation, doing a meditation in the bottom left, you see increase in, with pre, then during, you see the alpha elevated, and then post-alpha elevated. I think this is kind of a suggestion. You just take it as an indication of where we are going rather than this is all set in stone. This is going to happen. Then we move on to different frequencies, and then, the bottom right is highlighted. A report of meditators going to that jhana state. It's interesting, delta was actually down-regulated, and then its high frequencies were up-regulated. So now we're pointing towards maybe high frequencies. I know this literature talking about the role of delta, but I say this is preliminary. things change as we go along. And there's here at the bottom right, it shows a signature going into a jhana state. Now, again at the lab, this is still being analyzed at Baycrest Hospital. And there are some data already published in preprint papers and peer review. So the top half is transcranial and the bottom half intranasal. You can see the picture there where, we put someone into a scanner in real time and see what's happening to the brain with fMRI. Look, these are both signals. Look at the pictures are not clear, but you can see the colors. What's really interesting here is the brain responds significantly, globally, and very quickly to one laser, one spot on the right forehead with laser at different power, and one up the nose, intranasal. Those who are not familiar, they're just very weird up the nose. Actually, a lot of merits. Look at the peak. With transcranial, you need 150 milliwatts to get a peak. These are on 45 healthy subjects. And then the, here goes. At intranasal is only 9 milliwatts. So the intranasal is becoming like the bedrock of what we do. It goes along with other devices, this and that, and intranasal only, and also on vagus nerve stimulation. I won't have time to talk about vagus nerve, but it is something very, very interesting too. Then we did cell culture studies with Jack Tudinsky's lab at University of Alberta. He's also attached to that university in Turin, Politecnica di Turin. And this is just one now. We have a number of papers, some published and some are in peer review, and some are written up. This is just 10 hertz, 810 nanometers. Now, what did we see? We saw that 810 nanometers on tubulins, and tubulins are, what makes up the microtubules that support your neurons. It gets depolymerized, it gets separated, it gets destabilized. It shows that tubulins are actually, your brain cells, at least in tubulins, are responsive to light. And then we are writing a paper now that shows that at higher frequencies, like 40 hertz, it does different thing. Now, I'm not just looking at images anymore, I'm looking at actually the structures of your brain. So that is also, now we are starting to explain, you could link it to, okay, you destabilize it, maybe you can destabilize this protein misfolding as you see in Alzheimer's disease, an example, Parkinson's disease. Those are possibilities for the future. Now, so we see this shift in high-level meditators, and I think there's a hypothesis behind it, and maybe there's a possibility, a key there in understanding and just looking at the door being open, because unlike what you intuitively would do is to start from hypothesis and then develop basic experiment and go in to see what is possible. We're actually starting with empirical evidence. We are, and then trying to work backwards. I think that's the best way to start, because we are always looking for empirical evidence, and then try to understand what's happening to the brain and see maybe we can contribute something here. And there's possibility, there's resonance within this whole action, and I'll explain. So that's, I didn't put his name, that's Stuart Hameroff. He's the author of this paper. And he published this. I think that was interesting because so he's into OR theory and consciousness coming out of quantum physics, right? And looking at various structures, what are the endogenous or innate frequencies I'll call it, in physics, the stunning waves. Now, when you have stunning waves and you produce a same phase and same frequency, you get resonance. So that's some idea here. And so when we saw that with 810 nanometer, that is the frequency of, when you look at the wave frequency function, it is, you can translate a wavelength into frequencies at 3.7 times 10 to the power of 14 hertz. And where does it lie in this chart of the possible resonant frequency? It is actually smaller than the tubulin structure, and possibly in the dipoles, and maybe getting to the carbon benzene structure. So that's possibly where one resonance is. But we're seeing resonance at between 40 to 1,000. I've got 3,000 hertz and so on. So where is this? It is actually very slow. You think it's fast because, it's really, really fast in our eyes. And you can't measure that in EEG with the equipment anyway. So there is possibly this coupling, going on that may, with specific frequency to different people, get this consciousness sleep. So that's a theory. Now, there are some other ideas here. So I was at this conference, and Earl Miller from MIT was making a presentation. I actually followed his work, and one of the things that his team or he authored was that actually, if you can modify the brainwave pattern, you can influence the underlying physiology. And that's very important because for a long time I've been thinking EEG are just byproducts. Something's happening to your brain, and then it gets expressed to the EEG. So that was actually quite profound. I think it was like a paragraph in this big paper. And then he said, okay, he does what neuroscientists do in, traditionally look at the activity of the neurons, the connectivity and so on. But there are other possible factors that affect synchronicity or coherency or whatever it gets you into that state. Now, in the world of quantum, the theory of consciousness related to quantum physics, that is Stuart Hameroff and Roger Penrose's world that's developing. It's got a lot of followers. He's looking at microtubular resonance, electromagnetic field interactions, quantum coherence, and so on. So Earl was saying, okay, this is analog, you guys are quantum, and there are other hypotheses as well. So let's cross those that. So I focus on those that are more in discussion and have some level of evidence. So I'm going to just cross out. So we are possibly, coupling these together and creating this possibility. Now, what do you do with this idea? I hope that, I have a personal thing here to maybe develop a hypothesis, maybe explaining this phenomenon with expert meditators. I'm a photobiomodulation guy, so for me, photobiomodulation could be a tool. And so what's the purpose of NOMS again? We are doing all this, but we provide the tools like the NeuroPro and EEG database. And here, actually, I see the possibility of us being the hub. Now, this is the beginning. I don't know, I think so you guys tell us, at the end of this conference, so this is our first. I'm actually very honored that we have so much interest. If you like it, end of the day, we'll do it again, maybe bigger. We actually had some other speakers that we wanted to come on. They couldn't make it for this particular time. Maybe they come on next year. So we want to be able to carry on with this database, carry forward. And I met a couple of, you know who you are. Yesterday, we interviewed, talked to me. I said, this is like maybe you're developing a playground for scientists to look at, elevating brain functions. So be it. I think it is fun. We're supposed to be, Vielight is supposed to be a for-profit company. I think we get more joy in discovery. It's a natural progression. Let me show you the stuff that we do. This was in October 2024. Which company in its right mind does all this stuff, right? And marketing is not in the equation, but we try to, we try to get revenue to support all these things we're doing. I touched on some areas already. I highlighted meditation and mindfulness. I think it will be a big area of research. But some of the areas that we are doing, I think will affect, hopefully, the world in many ways. We're like at the moment, we're kind of obsessed with a couple of things because of this data that's coming out, particularly traumatic brain injury. We saw American football players, college, they perform better. The paper is in peer review, I think it's going to come out. And that kind of sport you get in, contact sports, you have no idea what it does to your brain. Okay, you probably have an idea, so you don't send your kids. But it's always a good, it's a good sport for kids to grow up and learn to, mix with other kids and so on. But we found that, well, not me, we only kind of advise University of Utah, and they found that the changes are pretty profound. Look at the imaging when they come out with the data. So that's really exciting. But the other world is in medicine, and we have our history. Actually, the earliest condition that on my part that I saw responding was actually Alzheimer's disease. I go back to 2011 when this person in British Columbia, his family, his siblings, he was like clockwork. At this age, you get it, and he bucked the trend. Just at that time, we had an intranasal. So that's something. I cannot go out and say, okay, we can cure Alzheimer's disease with one case. That's why, as the years go by, we see more and more. We published small studies. It's also done independently at UCSF with Dr. Linda Chow's lab. And now, actually here locally in Toronto, St. Michael's Hospital is producing really interesting pilot study data, very significant, looking at various biomarkers, imaging in terms of MR spectroscopy. So and of course, cognitive assessment. So we are going to a bigger trial. Hopefully, we can afford to get into a big trial, to get regulatory approval from the FDA. But I think we might get Health Canada approval for some of these indications, maybe around the end of this year or early next year. So a lot of people to thank, those who are here who have collaborated with us, giving ideas. I want to thank you and thank you for attending. Let us know what you think about this at the end of the day, and give us ideas of what you want to do. You may be a scientist here and you say, okay, I've got an idea. Now, one thing we do is we don't necessarily depend on government funding, outside funding to do our research. So I believe we have products that are good enough. they're all there available for sale that, generate revenue for us to do interesting thing. And a lot of the studies that we are doing, especially when it starts internally, especially when crazy, we do crazy research like meditation, what it does to the brain. Who's going to fund that? Maybe somebody will fund it. Let us know. But we're willing to do, go on that adventure, and in a way treat this like a playground. Let's go, do things together, discover. Who knows? Maybe someone here will contribute something profound to the world of neuroscience. Okay, all right. So thanks everybody again. Thanks for listening.
Please welcome back to the stage Payel as we join her for a mindful reset and guided breathwork session.
Thanks, Lou. Okay, before we begin with the rest of the exploration and talks for today, I invite all of you to we're going to take a few moments to meditate together. I invite all of you to come into a comfortable seated position. If you have things in your hand, place them to the side. Close your eyes. And let's just take a few moments to arrive. Meditation is often described as an individual experience and practice. And it is, but it's also a deeply shared experience. So let's take a moment here to become aware of our physical bodies. Being fully present here and now, leaving behind the morning, leaving behind, not thinking about what's coming ahead. There's enough research to tell us that when we meditate together, or we have a shared presence, our brainwaves start to sync together, our hearts start to sync together. And that's perfect to create an environment of harmony, connection, and learning, because we have a whole day of a lot of learning to do. So slowly start to bring your awareness to your breath, the breath in your belly. Breathing in, expanding the belly. Breathing out, gently softening. Breathing in, observing the breath in your chest. Breathing out. Breathing in, observing the breath in your nose. And wherever you choose to place your attention, whether it's the breath in your belly, breath in your chest, or your nose, in your mind, just breathe in for 5 counts and breathe out for 5 counts. So you're breathing in for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathing out, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. equal inhales and equal exhale. Breathing in and breathing out. If you'd like to go a little bit deeper, you can start to extend your exhalations. So you're breathing in for 5, maybe exhaling for a little bit longer, 6 or 7 counts of exhale. Inhale, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold at the top. Exhale completely for 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At your own pace, continue focusing on the breath. Allowing the breath to be the anchor of your attention. Allowing all the external sounds to be part of the practice. And notice when the mind starts to wander away. Every time the mind starts to wander into thinking, planning, judging, gently, with a lot of compassion, bring it back to your breath. Each time you return your attention back to the breath, you are strengthening your mental muscles of focus, resilience. And now let's gently take the focus out and widen out into an open awareness. So we're going to shift from observing the breath to just observing everything around and within. So noticing the sounds around you without labeling them. Noticing the sounds within you. If you can listen to your own breath or your own heartbeat without labeling. Noticing the feelings, any sensations in the physical body, whatever arises, just noticing. Whatever arises in the mind, let it arise and let it pass. Resting in the spacious awareness that is quiet, unchanging, present. Now, I'm going to slowly start to bring our awareness back into the physical body. Bringing your awareness to your feet, to your hands. Gently relaxing the shoulders, the face, softening the eyes. Maybe bringing gentle movements in your fingers. Becoming aware of all the sounds around you. Becoming aware of your presence in this room. And whenever you're ready, you can gently open your eyes. Take a moment to just notice how you feel. Thank you for practicing together. Now we'll move ahead with our next couple of talks, discussions, and the programming for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Please welcome Dr. Shamil Chandaria, Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Eudaimonia and Human Flourishing at the University of Oxford, to the stage.
Okay, so that was a beautiful practice. Thank you for guiding that. And actually, it's a very good segue into this talk, because we started with Lou talking about the brain, and then we had Payal giving us a very different kind of experience. There's something metaphysically different between the first talk and the second talk. And that's what we're going to be talking about, whether we can get a bridge between these two experiences. So I'm going to be talking about a computational neurophenomenological account of meditation. That's a mouthful, right? But in fact, it's about trying to bridge this first-person perspective. Doesn't quite work, but this first-person perspective, which is here on the left, you can see of our conscious experience, and the third-person perspectives of what's going on in the brain, the neural goings-on in the brain. And obviously, in the last 20 or 30 years, we've started to learn quite a lot about meditation. In fact, today we're going to be hearing from one of the great pioneers, Sarah Lazar, Professor Sarah Lazar from Harvard, who actually was the first person to find the smoking gun and see neural changes induced by meditation. But kind of seeing blobs on brain scans and connecting that with our first-person phenomenology needs a bridge. And there's a big problem here, because there is a very difficult issue of finding something called the explanatory gap between the neuroscience of meditation and our first-person phenomenology. And it's deeply linked to this philosophical issue called the hard problem of consciousness. But we've started to be able to find a bridge between them. And the way to do it is not to directly try to bridge this gap, but to find a bypass. And the bypass is something called computational neurophenomenology, which is essentially finding a computational model of the brain which gives us a model of what's going on, of the neural mechanisms of what's going on in the brain, but at the same time, this computational model is giving us a model of the phenomenology, of what our experience is. So that's interesting. If we can find a modeling technique that gives us a model of our first-person phenomenology and an idea of what's going on in the brain, we can start to make some progress. So, let's take a step back. Imagine you're looking at a tree, and you're there. So what's going on here? Well, somehow your mind has an impression of a tree. The tree is being represented in your mind. In fact, that's all that's really going on, because we don't actually see the tree in itself. We only see our representation of the tree in our minds. How does this happen? Well, this is a deep issue in philosophy, and many philosophers like Descartes have tried to answer this. And, he kind of thought that, we're somehow, there's some seeing subject behind our eyes, looking out through the windows in the front of our faces, our eyes, and looking at the world. But that is not how it could be. Perception is extremely hard. If you could actually see what's coming through your eyes, you couldn't make head or tail of it. We just have this very, very central vision, the fovea, the macula, which is about 2% of your visual field, and yet look around, you see everything here. And in fact, only the central part is in color, and look around, we see all this beautiful, colorful, cartoonish definition. In fact, here is a kind of, just a hint of what it could be like to see something from the central part of your vision. In fact, this is much better than it actually is. It's very difficult to see what's going on. In fact, what's really going on is that we were seeing a flower and a bee. So this is the idea. How does our brain actually construct our experience? So let's take a brain which is getting sensory data from the world, from your eyes, from your ears, from your body. And the idea is that this data is processed by neural networks, sometimes from the back of your head going forward, right? And as it's processed up these neural networks, the traditional idea is that the early stages of this processing extracts low-level features like edges and corners, and then the mid-level parts of this neural network extracts mid-level features like, for example, noses, eyes, ears. And then finally, we get high-level features like whole faces that are being extracted. And then somehow we figure out what's going on. It's my grandma. So that's actually the story that most neuroscientists would tell about 20 years ago. But in fact, that story turns out to be wrong. So, essentially what we've described here is a feed-forward system. For those of you who know about neural networks and artificial neural networks, that's just a feed-forward system. But when we look at the brain, we find something very strange. We find that there are about 10 times as many feedback neurons as there are feed-forward neurons. So that's inscrutable. Why would that be? And the reason is because that picture that I just gave you is completely upside down. In fact, what's going on is the other way around. What's going on is that we have certain prior beliefs about what our world is composed of. And these priors have been, we developed them growing up from babies onwards, and some of these priors are perhaps evolutionary. And you have a prior, for example, of your grandma. And what happens is that this prior then goes down the neural network, and we get predicted data, a generative model. We generate what we think is going on. We simulate what we think is going on. Kind of crazy, really. But then if we were just living in our own simulation, how do we know it's right? Well, what has to happen is that we have to compare the generated model with the sensory data that we actually get. And that comparison gives us a prediction error, the difference between the generative model and the sensory data that we actually get through our eyes, for example. And then the model is trying to minimize this prediction error. So this prediction error goes back up the brain, and then what happens is that the assumptions of the generative model, the knobs and dials and parameters of the generative model of your simulation, are adjusted so that we minimize these prediction errors. And finally, when the brain stabilizes, we get a predicted model, which is actually what we see. So this is the interesting thing. What we experience is our own internal simulation. It's just that this simulation is a special kind of simulation that's minimizing prediction errors with the sensory data. So we actually never see the sensory data. What we see, what we experience, is our technical term posterior. This is the prior, and this is the data, and this is the posterior. This is what's being generated. So this is how our experience works. And this way of looking at it is, in fact, some of these priors are very, very, very strong. Here is one of these priors that's so hardwired that it's very highly weighted. And in fact, it overrules the sensory data that's coming in. We say that it's got a high precision weighting. And what you see here is a face, a hollow mask, and every time you're about to see the back of the mask, do you notice that it flips the other way around, rotates the other way, and your brain interprets the nose coming out? You can never see the nose going inwards. Actually, very interesting. Most people can't see it, but one or two in the audience might be able to. Anyone see the face going in? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's interesting. Good. So that's maybe, 5, 10%. And that's a very open-minded stance, actually. It's kind of hard to achieve. Good. Here's another one, right? See some blotches. Very difficult to see what's going on. I don't know if anyone can put up their hand to see if anyone thinks they know what's going on. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right. In fact, here I'll show you what this is. This is a Dalmatian on a snowy day. All right. And now I'll take it away. Now you can see it, right? So your brain has got a prediction now and is interpreting the sensory data according to that prediction. And you now see a Dalmatian. So what's going on is that we are constantly learning our priors. We are constantly, our memories are priors about our past. This is a crazy thing. So we think that, you know, we just remember what's going on in the past. In fact, all we have is some priors, and we reconstruct what, every time we remember the past, we reconstruct exactly like you're constructing this picture here. You reconstruct your memories because you've got some priors about the past. So we are constructing our present moment, we're constructing our past, and in fact, we're constructing everything else. There isn't going to be anything. We're constructing our emotions, we're constructing all our experiences. Now you might ask, well, where do these priors come from? You know? So we have here a low-level model in the brain, and the priors are coming from somewhere mysterious. Where do they come from? Well, they come from another model, another mid-level model, for example. So what happens is the priors come down from this high-level model and go up to this, the prediction errors go up and change the priors. And where do those priors come from? Well, they come from an even higher model. So we don't know how many layers of models there are. Maybe there are about 6 or 7 layers. We don't know exactly how it works. But what we see is that we have layers of abstraction. And what does this look like in the brain? Well, we actually know something around the cognitive hierarchy of abstraction that this implies. This is data using 17,000 fMRI experiments and then a neurosynth data space. So it's machine learning to figure out what is the cognitive hierarchy. And what you see right at the bottom is somatosensory, basic sensations, vibrotactile, muscular. So our raw body sensations, our raw auditory sensations, you know, not even words, not even phonemes, just the blah, 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 you know, or the raw sensations are processed at the bottom, and then we get, you know, basic emotions, and we get motion, and then faces, and memory, and then right at the top we have language, reasoning, and abstract concepts. So somehow our brain is using abstract concepts and reasoning and language to all the way down to our low-level sensations. So we're constructing all of this. And how does it do this? Well, it does it actually in an interesting way. We actually have starting to begin to have an idea of how this works in the brain. We have these streams of models. So this I've shown here is this somatosensory screen. Somatosensations are the body sensations that are coming up through the spinal cord. And these models go up and down. So predictions flow down these models, and prediction errors go up these models. The next one is interoception. For example, where I know where my I have information about how my viscera are feeling, you know, whether I've got a stomach ache and whether my heart is pounding. Then I have an output, visceral motor through the autonomic nervous system, proprioception where my arms are, the visual sense, which is actually massive. It's by far the most dominant in humans. Audition, gustation, olfaction, so taste and smell. And then finally, we have the output, which is the motor system, which is how I move my muscles and do actions in the world. Now, that starts off being processed separately, and that's called unimodal processing. And then, as we go up through the abstraction hierarchy, we start to get something called multimodal integration, where these things come together. And, for example, you know, if you clap your hands, you see a visual clapping, and then you have a sound. And even if they're slightly off, your brain will interpret them together. It will bind them together in a unified gestalt. Now, right at the top of the brain is where things really come together, and we start getting these multimodal action perception priors, these programs, these multimodal summaries of how the brain thinks the world works. And that turns out to be in an area called the default mode network, which is this very central midline hub. And what we see is that the default mode network and other networks like the frontoparietal network and the limbic system are right at the top of this hierarchy and work in an interaction of these important networks. So, but you might say, well, if that's at the center, so I've just got these prediction summaries right at the center of the top of the hierarchy, where is the self? I thought it all comes together in what is really me. Where is the self? But here the thing is, there is no self in this diagram here. So let's think about the self, because we all feel like we are a self and we have a body, and that also is a construction. So we have something which is generally termed a phenomenal self-model. And this phenomenal self-model is the seat of multisensory integration. You know, it also has in the self-model, you have a body map, you know where your body is, you know, there's also a sense of agency, like I am the author, the prime mover of my actions. When I lift my hand, I've done that. So this is another part of the self-model. Another part of the self-model is a sense of myness. This is my arm. This is my chest. There's a sense of first-person perspectivity. I look at the world from the egocentric perspective, from me here and the light over there and the lectern over there. So there's this innate first-person perspective. Then there are wider parts of the self, like a narrative sense of self. You know, my memories, who I am, what my personality is, all this kind of thing. But there's one thing that's very important in this phenomenal self-model, which is that the self-model itself is transparent. We don't know that it's there. And the reason it's called transparent is because it's kind of like if you see a bird, you know, out the window and you see, oh, what a lovely bird on that branch in the tree there. But you don't realize that in fact you're looking through a window. And until I pointed out that you're looking through a window, that window is entirely transparent. And we just thought we were seeing the bird as it really is. Now, the window represents the modeling process itself. So we don't recognize that we are constructing ourselves and that this phenomenal self-model is a construction. So if we recognize that, something starts to change, and we'll come on to that with meditation. Now, this phenomenal self-model is surprisingly malleable. There's really an amazing experiment where you can take someone and put their hand underneath a cover and stroke their hand with a brush. And then put a rubber hand in front of them that they can see and stroke that hand, that rubber hand, at the same a rate at which their real hand is being stroked. And would you believe it, in a few minutes, you think that the rubber hand is yours. That's how constructed our sense of self is. We actually feel it. Now, if you don't believe me, let's have a look at this. This is somebody who is, you can see here the rubber hand, okay? And then their real hand is somewhere just behind there. Okay, so let's have a look at this video. You can see both their real hand and their rubber hand being stroked. And I wonder if he thinks it's his hand. Oh! So this was a very funny thing. There's another PhD student who went out and stabbed him, and he really thought it was his hand. So did everyone else. So this can really happen. And in fact, it gets worse. It gets absolutely worse, because not only can you confuse your hand, but you can actually confuse your whole body, who you are. So there's a full body version of the rubber hand illusion called the full body illusion, where what you do is you're being stroked on the back of your on your back with a brush, for example, and you're wearing a virtual reality headset. So you're wearing a headset, and you're being filmed from behind you, and that's what's being played on your headset. So you're being stroked behind your back by a PhD student, and what you see is someone in front of you being stroked exactly in time with the way you're being stroked. And there's this very strange thing that happens after a couple of minutes. You think, this is strange. I'm over there in front of me. Why can I see myself from behind myself? It's a really strange thing. So we just naively take ourselves to be this body, but in fact, that's just an internal model, an internal simulation. And you can really play around with it. You can play around with it. People have out-of-body experiences spontaneously. People have out-of-body experiences with psychedelics. And meditation is a generalized technology to start to deconstruct ourselves. So let's put this together. So we're standing here in front of the tree. And this is grayed out because actually we don't know what reality is. We're only always within our own models. And we receive some external data from the tree. We receive some internal data through this interoceptive system from our body sensations. And what we have is our generative phenomenal world model. Remember this generative model that's creating, that the brain is simulating? And what's in this generative model? Well, we have a tree here. We have ourselves being represented, our body map. We have an idea that we're here. And this is very important, that we have within our own world model a model of ourselves, because if we didn't have a model of ourselves from an evolutionary perspective, we wouldn't know how to move. For example, if I need to know where I am, if there's a tiger over there, then I can run up the tree over there. So this is very important to have a sense of a world model, otherwise we wouldn't have survived. And what else is going on? Well, there's some thoughts, some internal dialogue that's here. Maybe it's visual thoughts, some sort of visual sensations, or maybe it's some internal dialogue, blah, 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 this is happening, this is happening. And what else is in my phenomenal world model? Well, I have a sense of my body sensations, of my viscera, and I can also smell what's going on in the world. There's also a sense of the breath at my nose, for example. Perhaps there's a sense of my heartbeat over here. I can hear sounds, sounds in the room, sounds in the environment. There's all the emotions which are felt in my body, but there's all sorts of emotions that are being generated. And of course, those are constructions as well. But where is the phenomenal self model? Well, in fact, the phenomenal self model is a data structure. It's a data structure, and this is how it looks. This is an idea of putting it together. So some part of your world model becomes a phenomenal self model, and that's called the subject. You know, the internal things. Well, thoughts are internal to me. My body sensations are internal to me. My emotions are internal to me. My viscera, my heart rate. And then you have the external world, the object. And we have a subject-object duality within our own phenomenal world model. So we normally think that we are the subject and there's a world out there, an object. But now what we're saying is that both subject and object are constructions within our phenomenal world model. There's also a sense of being an agent in this model, and that's also a construction, weirdly. And there's a sense of a first-person perspectivity. And most importantly, there is a transparency. We don't realize that we are constructing this whole simulation. So, what happens in meditation? Well, the meditation that Payal led started off with a kind of a focused attention. She got us to pay attention perhaps to breath at our nose. So, for example, if we increased the prior of the breath of the nose and therefore decreased the relative priors of everything else, because one of the things is that attention only adds up to 100%. So if you put 80% of your attention on breath of the nose, what happens? Well, we call it technically increased precision weighting, or increased level of the prior of breath of the nose, and decreased priors for everything else. And then what happened? Perhaps you might have noticed this. Perhaps you might have noticed that what happens is that your conscious gestalt was dominated by the breath of the nose. And other parts of your phenomenal world model were quieter. So, but there's more than that, because what we can actually do is start to deconstruct our world. So we remember that what happened was that we fabricate up the world from these edges and corners to mid-level models to high-level models, and then we perceive objects. Well, in meditation, what you can do is go the other way around. You can unfabricate. You can unfabricate or deconstruct all these objects. So instead of seeing, for example, whole objects like whole cars, you can just break them down and see the parts of all the cars. So instead of seeing your body as this one thing, or your arm is this one thing, you can start to become aware of the fine body sensations, and then your arm becomes this kind of cloud of shimmering, vibratory, ephemeral sensations. So objects become processes, and things that are concepts start breaking down. Even the words that you're saying can break down. You know, have you ever said a word again and again until it starts losing its meanings? Like if I say flowers, 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 you'll actually go through something called semantic satiation, and you'll start hearing the phonemes, and even below that, just the prosodic sensations. So this is all a bit like one of the old-fashioned monitors. You know, this is some sort of, I don't know, Windows 2000 system here, you know, an old monitor. And if you look at it, you see this kind of picture of default monitor and whatever. But if we zoom in fact, all there is just RGB pixels. And so we lose the idea of there being a monitor, and we see that it's all constructed of a single type of thing, which is just these pixels. So in the idea that we discussed in this computational view, what's really going on in this deconstruction is that we are reducing the weighting of these high-level priors, these high-level concepts and thoughts and higher beliefs, and therefore our conscious gestalt is dominated by these low-level sensations. But the reason we do that, the reason we deconstruct, is that just as we saw that the monitor, the illusion that there was something on the monitor, when you really see it's just made of pixels, what you see is that you de-reify it. You can no longer see it as a real thing. If you don't perceive your arm anymore, but just see a cloud of sensations, then the arm is not real. It's not a real thing. You start understanding that the arm was just a construction. It wasn't the real thing in itself. It wasn't the actual object out there. Of course, that's all going on in my mind. You start to de-reify. Reification is believing it's real. And the technical term in Buddhist psychology is called emptiness. And the technical term that we introduced was opacification, opaque rather than transparent. So the self-model is transparent, you can make it opaque, you can see that it's a construction. Now, putting it together, we then see that the world becomes deconstructed. And if we've done our calming meditation, it also becomes very quiet. And then, at that stage, it's possible to recognize something. It's possible to recognize the empty space of phenomenal experience itself. So this is beyond what's actually happening, what the phenomena are. Now we start to recognize the substrate of the generative model itself, the nature or essence of mind itself. And this experience can be called non-dual awareness. It's called non-dual awareness because both subject and object arise within it. It is beyond the duality of subject and object. We normally perceive that we perceive something else. The subject perceives an object. But now, this is the ground of all awareness, both subject and object side. And this non-dual awareness, the metaphors that are used in the traditions are something like, you just normally see reflections in a mirror and you don't know that there's a mirror there. And then you recognize that there is a mirror, and all you're seeing is the mirror, in fact. Another classic metaphor is that we see a movie sometimes and all sorts of things going on, action movie and, people shooting each other, and characters on the movie. And, one of the funny things is that we take ourselves to be one of the characters in the movie. And then maybe someone turns down the illumination or turns off the power maybe, and we recognize the screen itself. We recognize that actually there wasn't anything else but the screen. So this is the substrate of the generative model. Another classic one is the sky and clouds or weather within the sky. So we just normally, get all engrossed in the weather in the sky, but the sky is always there and everything is happening within the sky. Or you can think about an ocean and the waves. You just normally see objects as these waves moving around, and you don't recognize it as one ocean. And that is the ocean of your own awareness. So, you come back from meditation, and then you can also bring back what we found, which is we can say, look, that space of the generative model is still there. So you bring something back, and then your perception is changed forever, because you are now aware that everything is made of awareness. And so you can see that. And there all, I won't go into this, but there are lots of terms for this kind of non-dual awareness. Consciousness as such, Rigpa, the Buddha nature, the ground of being, the peace that passes understanding. And there are different stories that traditions tell about this. The same phenomenology, but different metaphysics, which should tell us something, that we should be tentative about our metaphysical views, because you can have the same phenomenology and then attribute different stories to it. So this experience, especially when there's no content, is called the minimal phenomenal experience. It is the experience of pure awareness without phenomena. And it can be thought of as a space of knowing, or technically in philosophical terms, an epistemic space. Pure presence or pure being, luminous, empty openness, an inherent, and this luminous, empty awareness inherently knows itself, so it is self-knowing. And one of the classic descriptions is that, well, what's it like? Well, it's awake. So awakeness is a very important part of it. Spacious, so it's boundless. So we normally construct boundaries, the boundary of our body, the boundary of things, the boundary of this room. But in fact, the awareness doesn't have boundaries, and so the way we interpret that is boundless or infinite. And again, the same thing, that sounds arise within awareness. And so awareness itself is no sound, and there's a word for no sound, it's called silence. And again, movement happens within awareness. Phenomena move within awareness. But awareness itself is no movement. And again, the word for that is stillness. So we have spacious or boundless or infinite, silent stillness. And then the last one is probably the most wild, which is that everything that is arising within an awareness is arising. The clocks are ticking within awareness. Time is happening within awareness. So awareness is changeless. Change is happening within awareness, and awareness is changeless. And there's a word for changeless, and it's eternal or timeless. So, just a warning for those who want to, this is like, awareness itself is inscrutable. In fact, if you think you found something about it, you're constructing it. So, it's a tough one. So let's look at this space of phenomenological dimensions of meditation that we talked about. The first dimension we talked about is calming the mind, quietening the mind. That was, as Pyle's meditation did in the first part, we quietened our mind by focusing on our breath. And that's sometimes called shamatha meditation, calm abiding meditation. The next dimension is deconstructing our experience, or descending the cortical hierarchy, the cortical fabrication hierarchy, defabrication. And then the final dimension is this dereification, or emptiness, or pacification that we talked about. Seeing it's a mental construction, seeing it's just like a dream-like quality, exactly like you're sleeping, having a dream and when you're sleeping at night. Now, we start off in this corner here where things are very constructed, things are very noisy, and we take them to be very real. It really matters. This is a matter of life and death that I win this game of Monopoly. No, it's just a game. And then, as we saw, we quieten the mind. Perhaps this is a novice meditator. And then a more advanced meditator would be quietening the mind quite a bit here. And then deconstruction meditation would be taking us in this 45-degree line, where we're quietening the mind, but we're also deconstructing our experience. And then perhaps more advanced deconstruction would be deconstructing it even more and quietening it even more. And if we take that further, we end up in a deep non-dual absorption state, this minimal phenomenal experience where you're totally deconstructed, things are very quiet, and it's recognized to be a mental construction. It's dereified. You see that it's made of awareness. And then we come back in the world, and this is, you might think that, of course, this minimal phenomenal experience right here in the corner is the highest thing that you can achieve in meditation. But in fact, I'll tell you that no, it's not. Coming back in the world and retaining that dereified state is the highest state. In other words, fine to have an empty generative phenomenal world model and recognize it as such, but much better to have a full generative phenomenal world model and recognize it as awareness. So that's where we end up. We end up where we started, but recognize it to be entirely fresh. So I want to take you through a particular journey because you'll hear later on this afternoon some very interesting data on this style of meditation called the jhanas, which is quite an advanced type of meditation technique. And what the jhanas are a series of meditations that deconstruct the world and defabricate the world in a particular way. And what's important about this systematic way, it comes from Buddhism, but if you look at many traditions around the world of advanced meditation techniques, they end up also deconstructing the world in this way. And many meditation practitioners end up deconstructing the world without even knowing what the jhanas are, because somehow this is fundamental. We're sort of unwinding the process of fabrication one Lego brick at a time. And you start off in this corner here, the typical non-meditative mind, you know, lots of construction, lots of noise, monkey mind. And you first have to meditate become quite a good meditator to get something called access concentration. So that can take many years, perhaps, to do that. But at some level, when we can quieten the mind and we can really start to deconstruct it, you get to a level which is the first jhana, where you can start to construct a very special type of experience, which is that your body is no longer a solid body. It is just made of kind of energetic, vibratory champagne bubbles. And when you go into the jhana, what you do is you start to perceive that these champagne bubbles are excited, rapturous, pleasurable. So the entire absorption state, you become this rapturous, energetic, effervescent, bubbling jacuzzi. And that's a very powerful state. I mean, it's, if you can imagine the glee and you know, it's quite a shock for people because we normally, you know, interact with the world to get pleasure, and then you suddenly realize, wow, this is the most intensely pleasurable state that there could be, and there is no external stimulus to this. It is entirely produced by the own body. And then at some level, you can go further than that, and you realize that no, there's something a little coarse about this, and that actually this physical rapture, there's something sweeter in there. And that sweeter something is the pure mental joy that's there. And you switch into something called the second jhana, which is even deeper and even more blissful. So it's pure joy with all the energy going on. And then if you thought that you know, if you have sort of huge amounts of pure joy, you could say, well, I'll stay here forever. But in fact, there is something that's even more refined. You wouldn't believe it, but you would find that there's something that at the center of that joy, you find a kind of peace. And what then happens is that the energy dies down. You go beyond the energy. So the body sensations are no longer front and center, the energetic component. And what you tune into is a serene contentedness, pure, serene contentedness. And, you know, what more could you want than that? But after a while, you realize that actually within that serene contentedness is something that's even more pure and lovely, which is, ironically, the deep stillness and peace and quietness. And then you go into the fourth jhana. And so that state is just pure, it's sometimes called pure equanimity. Or you know, I think a better term would be pure peace, pure stillness. Now, what's interesting there, you know, there is still a sense of the body, even though the body is not a solid body. There is still a sense of the body. And what happens after the fourth jhana is you completely lose a sense of the body, and that is one of the most transformative type of experiences where it's almost like you've always been wearing a shoe that's too tight, and which is your body, and then you lose your body, and then you have a sense of great freedom and liberation. And so there are no boundaries left, and that's then associated with feeling infinite space. So it's the fifth jhana is called the realm of infinite space. And so again, we're starting to deconstruct one model at a time our sensory construction. And then you come to see this space as you find all this tremendous freedom in it. And you say, well, what is this space made of? And you realize it's made of pure consciousness. And so the space goes away, and it's just infinite consciousness. So now this is the sixth jhana, and the sixth jhana is very important in many spiritual traditions. In fact, the sixth jhana is probably, you know, a common base that is rediscovered in many traditions. The realm of infinite consciousness or pure awareness. But you can go further. you can go further, because if you really look at the nature of this consciousness, as I sort of hinted at before, you'll see that even any idea of what this is a construction. And so then you end up seeing that it's made of pure nothingness. And so this is the realm of infinite nothingness. And so there is no body, there's just pure infinite nothingness. And that's a very, very liberating state. But if you can imagine, if you were ever thrown into that void, maybe through psychedelics or through my meditation before you're ready or something, it can be very frightening. So if you ever find yourself there, relax and enjoy it. Now, you might say that there's nowhere to go beyond nothing. And in fact, you might think that, but there is still one thing that's left, which is the perception of nothingness. And the perception of nothingness is still a kind of construction. And so the 8th jhana, which is probably something like the minimal phenomenal experience, is not even constructing, or somehow half constructing, half perceiving. It's technically called the state of neither perception yet not non-perception. So it's a very curious state. And then after that, there is a potential for all experience to blink out, and that's called a cessation. So this is this journey of the jhanas, which I think are very important. And if I still have time, okay, I'll very quickly. So you might say, okay, well, this is really an amazing thing, but what are we doing it for? What is it all for? It was for, didn't the Buddha say it was for the alleviation of suffering? It was to make you happy? Well, this is also a construction. So, suffering is caused by 4 components. One is having some sort of negative affective valence. That's a technical term for example, think of it like a pain. Some negative emotion or negative experience. The second is being aware of it, being conscious. The third is that it's my pain. So you don't suffer if there's some pain out there. You might have some empathy, but it's my pain. That's having a phenomenal self-model. And the fourth is that it's real. It's real. So we need 4 things to suffer. Now, if you, when you're in this suffering, what happens is that you tend to increase self-centered rumination, which is this default mode network, because you want to figure out, how do I get out of this? And so it starts actually increasing your self-centered egoic thoughts of rumination. And that actually tends to increase the phenomenal self-model. It actually makes a stronger version. Why is this always happening to me? You actually focus on the self so much that it becomes a stronger component of the modeling process. And then it also, all this rumination, this is always happening to me, the world's a terrible place, increases the negative affective valence. And having a stronger self-model also means that you're modeling it more strongly, and so it becomes more real to you. It actually increases the transparency. It reifies the self-model even more. And unfortunately, when you start thinking about the self all the time, that's what's dominating your thought process, and so there's less care for others in the world, which is one of the sort of sad things, is that, you know, when you have someone who's very depressed, they're really self-centered, and actually they can be kind of a little selfish. Now, what happens if we start to transform the phenomenal experience through meditation? Well, you start to see the transparency becoming opaque. And so you say, well, this is not really real. This is just a kind of, I can see, it's just a modeling process. And what that does is you see that the self that you took as very real is just kind of an illusion. And what that does is it changes this picture entirely. And so what you get, instead of this vicious cycle that I showed you before, you start to develop this virtuous cycle. So we get less self-centered rumination, we get more care for others, we get less negative affective valence, less pain and actual negative emotions, and less suffering. And then there are all sorts of ramifications that come off that. You know, we have more action into the world. You end up changing your priors around your habits. You get better mood. You get a change in who you think you are, and this cycle, this virtuous cycle, can be called the good life or human flourishing. And so that's really what meditation is about, why we're constructing our world, and if we learn how to deconstruct it and make it more de-reified, we will end up going into a virtuous cycle, turning a vicious cycle into a virtuous cycle. So that's how we can rewire our reality. So may we flourish together. Thank you. I see we still have 6 minutes left for questions, which is good. So, yeah, I think there's a question at the... Do you want to come up to this microphone here?
Thank you so much. My question is around breathing. For me, when I'm in that deep state, I basically forget to breathe. And it goes to a point where I'm thinking, am I going to die? Like, why am I not breathing? It's alarming.
Yeah, okay. So that's a multi-layered question, and I don't want to kind of... I will say that I think that idea that I'm not breathing is just a symptom of something much deeper. And that deeper thing is that, you know, you feel like you're going to die. And that's okay, because what's happening is that the model, the ego, thinks it's going to die, and that's a very, very important stage. So if you feel safe, the general view would be relax and allow it. Don't worry, you'll breathe. Yeah.
Thank you. Amazing talk. I'm wondering, does predictive processing have anything to say about the balance between acceptance and actually creating change, that, you know, like eating or, you know, paying bills? Right.
So, I mean, predictive processing is just a technical, quantitative, computational technique. Everything that we bring to it is philosophy. And I think what's behind your question is really important. And as you saw, this is not just about equanimity. What I tried to show at the end was this entire flourishing life. If you look at this picture here, which I think is a very nice one, you see you have all this stuff emerging. And what emerges is the idea of being a part of a flourishing world. So my own view is that certainly you could just sit in a Himalayan cave and be in equanimity, or you could be back in the world and back in the dream and making it beautiful. So that's what I'd recommend.
Thank you. Could you say something from an evolutionary biological perspective? Because I understand that reasoning in concepts and language is only 200,000–300,000 years old. But we as hominins have existed for more than 5 million. So it seems like the glorification of concepts and focusing on the thinking has made us lose touch with somehow surviving and being able to move in the world.
Yeah, no, very good. I mean, look, I think, so there are two parts to this. I think we can separate evolution with concepts. So first point is that evolution has really has created this whole system of the phenomenal world model to allow us to survive. Because if we couldn't figure out the causes of our sensory data, if we couldn't figure out where the food was and where the lion was, we would die. So we need to figure out what's going on in the world. That's the whole point. Even from a basic bacteria has some chemosensors to figure out where the sugar is and where the acid is. So move away from the acid and go towards the sugar. So we need a way of constructing what we think is going on in the world so we can act appropriately to increase the chance of our survival. So this mechanism, and in fact, as I said, the phenomenal self-model itself is a crucial part of it. So evolution is absolutely central. But then abstraction and language is, in a way, the flower of evolution in humans. And I think it's great, actually. I think that, initially, concepts and language and all this kind of stuff can be a bit of a bother for meditators because it's so sticky that we can't get out of our minds and our thinking minds, and we can't quieten the mind. But that's a stage-dependent thing. In the end, we want to be back with our thoughts. We want to be able to dance beautifully, actually flourish, including intellectually flourish. If you want to change the world, you need to think about it. So I think all our human capacities are excellent. The problem is taking them too seriously. So, yeah, great.
So I'm not sure how to ask this question, but so I've been in the meditation circles for almost 15 years, and I don't know how you describe the self and how we construct it is just mind-blowing. Like suddenly I just got this huge insight. I've been making myself up and making myself a really big deal my whole life, and my problems and the things that are happening, and so thank you for that. Of course, in meditation, we have relief. Sometimes in meditation, it feels like, oh, thank God, like I'm out of my blah, 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 about myself, right? And we're in this spaciousness. But I'm actively working on being in that spaciousness and not in the thoughts of the self, the constructed self. How do you believe that technology can bridge that gap? Because technology can't erase my construction of self. I wish it could, but it can't. I don't think it can. Like, that's my work. Like, it's my work and my intention to get there. I'm imagining that perhaps technology can calm the nervous system enough that we can just like stop the default mode network, which is constantly constructing ourselves, can turn off. What do you think?
Yeah, so I think that's great, and I think they asked us to give some questions on the panel this afternoon, and my question was exactly how can we use technology to increase meditation, and I'm very interested in that, in biophotomodulation, focused ultrasound, brain stimulation. And one thing I just wanted to say is that you said we want to erase ourselves. I think it's not that we want to erase ourselves. In fact, when you see very awakened people and they still have personalities, it's just that they know those personalities are empty. They know that they're constructions, but they can still play their role, they can still be the character. And so what technology can help us with is to increase the meditation, allow the meditation process so that we can recognize the constructed nature of our reality and get some proficiency and ultimately become the master of the generative model. This is what I think meditative development really ends up in, is to become the master of your constructed world. And then, you know, how do we want to construct it so that we can dance most beautifully in the world? So, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Shandaria.
I think I'm out of time.
Yes, that's it for questions, but please save them for the panel. Thank you so much. We'd now like to welcome to the stage Dr. Norman Farb, Associate Professor in the Department of Psychology at the University of Toronto, Mississauga.
Good morning, everyone. It's always an amazing opportunity to move from the busyness of day-to-day to a sort of purpose-built time where we can start to think about the bigger picture, think about thinking, and thinking about the sort of deeper meanings that motivate a lot of us, either in our professional or private lives. I'm really grateful to be here, and I think there's a lovely continuation from the talk we've just seen into some of the slides, almost as though we planned it, but I think we're just thinking about a lot of the same things, so let's say it's fate. I'm going to take more of an empirical angle in this talk, so talking a bit more about direct research we've done that I think resonates a lot with some of these ideas around predictive coding and navigating the gradient from how we start off in life, which is at the level of sensory blobs and slowly learning how to develop models to make sense of those. So imagine figuring out that there's edges to things and then eventually realizing that there are things and that those things interact and change over time and that you have control over some of those things and they're part of your body. You have a body. And all that stuff sort of moving up the hierarchy until eventually we get to these really, really high-level models, like I have a self, there is a world, there's such a thing as time and a future. And so my training in graduate school was in affective neuroscience, so looking at the idea that the brain is seemingly necessary, if not causal, in our experience. And I think that commits you to a perspective that nothing that we experience has necessarily a permanence outside of what's being constructed in each moment. So a neuroscientist, I mean, there are many religious scientists who believe that there is maybe another level of existence, the soul, and so forth. But at the level of trying to understand how information is processed in the brain, we're already committed to the idea that all of our experiences from, there is an edge here, there's an object, to I have a self, or this is mine, and so on and so forth, must be continuously constructed. And if the brain were to stop doing that construction, then all of that experience would fall away. Which, again, is not to say we can be agnostic about that there might still be some sort of consciousness or awareness, but not life as we know it. And so if the self is a continuously constructed process by the brain, then it behooves us to perhaps ask, what is it about this construction that separates someone who is feeling like things are going great in life and they have power and agency and connection from someone else who feels like they don't have those things, and perhaps within the same biological organism's lifetime, they are constructed as both these people at different times, right? So I feel great. I finish writing a paper. It's going to be so influential. People will finally acknowledge my true genius. And then it gets rejected. And, oh, I shouldn't do science anymore. I'm pretty useless in general, maybe in life. And so we can move between these kind of states all the time. Right? And so, of course, from a neuroscience perspective, it is the brain constructing our model of ourselves in relation to the world that is at least a component, right, an underlying foundation for these phenomenal experiences. So that's my prologue. And today I'm going to try to talk about some research I've been doing with my colleagues over the past few decades that helps us sort of tease apart what's happening in the brain with the construction of the self, what distinguishes people who feel like they're flourishing from those who are really caught in suffering, and what does meditation have to do with all of that navigation? Because most of us would like to move more towards the latter than or towards the flourishing side than the suffering side. So one thing I just point out is there's a ton of input that the brain is making sense of that is biasing us towards suffering, right? And I think we can think of these broadly just as symbols of threat, right? And from an evolutionary perspective, of course, these are the most important things that we would need to prioritize processing for, because if we miss an existential threat, then that's the end of the organism, right? And if we want to take things that it's very, like the most primary things that are conserved across all life are probably just two principles. One is don't die, and the second principle is pass on your genes. And so if we miss threats, we're not going to be able to fulfill these two very fundamental biological imperatives, not that there's many other things that become important to us up along that hierarchy. And in modern life, things are much worse in some ways than the past. I mean, it's the best time ever to be alive in terms of technology and freedom and communication for many of us. But in terms of our ability to avoid threat, this is one of the worst times you can be alive, because threat is symbolic, and we're surrounded by these symbols all the time. And it's not random. These threats are curated for our consumption in the most palatable way, because they know that these threats will grab our attention, and if you have someone's attention, you can sell them things. So it's not an accident that you are constantly being exposed to symbolic threat. And from your brain's perspective, a symbolic threat is a real threat. Like thinking you see a tiger in the jungle is your brain forming a representation of threat. Hearing that life is getting worse, that the ecosystem is collapsing, that political systems are regressing into less equitable systems, and so on and so forth, all get processed as if there's a tiger about to jump out and grab us. And we know that the body has something to do with this information. It gets stressed, right? It gets prepared to deal with, from an evolutionary perspective, a physical threat. So we have an arousal response, right? Our blood vessels constrict while the heart pumps faster. So that would both prevent us from bleeding out while allowing us to do more in the moment. Essentially, it gets us ready to take action, to fight, flee, or hide. And that's really good if someone is actually chasing you with a knife or something like that. But the system really isn't designed to constantly see the tiger coming out of the jungle. Right? And so this is work from the 1960s. The Canadian Hungarian endocrinologist Hans Selye just cataloged what many of us have known or people have known for a long time, that there's this kind of threat response. But what he took further was, if you continue to be exposed to these threat symbols, what happens over time is the body moves in from this immediate arousal into this sort of vigilant resistance mode where it hasn't actually relaxed. And this is something that we historically would not have been evolved to tolerate, because you would either escape the predator or not. And I think there's a famous book from the 90s called Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. And it's because the zebra either gets eaten or it gets away. We don't get away. Right? So then our bodies are in this threat response mode for extended period of time, and the major contribution of this theory is there is a predictable consequence to being stuck in this resistance mode, which is that something is going to break down. Right? So it'll happen on a physiological level. The contraction of the blood vessels will lead to a hardening of arteries and contribute to heart disease, or the presence of stress hormones, which in the short term mobilize organ systems in the brain. In chronic exposure are toxic to those organ systems and cause them to break down at a cellular level. Or at a psychological level, the ability to feel like you can competently model how to respond to the world breaks down, suffer from depression, anxiety. Something's going to break. It might not be in days or weeks or years or decades, but we move into these lives, as the term has been coined, of quiet desperation. And quiet desperation is a model which ends in the death of the organism. So starting a bit bleak, don't worry, I'll have a little inflection point upwards later in the talk, unless I get lost for 45 minutes in the dark place, but I'm planning to get better. And the thing about the resistance phase is we get used to it. It just becomes our model of the world. So we internalize the threat symbols. So even when we're not actively doom scrolling, internally, a lot of our internal monologues start to turn towards the identification and resolution of these potential harms, right? So it's not as though we don't try to deal with this in our Western education models, right? We're taught that we are supposed to learn to handle these bad feelings, and we can do that in more or less constructive ways, but the bottom line is we're supposed to handle them, right? It's not appropriate for me to feel like, oh, I've lost my train of thought during this talk, and then just start crying, be like, oh, something's gone wrong with Norm. And so while we probably have the party line that we ought not to just squish these emotions down, squish all these feelings down, better to do that than to let them just completely dysregulate us. And ideally we do that from a top-down sort of way, from the top of the gradient, and we realize that we don't just want to keep representing the threats for ourselves, we should just change the meanings that we ascribe to our experiences, called reappraisal. And if we can do that, then we can sort of see, oh, it's not so bad, or I'm in the hospital, but that's because I'm going to get better, or everything happens for a reason. And sometimes we believe that stuff, and it really works. And that can break us out of cycles of just obsessing over the threat over and over again. But a lot of research shows that once we reach a certain level of arousal, although conceptually we understand that we have the ability to change meanings, the effort level or the efficacy to do so rapidly degrades, and all we will do is seek short-term relief. So there's quite a bit of literature to show that people understand they're supposed to figure out a way to make things better, but not right now because I'm too stressed. And most of our education system is about leveraging these top-down models. Just learn to think more efficiently, to find the proper way of looking at things, to get control over your emotions so you can be the person that you're ostensibly supposed to be. But the product of this way of trying to deal with emotions, because on the face of it, it looks like it should work, and then there's at times it does work, is that we're less than successful in doing so. So we have all of these first world problems now, right? Most of us are not trying to escape from an axe murderer or lion or warring tribe member or something like that, but instead we have these chronic sources of dissatisfaction or suffering, right? And so these are just some of the terms that we use for it, right? Loneliness, languishing, burnout. Anyone here feel like this describes them? Not right now because I'm talking, but the rest of the time. Yeah. So these are all descriptors of being caught in that ready state, right? That vigilant state, the chronic stress state. They're just expressed different ways depending on how social we are, whether we think whether we attribute it to our workload, whether we attribute it to our beliefs about the future. But they all describe kind of being stuck. And so in my research, I'm really interested in these kind of two questions, which is, well, why do we get stuck? Because we should be trying to kind of clear the stress out of our system like the zebra and get back to enjoying the gift that it is to be alive. So why do we get stuck? And then how can we escape? And so we've already heard a bit about the default mode network. You actually can't see it too well on this side view of the brain because it's mostly along the middle, the shark's fin, right through the middle of your head. So everyone has a default network, as far as I know. Even birds and bees do it. Well, I don't know about bees, but most animals have default mode networks. Ostensibly, this network developed to help us deal with internal representations of the body's physiology to regulate things and develop regulation habits. That's initially how it was discovered. Neuroimagers in the early 2000s were trying to figure out how to model physiology as a noise, as a nuisance variable. And now we know that it may do a bit more. But a clue that the default network is really important for our source of suffering comes from comparing the default network in healthy people. Healthy people compared to people who are clinically diagnosed with depression. And when we do that, we see that the default mode network is much more pervasive, right? It's activating neighboring parts of the brain that are not usually used for just our internal habits, but also covering neighboring territory that would be for voluntary directed attention. So when you're not just on habit mode, that part's getting sucked into the network. And also for alerting us that important things are happening, that's getting sucked into the default mode network. So you have this kind of neural recipe for rumination where by habit, you're thinking about the same kind of things, but also you're paying attention to those things and they're signaling that they're important. And this kind of forms a spin cycle where things seem emotionally important, but they're also kind of always the same, right? Because it's our habitual perceptions and interpretations that are running. And as people become more and more depressed, you see more and more expansion of the default mode network. And we know that in most cases, when you do something out in the world or have to solve a problem or think effortlessly about things, the default mode network would turn off. But part of the why we think it's part of this self-narrative type of information processing are from a few different situations where the default network can be turned on purpose. So one of those situations is thinking about the self compared to thinking about other things. So you could think about whether a word is in upper or lower case, or whether it rhymes with orange, or even whether it describes someone else that you don't know as well. And all of those conditions will deactivate the default network compared to thinking like, does this word describe me? And studies that look at the default network showing up when people are just told to relax in the scanner activate the same brain regions as when you make these kind of self-judgments. And the other time we see the default network really activate is when you teach someone something new and then it becomes familiar and habitual. So it can be as simple as press this button when you see a left arrow, press this button when you see a right arrow. And at the start, you're like, ooh, arrow is better, press the right fingers. Was it this one, this one? But after about 20 or 30 seconds, most of us are like left, left, right, right. And then the finger's just kind of doing it. And so you see a switch from these executive networks into the default network as things become more habitual. So more activated for self-reference, more activated by habit. You can show this experimentally. It's very replicable. So put those things together, and we don't have a lot of other tasks that activate the default mode network, thinking about ourselves habitually. And this is what happens when you let people just kind of, we tell them to relax in the giant metal coffin thing that is the fMRI. And often they are just thinking about, why am I here? How do I get out? Why did I sign up for this? Are they going to find anything in my brain scan? So a lot of the things that happen when you're left to yourself are these kind of self-elaborative thoughts. And so it seems like in depression, this pattern has become too powerful, right? The gradient is top-heavy if we think of these high-level thoughts about self and the world as the top of the gradient. And so from a predictive coding model, at any given moment in time, our experience is really informed by two things, right? It's what information is coming in right now from the world. So that what we'd call current sensation. And what do we expect? What's our model for the world? And we already saw a beautiful example, for instance, of the Dalmatian, the snow, that how we make sense of what's coming into the world is deeply influenced by what we expect. And so normally these two things are kind of trading off, but we're sensitive to surprise, new things from sensation, and we're also bringing our expectations to make sense of things, and that creates a healthy balance. And in fact, you could argue that all of our motivation to do anything comes from times that we have a disconnect between what we expect and what's coming in, because otherwise we could just let things run on habit. So in depression, we could imagine that certain models of the self and our ability to make change in the world have become, they're negatively valenced. First of all, they're disempowering, they're dysphoric, and they've become so strong that they rule out our ability to be surprised. Right? Because both these things can be true. I can have concerns about whether I'm going to be valuable or loved, have the future I want or the life I want. And at the same time, I could notice, like, but this sandwich tastes really good. And it kind of balances things out. But if the model side is too strong, that just seems like irrelevant information, because all of my energy and effort is going into feeding back into the model, right? And looking for situations that the model is right, as opposed to it being open for change, open to be updated. And so you can just think of this idea of our priors, our model of the world being a bit too influential in what should be a balancing act between being amenable to new information that lets us change and also still making sense of the world in some kind of cohesive worldview for self, future, and the way we relate to others. So we tried to test this idea in the scanner. We would recruit people and try to make them sad. Sadness is probably the prototypical emotion that most feeds into something like depression. And so we would try to control for this experience of stress and at the same time say, what is it about the brains of people who we have made stressed or sad in the scanner that are different from those of people who are really not doing well, who are deeply suffering? Can we see any evidence for this kind of neural instantiation of a hyper active or overly aggressive, overly dominant model of priors? And so in the next few studies I'm going to talk to you about, we would just show people film clips in the scanner, film clips that are around 45 to 50 seconds long in a train of usually 4 clips in a row, because sadness is like a slow burn emotion. It's not like startle where you just go like, wow, like stick a fork in the person's hand and then you get it right away. We'd use a lot of early 1980s drama movies like Terms of Endearment or The Champ. It's a golden era for making yourself cry. And we compare that to home and garden television, which is usually a nice baseline condition, except for one participant who hated the producer of one of the shows. But stuff happens when you do research. And so you compare these two things, you can kind of get a neural time periods when people are watching sad movies to neutral movies, you can get kind of neural index of their sadness response. And you can compare different people to see what differs between people's sadness responses. Okay, with me so far? Yeah? Okay, you always have to compare two things in task-based MRI, at least two things. So one thing we saw is exactly what we expected to see. And I should just say we compared people who were, a group of people in this very first study who had signed up to do meditation classes. So they were all weird because they signed up to do meditation classes, mindfulness-based stress reduction, but some of them had completed the course and some hadn't. And we knew that was also going to be associated with differences in their overall levels of stress and depression, anxiety, problems with chronic pain and so forth. So we're going to have some variance in how they were doing overall by dint of them having completed meditation courses. And so we're kind of looking for differences at this kind of group level, but also just across things like their current depression scores. We showed them the sad clips, and the first thing we see is the default mode network is really, really active when you show people sad film clips. Right? Yes, they were watching Shelley Winters say goodbye to her daughter in Terms of Endearment because the daughter has terminal cancer, but at the same time they're like, also my mom's not doing so good, right? Or I'm not doing so good. And people would sort of debrief with us about the things they were thinking, and very often they're not thinking about the history of film at this time. They're thinking about how the film relates to themselves. That's part of why we enjoy watching other stories, because we link them up to our own lives. So default mode network activates a lot for everyone. We thought that the more the default mode network activated, the more we would see that people were depressed. But actually, it's not exactly the pattern that played out. And the data sort of pushed back and surprised us. We saw a second pattern that we didn't really expect to see at the time, though I've given you a little model ahead of time about what I think now, which hopefully helps contextualize what we saw, which was that a lot of other parts of the brain, especially sensory parts of the brain that represent what's happening on the surface and inside the body, were deactivating. They were turning off as people became sad. And this is probably not what this is not what I expected or colleagues expected going into it, because we think when we're having emotions, that means we're like, the term is like you're in your feelings. That's what the kids say today. Trust me, I know some kids. So you're in your feelings. It's like sucking you into your body. But from the brain's perspective, what we were seeing is people were actually losing track of what was happening in their bodies as they got into the story about their sadness. And out of both those patterns, it was the pattern of losing track of what's happening in your body that predicted how depressed people were. And this is controlling for the fact that everyone was feeling around the same level of self-reported sadness in the scanner. So at the time, they're like, yeah, I'm a 5 out of 7 for sadness, thanks a lot. Right? But their brains look different. And to the extent that their brains look different, by showing more sensory inhibition, we saw higher levels of depression in general when they're outside of the scanner. Not the default mode network, the model being too active, that's really the canary in the coal mine here. It's the default mode network becoming active to the exclusion of sensory processing. So this is with more like a community sample, the worried well, as we call them. They're worried enough to take a mindfulness-based stress reduction class, but they're not clinically diagnosed yet. And maybe they won't be because they took a mindfulness class. But more inhibition was associated with greater depression, and they start to approach these kind of clinical levels or get into the clinical levels for the people who are suffering the most in the sample. So we got some funding, and by we I meant my colleague Zindel Siegel and my mentor Adam Anderson got funding trying to pilot scan, looking at people who had a history of recurrent depression and put them through the same sad films paradigm and then follow them for 1.5 years and compare them to people who weren't depressed, didn't have that history of depression. Right, so we'd show them the sad film clips. At the time, they had all recovered, so their depression symptom scores are in the normal range. And then you check in with them every month or two, and you see who relapses or not. And because people with a history of depression have an elevated risk of relapse, we expected a good chunk of this. This is just a pilot study of 16 people would become depressed again in the next year, but some of them wouldn't. So what distinguishes people from a group where everyone in the group has a history of depression, but some people find a way to stay well, and other ones succumb again, they spiral back down. What's different about that momentary experience of sadness that could predict that vulnerability? Okay, with me so far about that design? Yeah, okay. So who relapses, and we can go back to their brain scans and look at what was different. So we find 2 patterns from this pilot study. One is the more they're activating the medial prefrontal cortex, one of the self-referential hub of the default mode network, the more likely they were to relapse. You can see that red bar is for the relapsers. The green bar is for the people who had a history of depression but didn't relapse, and controls don't have that history of depression. And actually the people who stayed well managed not to do that, even less than people who never had a history of depression. How they did it wasn't really part of the study design, so we could speculate on that, but they'd found a way to not activate the medial prefrontal cortex. It predicted how much they ruminated, many residual symptoms they had, and the brain activity actually explained more of the variance in who would relapse or not than their self-reported rumination. It could tell us a little bit more about this pattern than all participants necessarily had insight to articulate. So this goes with that general story that, yes, too much default mode network activity could be a risk marker in this pilot sample, but we also found that second pattern. So when people are in the scanner, this blue area here is the visual part of the brain, and they're watching movies in the scanner. The visual cortex also tends to deactivate when they're watching sad movies compared to home and garden television. Doesn't mean they can't see the movies, but it's just not using as much metabolism. A lot of that metabolism is moved to the front of the brain. And the more people were able to keep the visual cortex going, the more they reported feelings of acceptance around negative emotion as opposed to having to deal with it, and the less depressed they were. And you could again explain who relapsed or not by who was able to keep visual processing alive while watching sad movies. And if they lost track of the movie itself and got so caught up into the what does it mean about me part of things, that was a risk marker for depression. But the point I'm trying to make here is, although yes, part of it is the rumination and self-evaluation, there's this other signature of losing track of sensory information that also is strongly indicative of risk. So with this pilot data, we were able to, after several years of grant writing, this is pretty much the year I got out of grad school, helping to write this grant. The grant finally was funded. We got permission to get into, to look at a much larger sample of people with a history of depression. And during that time working with Zindel, we started to talk about, what we thought was going on, which was that in a normal, healthy life, you have both good and bad things happening, which are little positive and negative circles, right? You got coffee, that's great, but they didn't compliment you on your new haircut, that's bad. Right? But there's also more meaningful, substantive, positive, negative events that are happening, and normally we are just sort of pushed around by all those events. But once you have a history of depression, you've learned to kind of bind a lot of negative events together into a model in which these events make sense because, yeah, of course they didn't compliment you on your haircut because you're ugly and people don't like you, right? And so for some of us who don't have that kind of background, you're like, well, I would never think that. It's like, yeah, that's why you're not depressed. One part of depression is you form a worldview that helps you integrate effortlessly other negative events as being consistent with your model of yourself. And the default mode network is supporting that. So then when a relatively minor negative thing happens, you're like, oh yeah, I forgot that I was worthless and ugly and no one loved me, but thank you, world, for reminding me, right? And so this whole bound up set of meanings at this high level in the gradient is really easily reactivated because it's already lying there as this kind of interpretive knowledge system. Right? And that's the default mode network flaring up. But I think what we were really interested in is like, why aren't we able to break this up and change the model? And you can see that the attention just is no longer, even though the positive events are available, they're not able to access or influence this bound model of all these different negative things that have happened. So we got funding to run one of the world's largest trials of depression relapse vulnerability. Recruited around 166 people who had a history of depression. Often, on average, they had 3 or 4 past episodes. They ranged from 1 to 10 past episodes of depression. We had them do scans, where among other things, we did this sad films task. Then they went through mindfulness-based cognitive therapy or a kind of wellness-oriented form of cognitive therapy that dealt more with savoring, but didn't have a meditation component. We thought we were going to find all kinds of differences because of the meditation component. We didn't. So it's not going to be a story about why mindfulness-based cognitive therapy is better than other forms of cognitive therapy. But we scanned them again after the therapy, and then we followed them for 2 years to see who would relapse and who wouldn't, and we would go back to then see what distinguished them. And of the 166 or so people in the trial, about half of them participated in the neuroimaging element. They didn't have to. So we had 85 people scanned twice, which is a very large sample for neuroimaging to try to start making predictions about what the brain can tell us about depression vulnerability. Okay, with me on the design here. So polite. If you're confused, you're not telling me, it's okay. So the first thing we found was we get both activation in the default mode network, that's the orange here, and deactivation in a lot of the back of the brain and the sensory parts of the brain in response to making people sad in the scanner, in response to sad film clips compared to neutral film clips. Okay, so, and the blobs are giant because we have a huge sample. We have 170 scans. Right? 85 people scanned twice. But you can look at what modifies this overall pattern. So one thing you can look at is, well, okay, maybe some people have that tighter depressive model. They have more past episodes. So if you say, okay, if we regress, how many past episodes do people have onto the data? What do you get? And you get even more deactivation in the surface of the body, the somatosensory cortex, and in the posterior insula, the representation of the body's internal state. Above and beyond this pattern, some people are deactivating more specifically in body representation regions, and those are the people who have more past episodes of depression. You can say, okay, well, all right, what about, not everyone is like super happy at the time, even though they're no longer depressed at the time of scanning. What about residual symptoms? Some people have more residual symptoms than others, even though it's capped for them to qualify for the study, And residual symptoms, again, predict more deactivation of the somatosensory cortex and the posterior insula, above and beyond what we're already seeing. So more sensory deactivation, not more prefrontal activation, is distinguishing the people with a more checkered history and more ongoing symptoms. And then I guess it was $1 million question, it was a big grant. was, well, what predicts future relapse? And future relapse is predicted by the sensory and motor systems in the brain being deactivated even more on top of past episodes and residual symptoms. So the sensory regions being deactivated. So everyone's deactivating. So even the people who don't end up relapsing in our sample, they're the dark blue bars there. They're scanned twice, show deactivation. But some people are deactivating much more, and they're the people who end up relapsing. So it's normal to shy away from that negative experience in your body. But if it becomes too extreme, it's pathological. And it makes a really big real-world difference to your risk of relapse. In this case, in this sample of 85 people, it's a difference between a 10% relapse rate and a 40% relapse rate. And so when we talk about people spiraling down into depression, it's not that they're necessarily getting more creative in generating really negative top-down stories about themselves. Those stories already exist. All of us have access to those stories, right? If someone insults you today, you will find access to those stories. If you get bad news today, that story's there. We also have good stories about ourselves, right? But in depression, those bad stories are really well rehearsed. But that's not what distinguishes people who manage to stay well from those who remain vulnerable. What distinguishes them is that story running while they're shutting off the tap of incoming sensory information. If you're shutting off sensory information more than the average person, you're at increased risk for that story then to determine your future well-being. And so we have this kind of idea here that what's happening with emotional stressors, and remember, we all have exposure to these threat symbols, is it's biasing our processing towards what we already know over novel, chaotic effort. It takes effort to control and make sense of sensory information. And if that story is negative, then that's the story we're left with. Right? So instead of getting new information that then updates the model, something's stopping that from happening. It's kind of inhibitory signal, as I've artfully displayed with my stop sign here. And so this gives us one lens, and there are many lenses that are needed to understand human suffering and flourishing, but it gives us one lens that's maybe a little unexpected around why people get stuck. It's not that they came up for the first time in their lives with a reason to feel bad or despondent or hopeless or languishing or disconnected or isolated or so on. These stories are already available, but when they get activated, they're not being challenged by new information. Right? Yeah, like I felt really lonely, but now I feel okay. If it's I felt really lonely and I don't want to feel any other things, so no more information, then all I'm left with is, I guess I feel really lonely. If no one likes me, and then someone says something nice to me, but I'm not really paying attention because I'm so fixated on the fact that no one likes me, then why would I change my story about no one liking me? Right? If it takes a real experience in life to change how we think about ourselves in the world, and then we protect ourselves from having experiences because they feel bad, then what we've ironically done is condemned ourselves to perpetuate the interpretations we already have. Right? And that's expressed by probably not on purpose, but a sort of insidious inhibition of sensory processing in the brain, which is continuously constructing our experience so that it becomes very top-heavy, right? That all of our metabolic activity is pushing towards perpetuating the narratives we already have. So how do we escape this stressful state? See, still some time to get happy. It's okay. Well, if the problem is not sensing enough, if only there was a way we could make ourselves sense things, that there's only some part of our being that let us take in information, if only part of the brain was dedicated towards sensation, and indeed, quite a bit of our brain is dedicated towards sensation. We just spend most of our formal education trying to get away from it. So we were able to empower sensation and notice that I'm not going to feel wonderful all the time, but I feel different all the time. And therefore, any monolithic narrative cannot possibly be true because the reality is changing internal states. Then no one story would be able to run us all the time. And in fact, we might even update our stories to match our environments. So can we somehow rebalance sensation against our priors? And mindfulness training ostensibly, although there are many like more advanced phases of it, is a practice that centers on re-engaging sensory processing. The initial instruction, the very first ground zero instruction you have in mindfulness training, like, come monks, oh, what should we do? But just notice if your breath is long or short. And then what do I make that mean? No, just notice if your breath is long or short. Yeah, but then what happens? Like, no, you're not hearing me. I want you to notice if your breath is long or short. And mindfulness teachers today also have this problem. You're trying to teach someone, and they're like, yeah, but then that's going to make me feel better, right? And you're like, and what does it feel like in your body when I don't answer your question? It can seem like perverse. But what you're trying to model is, it's not about what comes next, because what comes next is the front of the brain stuff. And that's what you're used to doing. You're used to taking a teeny tiny little sliver of sensory information and then you're spending 99% of your time on, like, what does it mean? What's the implication? And we're trying to get you to realize that there is value in the sensory experience itself. It's insidious. You didn't realize that you forgot how to do that. But you still have access to it. It's still available. None of us are walking into doors most of the time, door frames. Like, we have the ability to leverage our attention towards sensation. There's decades, 50, 60 years of neuroscience evidence to suggest that when you pay attention to vision, your visual cortex activates, and you pay attention to smell, your olfactory cortex activates. It just seems, it's a bit why, it's so unimportant. What comes next is what's important, right? So paying attention to sensation is sufficient to activate sensory parts of the brain. It's always available. We're not motivated to do so. And huge swaths of our brain are dedicated toward processing sensation. Most of the back of the brain, arguably, is dedicated towards processing sensation. And even a little bit of the forebrain right up your nose is dedicated towards processing smell sensation. And they're the most predictable parts of the brain. All the other meaning-making stuff in acquired knowledge is much less predictable. We know exactly where these parts of the brain are. I'm sure there's mutations around 8 billion people, but almost everyone has this kind of layout. And so in some of our earliest research, we would have people look at trait words, like, does this word describe you or not? And ask them, like, judge, does it describe you or not? Go conceptual. Or just watch the word and then notice what thoughts, feelings, and sensations occur as they unfold from moment to moment as these words show up on the screen. And if you ask people to do this, they're able to activate the default mode network when they're making these me, not me judgments about words, which is something that was established before our group really started doing it. We were able to replicate those findings. And without any kind of mindfulness training, they can also deactivate this network when they're asked to go more momentary, experiential. With mindfulness training, which is an 8-week course for mindfulness-based stress reduction, they're supposed to practice for an hour a day. So let's say people practice like an hour a week. And just let's be real, you talk courses, you know, they're coming up like, oh yeah, I practiced. Yeah. But they practice a bit more, right? Let's say they practice 20 or 30 hours over that 8-week course if they're a good student. Then they're able to actually activate these sensory cortices in response to seeing these words on a screen. They can voluntarily deploy attention to sensation, and that is sufficient that in the scanner we can see activation in sensory cortices. When they're exposed to those sad film tasks, if you look at the people who've done mindfulness training, they're the blue dots. They are still activating the default mode network, but they're no longer, this is a comparison to the people who haven't had the training yet, they're no longer deactivating the internal sense of the body's state. And they're less depressed. It's a predictable relationship. In the people who have history of multiple episodes of depression, their attention, and even an 8-week set of group therapy, is not enough for them to activate sensation voluntarily. What they do learn to do is to stop activating parts of the front of the brain that act as brake pedals on sensation. So they can at least stop contributing to that inhibitory habit. But given their history, it's not immediately available to them to activate sensation to the point that we see it in the scanner. Okay, but they at least stop activating the part of the brain that's like the brake signal. They take their foot off the brake, and we know that there's reason for hope that they'll recover activity in sensory cortices because of the substance abuse literature, where you can show reward circuitry getting broken by extended drug use, and after around 12 or 13 months of abstinence, you see metabolism come back into those regions. But you have to stop damaging the area first. You have to stop chronically inhibiting the area first, so we at least see in the first 2 months that they can stop adding an inhibitory signal. Right? This lets them leverage all kinds of other attention, including attention to sensory regions. So that's my big pitch for it being important to sense things for well-being. And I wanted to just kind of turn in the last few minutes of my presentation to ask, well, are we just trying to bring in sensation to disrupt habit? Like, what's the point of taking in sensation? Is it just like for brain tone, like trying to get muscle tone or something like that? And if we're just trying to strip away the power of habit, like what are we really left with? Are we just landscaping away all the weeds and leaving ourselves with a bare plot of earth? Because that doesn't seem great either. What happens when we actually are able to strike a balance between sensation as an agent of change and our need to still make sense of the world? Does something interesting happen next? I made an animated GIF, so I thought I would show it to you. So we're not necessarily trying to make sensation overweighted, but maybe trying to assign that kind of balance. Maybe in that balance is where flourishing is possible. So try to understand what's actually protective about sensation in a few different ways. Like, yes, at first we maybe are disrupting really over-entrenched models of rumination and dysphoric self-elaboration. And then you're left with this kind of emptier place where things are possible, but eventually we would like good things to be planted there, right? You're not pulling weeds just so you can be like, soil. You're pulling weeds so that other things can grow. So another study we've done more recently is looked at what happens when people pay attention to their breathing, which should ostensibly activate the internal body representation parts of the brain, but we developed like more advanced control conditions that are more closely matched. And we try to explore differences in people who attend to their breathing, who report a lot of trust and confidence and comfort in their bodies, compared to people who feel a bit more alienated or unsure about their body sensation. So we would have people, as a control condition, track a circle on the screen. Press a button when the circle is getting bigger, press another button when the circle is getting smaller, and we'd compare that to breath-focused attention, where they press a button when they breathe in, and press a button when they breathe out. And what we found very surprisingly was that when people are focusing on their breathing, even though the task is almost identical, in fact, when they're tracking their breathing, the circle still moves with their button presses, was that a lot of the brain actually deactivates, especially the prefrontal cortex, but also even some of the sensory regions deactivates when people focus in on their breathing. So the critical 2 bars here are the orange and blue ones. They have other kind of control conditions. The brain gets quieter when people absorb themselves in their breaths. This is internally directed attention instead of externally directed attention. But then we could use this scale, the multidimensional assessment of interoceptive awareness, which measures how much people are aware of what's happening in their bodies, but also has their appraisals of that, like as a place that's trusted or can be used for emotion regulation. And we can look at what distinguishes people who are really high on the scale from those who are lower on the scale. And we still see this overall pattern of deactivation, but when people are really high in trust and value and body sensation, the deactivation is more selective. So parts of the brain that are used for monitoring, for reporting things in language, for sort of integrating experience, the brain salience network, it doesn't get deactivated as you get greater expertise. So there seems to be kind of 2 dynamics of turning your attention inward towards your internal sensation. One is a general quieting in the brain, but then with expertise, that quieting is selective, so you can still pay attention and notice and remember things that are happening in that quieter state, which I think has a lot of resonance with a prior talk about getting this kind of relief, but then there comes this opportunity for insight, for interesting experiences to happen, because not everything is being automatically bound and presented for you in a habitual, familiar way. And when people leave the anterior cingulate cortex, the hub of the brain's salience network, alive, and there's less difference for them between external and internal attention in terms of this ability to monitor and report, then you see the entire attention network is feeding into the ability to represent information in this quieter state. So I know there's a lot of brain pictures here. I'm just giving you the TLDRs for each of them. We're not going to start going through each brain region. So a take-home from this kind of study is that there's actually maybe 2 different parts to sensory exploration. One of them is a quieting, especially sensory exploration of the breath as it moves in and out of the body. But then as that becomes more of a comfortable, familiar, and maybe even valued activity, then you can start to notice things. So you're not just balancing the scales and trying to turn down the default mode network, you're getting into a place now where you discover things in this quieter place, right? And so when you start noticing new things, now you have a chance to update your model. You're not just trying to let the model die. And then that gives us this kind of the idea that, oh, maybe the answers really were there inside you all the time, but it was just way too noisy for you to notice them. So what's the kind of subjective experience that goes with this? Well, in the clinical trial, we gave people a bazillion questionnaires, because that's what nerds do, and then we tried to break them down into like their major factors. And we came up with 3 main factors. We had a bunch of symptom things, and so we had a nice symptom factor, but we also had 2 other kind of components that came out. And I'll show you what they were kind of made of. We call them decentering, or maybe like meta-awareness, and distress tolerance. And these are the scales they went into. I'm not going to read all of them. But what I want to point out is we have 1 factor that's just like how bad people are feeling. Factor 3, we have factor 2, which is like not judging or worrying so much about things. And then we had this really curious first factor, which was made actually up of 2 things that we couldn't separate. Right? And the 2 things we couldn't separate were the feeling that you had awareness of what was happening, and that it was supported by this kind of positive feeling, a feeling of meaningfulness, common humanity, positive affect, purpose. So a meaningful quality of attention, not just like I'm doing attention because like the teacher told me to, I don't want to get into trouble. And those 2 things tended to change together. You didn't see big increases in awareness or big increases in positive, meaningful experience unless they were both changing together. And so decentering maybe doesn't do enough of credit to it, but decentering is this idea that's central to almost all therapies, that people have to be able to take a step back and look at themselves in a kind of exploratory but also curious, kind, optimistic sort of way. Right? Just call it cognitive diffusion, lots of other sort of related terms here. And when we saw, we put people through that kind of clinical trial, we saw that in the first 2 months of training, all 3 of those factors spike. So your awareness goes up, you start learning distress tolerance skills, and from that awareness, you also get more awareness of your own bad habits, your suffering, all the negative stuff that's happening. But over the 2-year follow-up, symptoms kind of like ebb and flow. But decentering and distress tolerance can continue to grow if people are practicing their treatment acquired skills, which may be a combination of meditation and mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. Common to both of them are cognitive therapy skills like rethinking, the value or consequences of your thought patterns. And then there's some savoring and trying to find positive things to enjoy in the wellness CBT. And out of these 3 kind of patterns, it was the amount that decentering continued to grow that helped to distinguish people from who stayed well from those who relapsed. So in this space where insight can happen, if you continue to feel like you're getting better at going in and finding insight, so you see self-reported increases in decentering, that's when you actually start seeing people being more likely to stay well. Another couple of related questions, and I do want to leave some time for your questions, was, so when does doing practice in these things matter? If I just am a really good student, I show up and I do all the homework, you said people only do 1 hour a week, but I'm going to do all 7, that guarantees that I stay well, right? Well, actually what practice in the course predicts out of anything is really just how likely you are to be practicing after the course ends. Right? So duh, but no, like this matters. Okay, so if I practice like autonomously after the course ends, then I'm going to stay well, right? It's guaranteed, right? Because I'm doing it on my own now. I'm a good boy or a good girl or a good, however I identify my gender. But no, there's no direct relationship by just how much you practice afterwards. If the practices you do lead you to report growth in decentering, in this ability to have a positive, curious increase in awareness around the workings of your own mind, that's when you see a decrease in relapse risk. So someone telling you like how good they are, like how many hours they've logged on the cushion, doesn't mean anything unless those hours are directly leading to them having these types of experiences. So this got us into this idea of like, oh, well, what really matters is people learning to cultivate this exploratory mindset. And this exploratory mindset is well cultivated by engaging in sensory exploration. And there may be something particularly useful about sensory exploration of the body's internal state, but we don't know for sure that you couldn't also get this by doing other external things. So purposely shifting your attention from this conceptual model, rehearsal, and comparison into taking in the chaotic dynamic information from both inside and outside the body that may force you to change your mind. Okay, I'll talk about one other thing. I'm trying to develop some behavioral measures for how we can look at like people's development as they do these sort of meditation practices. So I do a lot of stuff with making people breathe along with circles. So I'm going to ask you to breathe along with circles, to take in a little bit of sweet chaos with me just for a minute. So I'm going to give you a task that we do in the lab. I'm going to ask you to take 6 breaths with me, and I want you to breathe along with the circle above, but I'm going to give you a goal, which is to notice as you take the 6 breaths with me, is your breathing rate changing? Okay? If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. Just close your eyes. But if not, otherwise, let's go. Okay? So just breathe in when the circle gets bigger, breathe out when the circle gets smaller. Okay, awesome. So who thinks that their breathing rate stayed the same the whole time? Show of hands. Okay. Who thinks their breathing rate got faster? Show of hands. Now you're going to, okay, who thinks their breathing rate got slower? Show of hands. Okay. So different experiences still, and if you do this a whole bunch of times, you can kind of start to isolate like how much does breathing rate have to change or not for people to notice. Objectively, the circle did get faster the final 3 times. But we can actually figure out exactly how much does it have to get faster or slower before people can notice, and people vary in that level, and we can figure out like that threshold. So some people have can notice smaller changes than others, right? So can you detect the change correctly? We can also just look at like how confident are you? Do you feel good while you're doing this? And we can look at like, are you only confident when you know you're getting it right? Okay. So which of these 3 things do you think matters the most for well-being? Because if you're doing all this meditation, you should be getting really good at detecting changes, right? Like Buddha said, you got to notice when the breath is long or short. So if you get good at that, that's what makes you not suffer, right? Yeah. It's confidence that relates to well-being. In fact, in some of our samples, if you have super high accuracy and low confidence, it means you're anxious or prone to panic. So being able to detect change in the world isn't necessarily useful unless that's also met with a context and an attitude, an interpretive system that sees noticing this change as valuable, right? And this is probably part of why people start suppressing awareness to begin with, because if they don't have the right way of framing the knowledge, the experience of change, it's upsetting. If you just train people to become aware of how bad they feel and you don't give them anything to do with that exploration, then you've made their lives worse. When you run mindfulness-based stress reduction or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy and you go through teacher training, you learn that in weeks 3 and 4 of the 8-week course, people get worse before they get better because their awareness is increasing from all the things they've gotten very good at avoiding. But hopefully they're developing the attitudes, right, the confidence to hold that experience, because on the other side of it is the possibility of insight and change, but not if it just leads back into avoidance. So we can start to try to model that with funny circle tasks. So one thing I would just point out is that it doesn't always have to lead to whole new meanings to be useful. Just the act of decentering has a direct impact in helping with well-being, even if they don't change deeper meanings. And the change in meanings is much harder to observe in 1 or 2 month experiments. It's probably a much longer set of the curve. And so just to finish up, I want to say I'm also really agnostic as to whether this has to happen just through meditation. If we understand the basic principle of restoring balance and actually placing some trust and value in sensory exploration, there could be a lot of different ways to rebalance the scales, right? So ranging from meditation, but exercise, art, time in nature, talking to people who actually have your best interest in mind and have a little bit of wisdom, and maybe dip a toe into psychedelics. But I'm just saying, if you understand the principle, you don't have to be so dogmatic about the one path that gets you there. So just to wrap up, maybe 1 minute for questions. Our ability to become resilient to stress, or dare I say flourish, may be a set of skills. Practice matters if it helps us to unwrap or take away power from these avoidance habits that all of us have to some degree. So if we can enhance our tendency to engage in sensory exploration and engagement, that's probably one of the things we'd be looking for any kind of self-help act. And then there's this idea of sense foraging in particular, which is taking or cultivating the ability to have a sort of curious awareness of momentary sensation that may be a simple but challenging practice in rebalancing the scales. And with that, I just want to thank you for your attention. If you want to read more, we wrote a book last year too. So thanks so much. In my own egoism, I've left 23 seconds. So sure, go ahead. So the question is there technology like brain stimulation that you could use for children who don't have maybe like the attentional control to do this on their own? Yeah. Yeah, well, I guess that's part of like the game we're playing with things like photobiomodulation and TMS and things like that. It's possible, but and not to undercut any of that possibility, but I think there's a lot of things that also happen just with joint attention with someone that the person trusts. Right? So eyes open, hands on bellies, let's like breathe in and out together isn't high tech, but you're scaffolding attention to something sensory. So, and maybe that works way better when you have some kind of neuroplastic stimulation. I don't know, but I think it's really interesting. But I would not throw out the idea that if you have someone knowledgeable and trusted who's able to share attention with a child, that you couldn't still help shape their experience, even though it's unreasonable that they're going to do a formal seated meditation on their own. Yeah.
Thanks for the talk. I think it's an interesting question to ask, why aren't we focused more on the senses, and why are we so focused on the default mode network? And I think it's probably because it's the cultural effect of how we're all very focused on the self, and the self as a construct is not an understood thing. So we're all thinking of ourselves as these solid things with properties that we then judge. So I think because we're in that sea of judgment, then it creates the worry and all the temporal processing, thinking about the self and time and all these different things that are happening because of the cultural context and all the default mode networks that surround our own. So I'm wondering if there's studies that look at the social effects of the different brains around you and how it affects your brain, and then looking at different subgroups and subcultures in different places to see how the default mode network activation differs between those contexts and what interventions we can do to fix our education system and our cultural institutions.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really great comment and maybe a good parting question, because I think we're sort of out of time. I think cross-cultural research on things like the default network and how context shapes how much we think salient sensation is worthy or not really varies a huge amount. But just imagine like the difference between like people who self-identify as artists and like the rest of the world. This is a community of people who think that sensation perception matters, and I think unfortunately these days most people are not culturally aligned with that. So, and then you could go to other countries, other parts of the world and things like that and see similar kind of separations. So it's a good question maybe to leave ourselves with is, where are these pockets of people who still are practicing valuing sensation, and what can we learn from them? So thank you for that. Okay, thank you so much. I've already gone over time, so thanks for sticking around.
Thank you, Dr. Fard. This concludes the first half of our program. Lunch will now be served buffet style in the upper lobby. Please enjoy your break, and we'll see you back in the auditorium at 1 o'clock for the remainder of NOMS. Thank you. Welcome back to the second half of the Neuroscience of Meditation Summit. We'd like to welcome to the stage Jonas Mago, PhD candidate in neuroscience at McGill University. Welcome, Jonas.
There we go. I think this should work. All right. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. I will be presenting alone today. Mark Miller was supposed to be here, but his daughter got very sick, so he's home caring for her. But I'm sending greetings to him, and if you want, wish his daughter to be well soon again. In the next hour, I will talk about meditation. I will talk about neuroscience, and specifically around the quality of absorption. This is one of our participants from a study we've done out in Asia. We worked with very experienced people practicing what we call jhana meditation. And Shamil has introduced it earlier. And what these people are doing in their practice is they are taking an object of concentration, which most commonly is the breath. And I think everyone who has heard about meditation has some idea of take an object, focus on it. Norman talked about it. If you increase your precision for sensory experiences, that has all kinds of beautiful effects. And now what these people do is they just do it a bunch. They don't do it just the 1 hour that's required for the mindfulness-based stress reduction. They do it tons and tons and tons of hours. And so what happens at some point is that deeper, more fundamental changes in experiences occur. And I'll speak a bit more about what jhana is specifically. But at some point, the ordinary field of experience as we know it collapses into something unified, into something absorbed. There's a certain experience that is drawing your attention in. That is not the mind being distracted, that is not your breath, something different. And this is from another study. This is a participant who is speaking in tongues. Now, speaking in tongues comes from a very different lineage. It's from the Christian lineage. What these people are doing is not inspired by any kind of focused attention. What they do is they come together and they pray in churches, they have bands, while the meditators sit there in quiet. These charismatics, they're incredibly charismatic. And when we interview them and ask them about their experience, they share a very similar story. They have an object, the love to God, a certain surrender to God. And those who practice that a lot, they notice pretty fundamental changes in their experiential field that in some ways resembles what we know from classic meditation experiences. And those are two examples. I'm just saying that what we experience here, these kind of consciousness and the change in consciousness might be a lot more universal and occur in a lot more different practices and cultures than kind of just the westernized Buddhist meditation that many of us are probably most familiar with. And one common thing that we discovered in interviews is there's a common element of attention. People have some object that they get really excited about, they attend on. And there is a certain quality of arousal. This is not universal for all contemplative practices, but these two have in common that if you have an object, that at some point it's not necessarily a calming experience. We often think about meditation being the thing that when finally your mind stops being kind of distracted by all the things out there. Some contemplative practices are actually quite the opposite. In jhana, you have an experience that's called piti, where at some point there is a more or less intense, like physical, like heat. There is like a certain kind of rapturous heat in your body that then subsides in later stages, but there can be moments that are rather intense. Or Shamil spoke about this thing, sometimes if you drop into stages, it can be pretty scary and intense if you haven't been familiarized with those stages. So you focus on something, there can be a certain level of arousal, and then much of the beauty happens if you dare to release into whatever is showing up to you. And in this very talk, I want to focus specifically on this release quality. What happens if in these contemplative practices, people dare to release, dare to surrender? This is a paper that we've published about a year ago where we kind of just compared this and did this analysis a bit more kind of careful. attention in jhana, there is a calm, quiet focus on the breath nimitta. So it's a certain light phenomena that occurs in certain traditions and certain practice ways that leads to states of absorption called jhanas. And in tongues, there is a passionate, loving attention to God that is held throughout the practice. So both have an object of attention. And then there's the arousal that I spoke about in jhana. It is the piti, this joy that emerges in preparation for the early jhanas. And it can be quite intense, but it is expected to dissipate into equanimity as practice deepens. And in tongues, we have something similar. We have, there are aroused emotions. They kind of get more intense throughout the practice. And there's a certain catharsis that is meant to happen in these rather intense experiences. Practitioners, even in the study, they have all these helmets on, and they often start crying because there's something so meaningfully happening to them. And then there's a release, which is a focus of this talk. And here in jhana, practitioners release everyday thoughts to focus on the breath nimitta. And then there's a surrender, where all effortful control is kind of surrendered, and there is the absorption happening. And in tongues, there's practitioners release everyday thoughts and the muscles of their tongues and speech to God. And in moments of especially intense connections, they will release full bodily, emotional, and cognitive control. So there's a sense where when we speak to them, what they say is, in moments where the prayer is really where the rubber hits the road, God is just taking control, and my job is just to get out of the way and let the practice happen through me. And so it's the release, the surrender, and the release again. Shamil already did a really beautiful introduction to what the jhanas are. There's a few big elements. There's something, the Eightfold Path, which is kind of certain kind of behavioral precepts. Like there's a bunch of different elements that come together. So to cultivate these states, it's not just about the meditation. It's like cultivating an environment, a setting, an intention that really serves you. And then after a pretty solid amount of training, there's something called access concentration, which is a very kind of, like it's when attention comes so stabilized that these deeper states become available. Then you get these jhana factors. One of them is the piti, and only then can you start entering into these jhanas. It's still rather high level, and there's a lot of more specific details that would be really interesting to go into. But I think this rough overview will be enough for what I want to talk about this talk, because I want to get to the neuroscience and the models that we have built to understand this mechanic. So again, we have these 4 elements here, and it's a bit of a different picture, but it might remind you of what Shamil has already shown. That what perception is our eyes has this myriad of information through the rods and the cones, and through different layers, there's inference of the data that happens to kind of make more and more sense of the data. Where at the top of the hierarchy, there's some kind of more unified sense of a concept, there's a self. And it's not only a bottom-up process, there's also a top-down process where you have many anticipations and expectations that shape how this inferential process works. And what might happen in these jhana states, and that's what Shamil already pointed towards, is it might be a process where you move from this narrative self, or what Norman talked about as kind of the default mode network, kind of day-to-day narrative thought, where you start prioritizing the sensory experiences more and more. You start to give more precision towards the kind of informations you get very close to the sensory organs. In your skin, the touch, what you smell, what you see. And it might be that it is just that mechanism, the kind of being so sensitive, that gives rise for these deeper alterations of consciousness. We could express the whole thing with a bit more math. Again, I'll refer to Shamil and his talk earlier, where he kind of talked about this in a lot more detail. Norman also had some figures. The mathematical framework underlying it here is something called Bayesian inference, where the idea is you have some expectation of what you think, which can be on the broadest level, some expectations, some like idea of you being a self and a narrative of who you are in the world, and then there's certain data coming in. And then there's a process where somehow we as agents need to figure out, do we rely more on what we expect we already know, or do we rely more on what's actually coming in as data? And we can model that, we can simulate that. And one way to think about it is that at the bottom of the hierarchy, there's just like random noise almost. Like the data of the environment, it's very hard to make sense of it. And as we go up the hierarchy, it's kind of a process as if we try to separate a certain mixture of milk and coffee. So then we're in the top of the hierarchy, we have these very separated things. Like there's me and there's you, and we're not the same thing. And there is good and there's bad, and there's nothing in between. And all of these concepts, they're kind of, it takes an inferential process to come up with these really strict boundaries. And kind of the idea that's been kind of repeated over the day is, one thing that meditation might be doing is to slowly reverse these kind of somewhat rigid differentiations between different concepts. And in one way, how we can describe that mathematically is a measure that's called entropy. That is, how mixed is a certain set of data. And we can think about that of experience. How rigid and categorized, or how free, flexible, diverse, chaotic is my experience at any given moment. So if I'm kind of caught in a narrative loop where I have certain ideas, certain concepts that I kind of keep repeating over time, there's kind of almost like a stochastic, predictable loop that happens. In kind of, if I kind of, the more negative version would be self-critical thought. It could be repeating a thought of, I'm not good, I won't succeed in this anyway, because I'm not succeeding, I'm not good, and you kind of just loop back and forth between those. It could also happen in more positive terms. And then what we can do is we can measure in the brain how quickly it changes states. How open, how receptive is the brain to just adapting moment to moment to moment. And kind of a little peek preview of what we will conclude in the end is, what we're trying to do with the brain is to somehow find a middle point between the two. The brain wouldn't work as an inferential agent if we're constantly adapting to whatever new information is out there without having any ability to stabilize the data. So like, it's important for me to remember what my role is standing here. It's important that I kind of remember what is the narrative arc that I talk about. But it's also important that I'm not totally dissociating and just having like this rigid idea of where I want to go and don't take into account how you as the audience interact, that I can kind of adapt to that. And there's something in my work where we try to figure out what is this optimal state of the brain where it is able to adapt to its surrounding information without being either too rigid or too loose. So what is the state between not being too rigid and not too loose? The image I just shown with entropy, we can simulate it in the computer, so we can basically tell a computer to be either too rigid or too loose. And now this measure here, it's again this entropy measure, allows us to say if we get too loose, this measure increases. If we get too rigid, this measure decreases. So it's a bit more of like a kind of a proving that the measure is kind of a somewhat interesting and reliable way of indicating this rigidity and looseness. And this is what I've just talked about, where kind of the entropy is the data gets more and more random, while somehow there's something that we call complexity, which we could think about a little bit as the optimal the ability of a system to somewhat compute in an optimal balance between kind of flexibility and chaos. And the argument I will try to make and that our data is supporting is to think about, are contemplative practices able to kind of nudge the brain closer towards that state where we kind of try to find that equilibrium. Okay. A very related idea. It's a slightly different angle, but I think it's important to do both. I was very hesitant whether both will lead to more confusion or to more clarity, but I decided both would work. We can map cognitive states on a two-dimensional axis, where on the one axis we could think about the entropy of the brain signal. So how diverse and unpredictable is the signal at any given moment? And then on the x-axis, what we can think about is how how much phenomenological content is there in the data. And one way that is kind of a common narrative that came out in the psychedelic literature is that when the brain is very noisy, it's very unpredictable, it is associated with a phenomenology that is very rich. Like there's a whole, like if the classic experience of a psilocybin or LSD is you ingest them, the brain gets very noisy, and it's associated with the phenomenology of like almost sensory overwhelm. There are so many experiences that kind of just flood into the system. And now when we think of meditation, one interpretation that we could have is, well, meditation is the opposite. In some ways, meditation is the practice where the mind quiets down, where experience actually feels very simple. And so one thing we could be like, the more we meditate, the more we quiet our mind, the more organized the brain will get. But it's not what we see in the data. Rather, the kind of meditation studies that are out there, they show that both psychedelics and meditation seem to have a similar effect in this regard, that they both seem to increase the kind of diversity of brain signals that we see. And now what we were trying to do in our work is try to find a meditation tradition that is pushing this to the extreme, that is trying to push the phenomenology to an extreme where you have as minimal of a content as possible. So if meditation is the idea that you quiet your mind and you empty your mind, how far can we push that? And that's where the jhanas come in. And the research question then is, will jhanas kind of continue this trend and kind of have the similar effect that psychedelics have in kind of heating up the brain? And the preview is, yes, it does, but different. And here's how. The way we work is we have our mobile EEG equipment in a little suitcase and we go to retreat centers. The idea here is that many of these states require that people spend a lot of time cultivating them, spend a lot of time kind of just sitting throughout the day, which is, if they're practicing at home, it's more difficult to access these deeper concentration states. And the teacher we work with, her name is Shaila Kathman. She's a very particular teacher who is very meticulous about what qualifies as these deeper absorptive states of jhana. And for her, she's very clear that for most people, it is not possible to enter these deep absorption states if you're not either on like a 3-month-long or year-long retreat, or at the very least, a 10-day meditation retreat. And so we have people there, they come, and this is how the setup looks. This is a photo we've taken last week on kind of the next iteration of the study, and it's just to illustrate it. So they have this cap, we have little electrodes. The electrodes measure the electrical activity of the brain. There's 2 main ways of how information are passed on. One is chemical, the other is electrical. We can pick up the electrical way here. And then we can kind of, all the questions I talked about earlier, we can now analyze them using this data. And we then ask people, what is their experience when they do this meditation? And this is mostly to confirm what we already expected. When they do jhana meditation over mindfulness meditation, there's a certain fading of sensory experience. So in mindfulness experience, they were instructed to anchor the attention at the nose, but be open to all kinds of sensory experiences that occur. And in jhana, they were doing this absorptive practice. And this is mostly just to confirm when we give them the instructions, for most people, it actually does what we think that it happens. We measured them 4 days in a row. And again, as expected, the fading of sensory experience deepens over the 4 days. Over the 4 days. And then there's different stages in the jhanas, and the deeper they go into the jhana, the more fading of that experience is there. In the data that I will show going forward, we will just kind of average across all of the different jhana states. Methodologically, there's some reasons that it's a more robust finding if we kind of average over the entire block, but we could do the same analysis and actually ask, how are these different jhana states different? But at this point, we know so little about what jhana and absorptions is that the question is like, what is overall happening in these jhana states? And we then looked at the physiological regulation that happens in the brain, in the body. And what we notice is there is a certain relaxation response. We notice a slowing of breathing rate. So in mindfulness, they're already breathing relatively slow. And if they enter these jhana states, there is an even stronger slowing. The practitioners themselves often report that they stop breathing. And that's one of the canonical descriptions of jhana, that in the jhana states, you're in a state where you don't need to do anything, including you don't need to breathe. They still breathe, which was nice for us as researchers. They just breathe a lot slower. There's more diverse breathing patterns, which is very likely the case that they kind of take some time to get into the jhana, so there's more variation in the breathing, whether they get in and out. And there is a decrease of the heart rate variability, or like a trend towards it. It's not quite significant, so we haven't kind of thought about it too much. So what we have so far is these people do a type of meditation where sensory experience fades away, where the physiological signals indicate a relaxation response, a slowing of breathing. And now we look at what's happening in the brain. And what we see there is the brain is not necessarily quieting out, or like it's definitely not stopping activity, but it's actually getting richer and more diverse. And one of the measures is Lempel-Ziff complexity, where we can look at how diverse and unpredictable is the brain state that we have. And we see a pretty massive increase, which points towards the fact that somehow the data that is coming in is, one way to say it would be, it's less organized. So again, when we think that most of perception is that we anticipate what we see, what we would expect is, if my anticipation is very strong, no matter what data is coming in, it will always be kind of put in the same boxes, the boxes that I've already pre-made. If I let go of that mechanism, each experience can kind of unfold in its own way. And one interpretation of this data is we see this increase of richness and diversity likely because there's less of this kind of pre-expected forcing the data into a certain mechanism. We repeated this with a bunch of other measures. All of them show the same thing, which is kind of a nice scientific thing if we repeat the same kind of research question with different metrics. And then what we can do is there's a classic analysis is you look at the brain frequencies, like the kind of the frequencies you often heard about, like kind of alpha, delta, gamma waves. And there's a certain thing that's called a 1/f slope, where you see the entire power spectrum kind of flattening a little bit, which is also very common finding to say there is more diversity, there's more kind of high-level frequency, which is kind of an increase in signal diversity. And we can then look at where in the brain is this happening, and this is a very global effect. This is a very common finding in psychedelics, and we now see that meditation can replicate this. This is not new. Other meditation practices have done this. But the special thing here is we now show that these deeper absorption states have this effect a lot stronger than what ordinary mindfulness has. We then looked at another measure, which is criticality, or like another kind of class of measures. And that comes back to kind of the coffee cup I've shown you earlier. This question of, can we quantify the difference between being too rigid and too chaotic somehow? And what I've now shown you is the brain has a lot more signal diversity. So the kind of data that is processed, it's a lot more diverse and rich. But now, is there a way that we can test whether it is already so chaotic that there is no meaning anymore? Like the extreme case of this would be, imagine a TV screen with static noise that just kind of has the kind of black and white kind of noisiness. That is maximal signal diversity, but it doesn't encode any meaning. And so one way we can do that is we can look at another measure that's called chaoticity. So we can see this signal diversity. Is this just kind of randomly fluctuating wherever, or is there certain patterns still encoded in this data? And what we see is, so the signal diversity increases. I've shown you that the chaoticity is decreasing. So what we have is a signal that is very rich in kind of diversity and the amount of different patterns that are in it, but it is somewhat stable over time. And it is this stability that kind of shows us that somehow the brain is approaching or approximating something that we call a critical brain state. So brain state is often considered, or like, it's not a point, but it's kind of the region of that is points where the brain is functioning somewhat optimal. Optimal is a bit of a loaded word often, but the idea is it's a point where the most amount of data can be encoded in the signal. So there's kind of being open for encoding more signals that comes into the data, and that's kind of the brain approaching criticality. Up to this point, this data is very similar to what we see in the psychedelic space. So in psychedelics, you also see the kind of the increase in signal diversity, a decrease in chaoticity, and approaching to criticality. But all of this is happening in a slight dissociation from responsiveness to sensory stimuli. And there's a very particular task that has been repeated many times in psychedelics, and we've done it here, where you play a series of sounds to people. The sounds that we had the sequence that went something like this. A-o-a-o-a, 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 a-o-a-o-o, a-o-a-o-a. And at this one moment, I changed the R to an O. And what you can measure is, in this moment where I changed the sequence slightly, how surprised was your brain about noticing that change? And it's a response that is pretty reliable in the brain. Even if you're in coma, the brain is somehow still able to respond to this. And if people are on psychedelics, there's a certain kind of numbing of that response. And what we now thought is, these jhana meditators, they're so absorbed, they're so focused on the meditation object, they will definitely have a total dissipation, like this response will just dissipate because they're not actually noticing the environment anymore, they're only focused on the meditation object, which is an internal object. But what we found was the opposite, which after thinking about it more actually started making more and more sense. So I'll show you the plot and then we can kind of figure out what that means. The blue curve that you see here is the curve from mindfulness meditation. So at point 0, at the beginning of the plot, we were playing the tone, and then you see this negative curve, which is the brain's surprisal response to this tone. And then in orange, you see the response of the jhana meditators. And you see that the orange curve goes a bit deeper, lasts a bit longer, so there's a stronger surprisal response in jhana. And the green is just the difference between the two. And so now what we have is that in jhana meditation, you're in this state, you're kind of in this absorbed state, the brain is somewhat kind of calibrated to be there, and yet you're very responsive to its stimuli in the environment. Yet you're very responsive towards what's happening. You have very, very high sensitivity. And the difference why jhana meditation might be so different here than other altered states or other psychedelics is that you kind of cultivate all of these practices with very, very strong sensory precision. And it's the sensory precision that makes you so aware and able to differentiate alterations in tones that are familiar to you and those tones that are not familiar to you. Okay. We can then look at how this is distributed over the skull. There's a little bit of a centralization of this response in the kind of frontal left area, which is associated to language, maybe because we used the A's and the O's for the sound. But the response, again, is pretty global, and many of the EEG findings are pretty global findings. So kind of some conclusions on this jhana work are the complexity of the brain signal can feel simple. There's something where perceptual stability can coexist with neurophysiological complexity. So somehow jhana is not a state where you try to kind of break the system into something very simple. It's like a certain opening, surrendering, releasing into the richness of experience, which is then feeling very stable and feeling very still, while kind of physiologically being actually very complex. Kind of some analogy to this, which is not fully true. I've shown you that what jhana is not white noise, but one idea to think about this is this analogy of white noise. If you kind of listen to white noise, where you have a lot of kind of basically random sounds played to your ear, it doesn't actually feel very complex. It feels very soothing at some point. And it might be that there's a similar effect happening here in jhana. And then it might be like in our practice at this retreat, they did not go into cessations, but it might be that the trend of the data that we found here might just linearly increase up to the point where there's a cessation. So there's wakefulness and consciousness, but a complete fading or collapsing of any content. Or depending on the type of cessation, there might be even a collapsing of consciousness as such. And then the last thing is that I've shown you the perception fades, and yet early sensory processing is still intact. So what is fading here is not that somehow you break the perceptual system, but you break or you don't break, but you alter how the data is then inferred as something experiential. So there is some kind of more global process in how you relate to data. Perfect. Okay, so all of this was done with individuals. So individuals meditating alone, which is the case for many people, but in many traditions, people do not do these practices alone. In the Buddhist tradition, when you're on retreat, what often happens is you meditate in a room full with other people. In the Christian church, people pray together. Here in the meditation room, there's also a couple of people, so you sit together with others. So part of the question we had is, what happens in these states not only within brains, but between brains? Can we think of like us doing practice together as one organism? And so this is a photo from one of our studies. There's two people praying. And now the question is like, how do those two physiological systems interact? And the general question we can ask this is, in neuroscience, we can often think about like, how does the right cortex relate to the left cortex? And very similar, we can ask, how does one body relate to another body? So we often don't do these practices alone. So what happens between brains and between bodies when we do this together? Again, we had the same setup. We had these little EEG caps. We traveled to different churches where people felt most familiar to do these practices. We have 32 channels, and there's all kinds of measures that we looked at. I have a photo of this or like an illustration of this that will make it a little bit easier than just these words, which is something kind of like this. So we have all these different measuring points, and then we can look at how synchronized is any of these points between my brain and someone else's brain. And the measure that we do, it's called a phase locking value. So it's a tiny bit oversimplified, but very simply, you have brain waves are just like waves, and we can now plot the wave of my brain and of your brain, and we can see, are they aligned? Are they do they have the peaks at the same time and the troughs at the same time, or are they a little bit offset? And now the question is, how does this alignment correlate with all kinds of experiences of these prayer states? We did it with two different types of prayer states. One was praise prayer, the other was tongues prayer. The main difference between those prayers is in praise prayer, it's a prayer where these Christians thank God and say thank you for all kinds of experiences that they had. In tongues prayer, there is a quality of release. Often they report, it was not me doing the prayer anymore, it was God taking control of my actions, of my thoughts, of my speech, of my body. And what the main thing is that in the moment where there's this release, you see the control rating, that was one of the strong ones, it's kind of inverse. So more control in tongues means more release of control. So they do release more control, which is the surrender that we're interested in this research. And there's a sense of like feeling a little bit more powerful or confident. And conversely, in the praise prayer, where people are a lot more consciously thinking about what they say, they're a lot more grateful because they just bring to mind a lot more things that they're happy for. And gratefulness was then very closely associated to awe. So there's more gratefulness, there's more awe. And then the other prayer where they surrender, there's just the phenomenology of surrendering. And again, this is just to control that the instructions we give actually work for these people. And this was one of the findings that we didn't necessarily expect, but that was quite striking. It is significant, but it is not a really strong effect. So this is not the only explanation that explains how the experience arises, but it's an interesting correlation, where we asked people after the prayer, how much were you able to surrender to God? In this past couple of minutes, how much were you able to give your agency to this higher being? And then they gave us a score for that. And what we find is in moments where people were more surrendering, where they felt more surrender towards God, we found a stronger synchronization and alignment between the two brains. So in some ways we could say moments where people felt surrender to something spiritually meaningful is the moment when they start physiologically synchronizing and relying on one another. We then looked at creativity, and a very similar finding here, where we did a creativity task afterwards. The creativity task we had is we asked them to write down 10 unrelated words. So we had a list and we asked them, give us 10 random words. And then we have 10 words, and what we can do is, based on all the literature that is out there, we can look at how often are certain words mentioned together in close context. And the more often that happens, the less creative people are, because they just come up with semantic structures that are very common in our culture, and vice versa. And again, what we find is when people are more creative, it was after the sessions where they have been more synchronized between bodies. So when two bodies are synchronized, the two main effects that we find is they are having an experience of surrendering to a bigger source, and somehow that experience is also related to changing behavior, changing creativity. And then the last one is, the question was like, are people aware of this? Can people notice when this alignment and synchronization between bodies happens? And so we also asked them, for this past prayer session, did you feel a certain alignment or synchrony with your prayer partner? And there we also find a pretty positive, strong correlation, not necessarily strong, a significant correlation, where people reported those sessions where they were physiologically more synchronized as those that also felt more aligned with the other prayer partner. Those is in prayer, and we have just completed the data collection on another meditation retreat with Shaila Catherine, where we kind of looked at the same synchrony between bodies. The hypothesis that we have is that what's happening in Christian prayer, or like, I think of prayer as a certain form of Christian meditation, that's their way of meditating, that the findings there are probably very, very similar to what we will see in the meditation studies, but we don't know yet. Okay, so the two big studies were one on the jhana meditation, on the absorptions, and the other on the prayer study. And so if we kind of bring all of this together and think a little bit about what does it tell us? We started off with this idea that, with this kind of rigidity and flexibility idea. And one of the ideas could be that surrendering means a certain kind of total letting go of any organization in the brain. That is not the case. So what the data shows is there's more richness in the data, in the physiological data, but it's also a very organized system somehow. In some ways, what this points towards is, I like this term of meta-control mastery, or some meta-controlling that happens. That what the system is getting really good at, it is not rigidifying the system, but it gets really, really good in stabilizing a diverse system. So meditation, one way to speak about that is, you don't try to hold on to a specific experience and try to stabilize that experience. Much rather, you try to get really confident and really stable in allowing any experiences to emerge. So where strong mindfulness is the ability to be mindful in the presence of diverse, rich, changing experiences. And so the idea with our data that we have increased signal diversity and decreased chaoticity points at this thing. Somehow a global stability, kind of with lots of local variations. We didn't talk much about precisions, but this access to neurophysiological signatures of criticality, synchrony, and flexibility points towards this idea that many of these studies have been done, like all the criticality studies have been done by inducing the state externally through psychopharmaca. There is anesthesia, which is a very strong intervention to reduce chaoticity, to move you away from that point. And what this study shows is, for some of these modulations that have been tested through external intervention, we are able to cultivate similar states just through internal attention training, which means it's just kind of encouraging to say, setting intention, and in meditation you mainly kind of move attention around, you're able to cultivate very similar states than kind of some of these external interventions can do. And to put this in context, I just find it fascinating to know there's millions and millions of people who practice these practices, and I think this whole workshop here is really about that, where these ancient wisdom practices now come and we kind of start to investigate those. So I think there's something very exciting about like putting into numbers, into models, but also really beautiful, just acknowledge that they've been out there for a long, long, long time. And it comes back to this meta-control of human capacity. Like that what these practices really show, what is so encouraging for me is that all of these people just decided to practice at some point. there was some point when they were kind of excited by some experiences that someone shared or by the possibility of how meditation could change them, where then that kind of higher level intention motivated them to practice and to kind of invoke all these things. And there's something where there is, what's the word, kind of a certain internal motivation that kind of allows to kind of having a vision of wanting to be a practitioner, wanting to be a meditator, that kind of led to all these changes. And I find that very encouraging for my own life, to kind of encourage me to play with these practices. And this is not my field of expertise, but I think as this is kind of a larger conference, this idea of like the questions I would love to think about is what are the implications of this for education, for mental health, for human potentials. I think Norman talked a lot more about the kind of the clinical context, and I love seeing it coming out there more and more and more. And as like a concluding slide to bring this together and kind of think about where we started with these two images, so two practitioners, one from the Buddhist lineage and one from the charismatic Christian tradition, where both of these have in common that there's a certain attention mechanism, something that felt exciting to them, where they kind of focus attention on. In these two traditions, not all traditions, but in these two traditions, that leads to an increase of arousal, where the kind of system gets kind of aroused, and then there is a certain release and surrender into that. And the two big takeaways is, one way of how we can think of release is it's a coming closer to its criticality. So release and criticality might be related in some really, really interesting ways. And that release is underlined by synchrony. So that a release of myself is a being open and being receptive and being synchronized with other bodies around me. Thank you so much. We have time for some questions. We can take, I think the microphone is good. We can take maybe three or four questions, and then we would move on with after next talk, and then might have a bit more time for the discussion at the end.
Thanks for the talk, Jonas. A lot of the talks today have been talking about cortical activation patterns, and I was curious if there's any data on deeper structures like reticular activation system or thalamic routing that correlate all the peripheral nervous system with what's happening in the cortex?
Yeah. I don't know. The work on the jhanas is still very novel, and there's not so much out there. The work that we do is with the EEGs. It's very difficult to pin down where specifically in what regions certain activity is happening. So we can study the global configurations of these systems. There is the group by someone called Matthew Sakat, who's doing a lot of MRI scans of jhana meditators, so they're able to kind of look more in structural things. I don't think they've looked or have reported anything on the reticular system. I think it's a super interesting thing to look at, but our data doesn't really allow to look into that, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I think in this case, we'll probably move on.
Thank you, Jonas. Oh, we have one more question.
You're so welcome.
I, and no doubt many of the people in this audience, have experienced that meditation can be, quote, deeper, unquote, when you're doing it in the presence of other people. And I've even noticed that this happens when we're all on a Zoom call. And I'm wondering, has there been any research into this sort of synchrony in these two situations?
So synchrony when being in the same room and being via Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is more and more research on this. There is one of my mentors and committee members, Guillaume Dumas. His big research topic is exactly that: how do bodies align in person? And then over COVID, he started doing that work on video to kind of think about the same question. And the question there really is two things. How much of that alignment is like a physiological entrainment of two bodies being in the same room, and how much of that is just imagining there to be someone? both seem to have a really strong effect in different ways. So the physiological synchrony is something that has just been studied a lot more when people are in the same room. I don't think that it's actually yet been found when people are not in the same room via Zoom. What has been studied is if people are on Zoom and listening to the same guidance, then what you can study is that people actually have very similar responses and are synchronized in that, but that's not really the same thing. But I think what is the case is that if you're on Zoom, just knowing that there's someone else activates what we would call theory of mind network. So it's a specific area that is active when we know other people to be present. And work in our lab, my supervisor, Michael Lifshitz, has kind of looked into that very strongly. And his whole work is on what happens with imaginary entities. And what we can see there is if you imagine there to be other entities. And I think it's the same whether you're on a Zoom call with others or if you do deity yoga practices, where you imagine there to be deities present with you. If you practice these practices for a long time, or if you're on Zoom calls so long that you kind of get trained that this image there is actually representing a person, what we notice is that the same or very, very similar brain networks are activated from when people are actually present in person or whether you are just imagining them.
Thank you, Jonas. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Sarah Lazar, Associate Professor of Psychiatry at Massachusetts General Hospital and Harvard Medical School.
Okay. Good afternoon. All right. So I'm going to talk about, the first part of the talk, I'm going to talk about some research we've done over the years. And then I'm going to switch midway and talk about some newer stuff. Originally, I was just going to talk about the newer stuff, but then, or the older stuff, but then I realized the newer stuff is kind of more relevant to what everyone else is talking about. So we're going to get a little bit of both. All right. So we know that people go through these 8-week programs, and they're highly effective for reducing stress and reducing symptoms of various types. And for me, I actually started doing yoga and meditation as a form of physical therapy. I had gotten injured, and I started doing yoga as physical therapy. And very quickly, it had this impact on me. And I started seeing the world in a completely different way. And so I was curious, could it change the structure of their brain? And so what we did is we put people in the MRI scanner, and before and after an 8-week program, and we looked to see, could it change the structure of the brain compared to just people being scanned 8 weeks apart? And the short answer is yes. I'm going to stand over here. That there are several brain regions where there's more gray matter, thicker cortex, more density of gray matter after 8 weeks of meditation practice compared to just 8 weeks apart. And the regions we found were pretty interesting. So one of the regions is here on the left, the posterior cingulate. So we heard a little bit about the posterior cingulate earlier today. It's part of the default mode network. It's the part of the brain that's most associated with the sense of me. Another reason we found was the supramarginal gyrus, or the SMG. It's involved in perspective taking, seeing things from other people's point of view. It's a key component to empathy and compassion. And the SMG is also a minor node of the default mode network. Another region we found was the hippocampus, which is also part of the default mode network. And so it's sort of interesting that we were getting these brain regions that are part of the default mode network shifting in just 8 weeks. Now, the PCC in particular, another thing that it does is mind wandering. And so, we often get the question, well, there's more gray matter there, and meditation, you're supposed to have less mind wandering and less sense of self. So why is there more gray matter there? What we heard earlier today, and what we know, is that there's a lot of inhibitory neurons, and so sometimes more gray matter means more activity, and sometimes more gray matter means less activity. It could also mean more connections to other parts of the brain. So with this first study, we didn't know. what was going on there, but it was suggestive that just somehow this region that's somehow contributing to the sense of me was shifting and changing. Two other changes we found were in the amygdala and the brainstem. That was the question we just had a few minutes ago. And what we found is that the change in the amygdala correlated with the change in stress. So the smaller the amygdala became, the more stress reduction people reported. And in the brainstem, we found the opposite. The more gray matter, the more well-being people reported. That they were just felt, it's a questionnaire that asks about, how satisfied are you with your job? How satisfied are you with your neighbors? How satisfied are you with your family? And so what I thought was really interesting about this data is that, oftentimes people think about, depression and happiness and happiness and unhappiness being on a linear continuum. But this really suggests that no, they're actually two separate things. There's more and more understanding that they're not. It's not either or. So someone who's depressed could have a moment and enjoy something, and similarly, someone who is happy, and if someone in your family dies, you're going to have some times of sadness and maybe temporary depression, right? And so we can really see that these things are separable, and that meditation is impacting both in positive ways. All right, so now that first study, we just looked at brain structure. What's the significance of those changes in brain structure? So I mentioned that one of the regions we found was the hippocampus, and the hippocampus is all about learning and memory. And the classic way to study memory in the lab is by doing something called fear conditioning, and I'll walk you through it. And so what we did was we randomized people to either MBSR or an 8-week exercise-based stress reduction program. And we did this fear conditioning protocol before and after. And very importantly, everyone was told that there's no control condition, right? Because lots of times people, if they're in the control condition, then they don't really do the homework and stuff like that. But we know that exercise is really good for reducing stress. The stress reduction program also got information about diet, sleep hygiene, humor, these sorts of things. So it was a very active control condition. And both groups were instructed to practice 40 minutes per day at home. So the exercise group exercised for 40 minutes. They were given TheraBands, like resistance bands. They also did 40 minutes in class every week. And then the meditation group was practicing mindfulness for 40 minutes every week. And the purpose of this was not to say, is one better than the other, but rather, how are they different? Because lots of times I get the question of, well, I run. That's how I control my stress. Why should I meditate? And so that was the question. Is meditation different than other forms of stress reduction? And what we saw is that for stress reduction, the two groups were exactly the same, right? So SME is the control group. They both had the exact same change on stress. But we also gave them questions about anxiety and difficulty with emotion regulation. And there we see a clear difference. So for both the emotion regulation and the anxiety, the meditation group outperformed the exercise group. We also saw that home practice predicted the change. So the more you practice, the more benefit you're going to get. Because that's also another question we get is like, how much do I need to practice? Well, how much stress reduction do you want? All right, so fear conditioning, what do we do? Oops, I put these out in the wrong order. Hold on. Here we go. All right, so, no, wait, hold on. There's something missing. All right, I'm sorry, okay, something's missing. It's okay. So, Pavlov's dogs, right? Normally, if you ring a bell, dogs will ignore it. If you ring a bell every time you feed a dog, it learns that the bell is going to mean I'm about to be fed, and they'll start salivating when they hear a bell. And they'll start salivating when they hear the bell, even if you don't actually feed them, right? So that's classical conditioning, right? So learning that you put two things together that don't normally go together, and they learn to pair them together. So what we're going to do is the exact same thing with humans, but instead of a bell, we're going to use a very mild electric shock. And instead of a bell, we're going to use lights, and instead of food, we're going to use a very mild electric shock. And it looks something like this. So they're in the scanner. Oops, they're in the scanner, And they see these pictures with colored lights on a desk. And so they'll see the picture, and then a few seconds later, they get the mild electric shock. There's, and very importantly, they're not given any instructions about what to do. They're just told, watch the lights. And so, because of time, I'm not going to go through all the different parts of it. But so what it works is, they see 3 different colored lights. And for 2 of the colors, in this case red and yellow, they get shocked after seeing red or yellow lights. But blue lights, they don't get shocked. But the colors were always mixed. So some people got shocked to yellow and blue, and red was safe. Sometimes yellow was safe, and red and blue were shocked. Immediately, they then see the red light and blue light again, but they don't get shocked. So first they learn red light means I'm going to get shocked. Then they learn red light means I'm safe. They go home, they come back the next day, and we show them all 3 colors again. And the question is, how do they respond to the red light? If they have learned that red light means I'm safe and they remember it, then the response to the red light should look like the response to the blue light. If they've forgotten, then the response to the red light will look like the response to the yellow light. Why is this important? Or why does this matter? Why do we care about this? So, extinction, this is called extinction, this is day 2, is a key component of how anxiety disorders are treated. So say you have a spider phobia, and you go to the therapist. What they'll do is they'll show you cartoon pictures of spiders, and then they'll show you real pictures of spiders, and they'll actually bring in spiders for you to actually interact with. And you just keep exposing you to those stimuli over and over again until you overcome your fear of spiders, right? But it only works if you remember, right? So if you might go into the office and you see the picture of the spider, or you see the spider and it's like, okay, that's fine, but then you go home and you see a spider and you freak out, right? So you have to remember the extinction, right? And we hypothesize, because mindfulness is about being open and curious and relaxed, that it should help with extinction. And the short answer is yes, it did, right? So in the control group, there was no change in the relationship between the red, yellow, and blue lights on day 2. But the meditation group was better able to remember that red lighting means I'm safe, and the difference was significant between the 2 groups. So now what about in the brain? So this is the area of the cortex that's related to the hand. You may have seen in school the pictures of the homunculus, right? And knowing that there's, on sensory cortex, that there's a body map there's a body map in your brain. And this is the area related to the hand. So now let's pause and think about this. So this is day 2. They're not actually being shocked, right? They're just seeing the lights, knowing that and when they come back the next day, I forgot to mention, when they come back the next day, we don't tell them whether or not they're going to get shocked, right? They just know they're going to see lights and they may get shocked. So they're lying in the scanner, they see that red light, they know they may get shocked, and the meditation group is activating the hand region more so than the control group, right? So, and what are the controls doing? They were activating this region. This is an area involved in visual vigilance, right? So, and it's known that this area is related to anxiety. And indeed, that's what we found, that the more the people activated this region, the more anxiety they reported. So, and the third region we found was this, which is the SMG, which again is perspective taking. It's also involved in, so perspective on the inner self. Like, do I pay attention to my inner experience or to my outer experience? And so what we see is, putting this all together, and this was related to practice time, that the meditation group, they're lying in the scanner, they're seeing the light, they know about their get shocked, they're chilling out and paying attention to their hand, versus the controls are not chilling out, they're paying attention to the lights in this anxious way. And so we often, the body scan, right? It's like so boring, right? And people, it's the jhanas are like exciting and cool because like stuff is happening, right? And it's like, oh, body scan, it's like so simple and basic. But this really demonstrates that it has real utility, that learning to be mindful of the body, so Norm showed you how it was important for decreasing depression, but this shows that it's also useful for helping with fear and anxiety. And again, they were not told to be mindful in the scanner. They weren't told to pay attention to anything in particular. This is just, they spontaneously started paying attention to their hand, even though they weren't actually being shocked, even though we didn't tell them to. It's just that all that practice with doing the body scan, when they're in that state, they automatically went into paying attention to the relevant sensory experience. And again, this was what was related to better remembering that red light means I'm safe, and it's not the fear memory. Okay. All right, so for the first part, meditation exercises are equal for stress reduction, but meditation is better for fear and anxiety. And it's being mindful of the body, which is key for this fear reduction. And we're shifting from thinking about and defending against threat to experiencing it openly with equanimity. Really, and this is what we're really trying to get at, is being able to go through our experience, whatever we're experiencing, in this non-reactive way. All right, now we're going to shift a bit. First I'm going to quote. Meditation is not evasion, it's a serene encounter with reality. Yeah. All right, so like I said, when I first started practicing meditation and yoga, very quickly it changed my life, right? And when I talk to people, it's a phrase I hear over and over again. It's like, oh my God, meditation completely changed my life. And as Norm showed you, it's great for reducing depression, great for reducing anxiety, but the questionnaires we use in the lab, most of them don't even come close to, oh my God, this completely changed my life, right? And what's really interesting is that oftentimes, like there'll be studies with, say, with chronic pain or some other conditions where, people will say, oh my God, it completely changed my life, but there's no change in the clinical symptoms. So clearly there's something else going on with meditation that's not captured by most of our questionnaires. And some of the things that people say are like, I see things more clearly now, or I don't take things so personally anymore, or I'm vibrating on a higher level. Yeah, and so, and this has always really fascinated me, because again, like for myself, it was just like a month of practice. It was just like, whoa, something really happened. And like I said, like how I saw the world was shifting and changing. So I learned about a test, and I thought, this test might be what we're getting at. But before I tell you about the test, I had to give you a little bit of background. So Piaget, we heard a little bit about Piaget earlier, but just for those of you who don't know. So Piaget was a psychologist about 100 years ago, and he studied the development of his daughters. And so he posited it is that, physical development and also cognitive development goes in stages. So if you've ever had a baby, you know that, for the first 6 months, the baby just lies there and on its back and can't really do anything. And then one day, very suddenly, they flip over and they start crawling. And it's a very sudden shift, right? And then one day, they're able to stand by holding onto something. And then they're able to take their first step and start walking. And then gradually they get into being able to move more smoothly, and they start dancing, and eventually they're able to kick a ball. And very importantly, they don't start off standing and then go to crawling, and then to dancing and then lying on their back. There's always a one-way direction in terms of development, and that pretty much it just happens on its own. It just keeps going. We also know that it doesn't stop here. Right, so that little boy, he's kicking a ball. This boy is also kicking a ball. But there's a little bit more complexity to it, right? So he's not just kicking it, right? He's aiming it. And there's he's aiming for a goal, and there's rules and teams, and so there's a lot more going on. So on the surface, it looks like they're just kicking balls. He's kicking a ball, but there's more going on, right? Then you got him, who's also just kicking a ball. Right? But even compared to this boy, there's a lot more nuance, a lot more complexity, a lot more abstraction in what's going on. And so again, on the surface, they're kicking a ball, but there's a lot more going on. And the idea is that, so Piaget, you mentioned that there's these stages that we go through. Then he also showed that cognition also goes through these stages. And with each stage, you go from very simple and concrete to increasingly more complex and nuanced and abstract. And so then in the 70s, there were a whole bunch of people who created what they called neo-Piaget models, which is that they said, well, it's not just cognition, that lots of other processes go through these same stages or types of stages. So moral judgment, moral character, faith, spirituality, worldviews, orders of consciousness, needs, complexity, cognitive complexity, social cognition, empathy, romantic relationships, and reflective judgments. All of these, they've shown, tend to go through these stages. And the stage is a little bit controversial because sometimes you go it backwards, and we won't go there. But the general idea with all of them is that you go from simple and concrete to abstract and systems level. And that with each level, there's increasing complexity and nuance. So, and very importantly, every stage transcends and includes lower stages. So right now, all of us could get down on our hands and knees and crawl if we had to. We don't typically do it, but we could if we had to. But we have a certain, also all of us can dance, all of us can kick a soccer ball. We don't, probably most of us don't typically go around kicking soccer balls though. So we can do things that are more complex, but we don't typically do it. And the idea is that with all of these models, that we all have a set point, a place where we typically operate from. We're capable of doing earlier and later, or to a certain extent we can do later, but we typically act at a certain level. All right, so what does this have to do with meditation or anything else? So Jane Levenger in the 70s said, the ego does the same thing in the sense of self, and that it's the lens through which we view, interpret, and interact with the world. And that the key drivers to growth for the ego is perspective taking and meaning making. And so the idea is that at the early stage, like if you ask a little kid, who are you? This body, me. This is me, right? And then a little bit later, they might say their name. And then they might say something about, a little bit later, like, oh yeah, I like dolls, right? Or, my friend is Liz, right? Or they might say something about their family. And then later on, as we get into, college, it's okay, well, my alma mater, I'm a student of that school, maybe something about what I'm majoring in, something like that. And then, as you get older, maybe your political affiliations or, your family, so with every stage, your sense of self is growing and expanding and becoming more complex, also more nuanced. And, but you're still me, this body, right? So, and again, at every level, we're able to create greater and greater meaning making and having perspective on more aspects of ourself. So we and other people have argued or hypothesized that meditation might help promote this kind of growth. Okay, sorry, yeah, just a little bit more about the model. So right, so at each level, the person becomes, what's the subject of one, the object of one, sorry, I always get that backwards. What's the subject of experience at one level becomes the object of experience, meaning we're able to step back and take perspective, right? So Norm talked about that with the, being able to, the metacognitive decentering, that was a key element of overcoming the depression. And so it's that same idea of being able to sort of step back and get perspective on your experience. That's the key to drive to the next level. With each level, you also become aware of more and more and more of your inner life. And you move from this first person perspective to systems level perspective. And importantly, it influences how we deal with adversity. What was interesting about it also is that with each stage you become more compassionate, more altruistic, less judgmental, more of a world-centric view, often more spiritual too. You understand that, yeah, I might have some beliefs, but I know that maybe my beliefs may or may not be right, and that other people have other beliefs, and their beliefs are just as valid as mine. They also, understand that we create experience. Like they really have that. Again, all of us can understand that experientially, but people at the later stages, they're really living that 24/7. Shamil talked about how the different jhana stages that had different levels of entropy or complexity, or yes, but that the highest stage was not the highest jhana, the 8th jhana, but rather the ability to bring it back into everyday life. And so our basic hypothesis is that this is what this model is getting, is the ability, so you've had that great, beautiful jhana experience, that's nice, how are you integrating it into your everyday life? That is what this measure is capturing, is your ability to, because again, if you have really had one of those experiences and you're really integrating it into your experience, then you're going to be able to, in real time, see your mind making constructions, right? And you're able to see that, oh yeah, I'm doing this because, hey, that's how I was brought up, and this is an element of my culture or my upbringing or something, right? Right, we just talked about that. Okay, so looking at this list, it sounds a lot like what people talk about in terms of the fruits of meditation practice. So again, we and other people said, okay, what does this have to do with meditation? So there's a scale. It's a 9-point scale. This is mostly 8, and the first stage is only usually seen in adolescence, but these are the stages that are typically seen in adults. So the early stages, people are very self-centric, right? So it's not autism, but it's kind of close. So people only think about themselves and they're not really thinking about each other. I suspect that a lot of people on reality television shows are at these stages, right? It's like, that person, she did that to me and blah, 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 blah. And so then instead of realizing that that's a mean thing to do to people and you shouldn't do that to, they turn around and do it right back to the other person, right? Because they don't understand, right? They don't understand that, okay, me saying that mean thing is gonna hurt her just the way that I was hurt when she said that mean thing about me, right? So at these early stages, it's all about me, I'm right, you're wrong. Doesn't matter if you're a world expert in something, I'm right, you're wrong. And limited understanding of other people's point of view. And this is about 15% of adults. At least in this survey that they did, it was about 15% of adults. Sometimes you gotta wonder. Most adults are in these middle stages. So it's not just about me, we can agree to disagree, right? And you definitely have self-reflection, and you also understand that, okay, my actions are gonna impact you, and I understand how that's gonna impact you. At the later stages, which is only about 15% of adults, it's not about me at all, right? And we can both be right depending on the subject, right? And I'd love to hear your point of view. And very deep understanding that, again, how my actions are going to impact you, how both of us are being impacted by the culture, how my actions on you are going to impact the people around you. And again, all of us are capable of thinking about that, but not all of us think about that 24/7 as we're actually interacting with people, right? And so again, it's where we typically, again, I don't typically kick a soccer ball. Some people do. Some people are at that level where they're really thinking about this in a deep way 24/7. All right, so how do we actually assess it? It's something called the Maturity Assessment Profile. It's 36 sentence stems, and the instructions are just finish this sentence any way you want. To give you some examples, so one of them is a good boss. A good boss works hard and makes a lot of money, right? Nothing here about being a boss, right? There's no other people here, right? It's just from my perspective, right? So I'm working hard and I'm making a lot of money. Lots of times it has to do with external validation. A middle answer would be a good boss mentors his employees and knows how to juggle her employees' needs with her own, right? So here there's another person involved, right? So it's not just about me. A good boss sees the whole and the voices that are needed to complete the task, right? So it's not even just one employee, but seeing the employee in the context of the whole company and seeing the interaction between the employees and what's needed. Another stem is when I'm criticized. So when I'm criticized, I get mad and I criticize back. People at the earlier stages tend to, not always, but they tend to have not as good emotion regulation. For the middle stages, I try to accept it, at least with outward grace. And then my initial reaction is to defend my position. But then I try to separate my position from my person and change my position when warranted. Right? So this really gets into, again, so really deep understanding. So seeing that initial reaction, realizing they don't have to act on that initial reaction, seeing, again, the constructed nature of reality. So it's like there's me, there's my opinion. I can, I don't have to stand by my opinion. I can change my opinion. And that my opinions are not fixed, that the things are malleable, right? You also get a sense from this that probably someone who gives a 4 or 5 answer, the type of person who gives those sorts of answers are not probably going to give too many of the answers in the red category, right, and vice versa. And this is typically what we see. So this is some real data. So there's 36 of these stems, and so this shows you how many answers, so each stem is scored. And so for this person, about 16 of the stems were at this 3-4 stage. One answer was at stage 2, and one was at stage 2/3. Don't worry about the slashes, it's a technical thing. But most of the answers were in the around the 3 to 4 stage. But there was a few at the later stage as well. And this is what we typically see, that most answers are at one particular stage, but you have both a trailing edge and a leading edge. And then this is, again, some real data from other subjects. So you can see this rightward march, that people at later stages, most of their answers are going to be in the later stages, but even still, this person who's at stage 5, they did give one answer back at stage 3. So you always have a trailing edge, you always have a leading edge. No one is ever 100% one stage. Also, there's only 36 stems, which cover a lot of territory, but there's obviously a lot of topics that are not assayed by this test. So this test definitely has some limitations, but it gives you a sense of, they call it the center of gravity, right? That a predominance of the question, their answers are going to be at one particular stage. I'm realizing I'm putting down this and this is not working. All right, and you can't see that anyways. All right, so anyways, right, so that's a test. All right, so very importantly, all levels are equal, right? So the example I just gave, yeah, the person was kind of angry and not very well emotionally regulated, but there are people at the earlier stages who are, right, who are not, they tend to be very limited, but that they're, they're active members of society. And a healthy society really includes people at all the different stages. And again, it's how we typically see the world. So all of us are capable of seeing things at later views, we're capable of seeing things from earlier views, but it's how we typically interact with the world. Oops, and the wide distribution is key. All right, so brains and meditation. The research questions were, so do people who practice yoga and meditation score at later stages than controls? What are the neural correlates? Also, because so many times people come up to me and said, well, I don't meditate, but I do yoga or I do Tai Chi. Is it the same? So as a first step to addressing that, we recruited people both doing mindfulness meditation and something called Kripalu Yoga. So Kripalu Yoga is a very gentle form of yoga. It's not the type you get in the gyms typically. Kripalu actually means compassionate in Sanskrit. And it's a very, they also do a lot of devotional practices and mantra meditation. So there was about 15, 16 people in each group, and they were matched for gender, age, education, and race. And what we saw is that, yes, both the meditation and yoga practitioners scored at later stages than the controls. What was interesting, the yoga practitioners actually had twice as many lifetime hours of practice, but the meditators scored at a higher stage. So now it's possible that, because this is cross-sectional, that people who practice meditation are more, or the people who are at later stages are more likely to practice meditation and yoga. But thinking about this, because again, a big part of, especially the later stages, is about going inside and seeing your inner experience. And definitely yoga practice gives you some awareness of inner experience, But meditation, like you're really with your thoughts with a meditation, right? Because yoga, it's more like, okay, because you're doing something, and so it's easy, there's not a whole lot of thoughts usually popping up while you're doing yoga practice. So definitely you are tuning into your body, but not so much into your mind. So maybe this is why the meditators scored later than the yogis. We don't know though. We also found that the test score correlated with mindfulness scores. So the more mindful you were, the higher your stage score was. All right, what about brains? So there's our friend, the PCC, right? So we said, does score correlate with the thickness of the PCC? And the short answer is yes, right? And again, this is the exact same region we're seeing change in 8 weeks. This is, the main part of the default mode network, the main part of the brain that's associated with sense of self and the self-related processes. And it's sort of interesting that this is what's changing in 8 weeks, and it's this main region we found related to the score. We then said, so I mentioned before that increased thickness can be, we know it's not new neurons. You're born with all neurons you're ever going to have. But neurons are kind of like trees, and the number of branches and roots that a neuron has can change over your lifetime, and also who the branches and roots are talking to can change over your lifetime. And so we wondered, okay, so if this increased thickness is related to changes in the ends, in the branches and the roots of the neurons, who is it talking to that's related to this test? And we saw this region here, which is about meaning making, right? And I told you at the beginning, the two things that drive growth on this test are meaning making and perspective taking. And so what we're seeing is that, and this had to do with the meditators and yogis more than the controls. So that how the sense of brain region related to the sense of self is connected to the meaning making part of the brain is related to this test. Also, the SMG, right, or the TPJ, they have the same name, two different names for the same brain region, which again is involved in perspective taking. So again, these brain regions, what we're seeing and changing in just 8 weeks, are key drivers of this test. So we don't know because we haven't given this test before and after 8 weeks of practice, but we're hypothesizing that this may be some of the, oh my God, it changed my life phenomena, because you're literally, as we said, with each stage, you're gaining new perspective. So the whole thing of I'm seeing things clearly now, I don't take things so personally, could be related to this test, maybe. Hand waving, lots of hand waving. All right, so like I said, we and others have hypothesized that it's maybe somehow related to meditation. There's lots of different maps of meditation progression, or the path of meditation. In particular, so we heard about the jhanas. There's some people who speculate that some of the stages might be related to the jhanas, that in order to get to a certain stage, you have to first achieve a certain jhana. No data on that, but I'm just gonna throw it out there just because, why not? It would be a little provocative. What I think is most interesting is the bottom one, the ox herding pictures from the Zen tradition. So for those of you who don't know the ox herding picture, so the starts on the far left, the little boy, he's hunting for an ox. And it starts off, he's just searching and he sees nothing, right? Then he sees the footsteps, right? And then he sees just part of the ox. So this is, the analogy is that it's, initially, because again, if you ask a little kid, like, what are you thinking? I don't know. Like they have no sense of what's going on up here, right? And then you sort of get a sense of that. But with each stage, you're getting more and more understanding of like, okay, yeah, the thoughts are happening, right? So then he captures the ox. He's able to lead the ox by a tether. Then he rides the ox. And then, switches. There's no more ox. There's just the moon. There's nothing. And then, he's enlightened, and then he comes back into the world. And so what we think is, oops, what's going on here? Oh, here we go. That, because this test, we know that this test is not, there's limits to this test. what are hypothesizing is that some of the earlier stages of the ox herding are maybe able to be captured by this test. That it's consistent with the ox herding pictures, but that the later stages where you're getting into the full enlightenment and whatnot, that's going to be beyond this test. Potentially we can modify in some way to capture it, but at least at this point the test is really not suitable for those later stages. But again, lots of research that needs to be done. And so with that, I'm going to say thank you, and we have some time for questions. Yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Thinking about nothing versus thinking about one thing. Yeah. Well, there's also, I don't think that there's instructions to think of nothing. I think it's nothing in particular. So sometimes it's like open awareness. And so the idea, so if a little thought pops up, you don't engage with it. But it's like, okay, a thought popped up, and then, oh, I'm noticing the curtains in the back of the room. Now I'm noticing my sensation of my feet on the floor. So it's more of an open, so nothing in particular, right? Versus breath, 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 right? So there's that. But then when you get into the jhana states, yeah, thought just kind of stops, right? If you're really in them. But there is experience, right? Until you get to the very, very, very last. There is some aspect of experience that's still happening. And so you're still aware of, because I don't, unless you have an cessation experience, and those are usually very brief. Like, it's not possible to have nothing, nothing, nothing. You guys can disagree with me, but yeah, no. Okay, so there's always going to be some experience, but that's the thing to notice. It's like, okay, so I'm sitting here, I'm not thinking about anything particular. What's going on? Like, what's sort of the status of my mind? Like, there's still this sense of me. Maybe there's something coming into my eyes. So yeah, you're not trying to just make your mind go. I think that's one of the misconceptions with meditation, is that you're trying to make your mind go blank. And it's like, yeah, but no, or no, but yeah. So the way you make your mind go blank is by focusing on one thing until everything else drops out. Yeah.
If you have a question, just please go to the microphone. Thank you.
Yeah.
My question is around Alzheimer's, which seems to target the default mode network.
Yes.
And how this all both disables a person and how we can try to rescue.
Yep. So there have been a couple studies now with people with, some with the Alzheimer's and some with very early dementia called mild cognitive impairment. It looks like for MCI, it's actually beneficial. So for people in the very early stages of dementia, it can actually improve cognition. But once you're in full-blown dementia, full-blown Alzheimer's, there's no effect. Probably because they can't remember to stay focused, at least in the tests that have been done. But one of the studies was like, I think 18 months of practice, and there was no effect. So early dementia, yes. Full dementia, no. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Thank you. You illustrated so beautifully how mindfulness can increase moral development or favorize that. And others have mentioned how meditation can lead to decentering. Mm-hmm. So my question is a little maybe silly, but I'm wondering why mindfulness doesn't necessarily lead to to being antisocial, or take the other direction. If we think we're not real and others are not real, how can we be confident that it's leading to a pro-social kind of direction? I'm not antisocial, just
so it's not that we're not real. You exist, but it's just how in my mind creates you. That's not, that's just neurons firing, right? There's no you inside of me.
Or
right?
The self isn't real, I suppose.
Right, it's just, my experience of you is neurons firing, right? As opposed to, but you definitely exist.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but.
Well,
Or,
The
okay.
aspect of why does it favorize pro-sociality and less kind of like justifying that others are not as, the self that others feel is not as important, or I don't know if my question is clear, but.
I think a couple different reasons. Because again, the perspective taking, like one thing that happens is as you go inside, you get more and more and more in touch with your own feelings and emotions. And there's an idea that the way I understand other people's emotions is it's called the as-if loop. So if I see you smiling, right, inside my mind, I smile, and it's like, okay, when I'm looking like that, that's how I feel. And so it increases the empathy and compassion because I better understand, at least the empathy part of it, because I can better understand how you're feeling. So I think that's part of it. And so then if you're suffering, I understand you're suffering and I can relate to you more, I think. I think that's part of the idea of why it drives more compassion and empathy. And again, also just better understanding how we're all interrelated. And also understanding, and again, from the Buddhist perspective, we're all one, this whole thing, right? So that, I guess I can also see that, when this gets to the ethics, right? So I practice in the Theravada tradition, and so there's the precepts which are refraining from harming others, undergoing the training and refraining from harming others, or false speech, harsh speech, and lying and stealing and whatnot. And so the idea is that if I do something to harm you, or if I lie, it's going to hurt me. So if I see that, like I'm undergoing the training, so I notice that, okay, when I tell a little lie or a big lie or I insult you, it doesn't feel good to me. Or you then get mad at me, and then it's bad for me for that reason. And so that's something I've noticed inside myself, is that as I've gotten more aware of how my actions impact others, it's like, oh, I don't want to do that. And so that's another one way that it's helped me at least clean up my act. But then again, there's also the greater empathy for others, the greater understanding that we're all in this together. So I think there's a lot of different ways in which it can promote that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know if others want to address that question. Maybe in the panel we can do that. Yeah.
Hi. Just wanted to ask your perspective. So first of all, thank you. I have been practicing yoga and meditation for a long time, but I think I wanted to understand, having studied in the East, for me, yoga is a 8-step discipline. So it constitutes, for example, what we call yama and niyama, which you just explained, the attitudes with which to live in society and the way with which we need to discipline ourselves internally with something as simple as cleanliness, for example.
Right.
So these are certain things that we practice. And part of that 8-step, you have breathing, you have concentration, you have, and meditation is part of yoga. So when you're doing the studies, I see that sometimes you're comparing, for example, the yogi versus the meditator. So is that perspective taken into consideration, or are you separating like the physical aspect of what yoga brings from that meditative practice that yoga also brings?
Right. So in that particular study, no, because it was just people who practiced yoga for a long time versus people who practiced mindfulness for a long time. And they do practice they tend to do mantra yoga. And again, it could just be the people if you're at a particular stage, you're more likely to choose a particular type of meditation or yoga. That could be it. So, we really need some longitudinal studies to see. But yeah, no, definitely, like how yoga is practiced here in the West is not real yoga.
It's very different.
Yeah, and so, and I think they have shown, because they've done this, they've translated this into, Hindi and Tamil, and they've done it in India. And definitely there's people, there's definitely a lot of late stage people in India. So I would say that yes, the full package of yoga is definitely conducive to later stages.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I think we're out of time.
I just want to ask something about the MAP, the maturity assessment profile. So when you're testing for that, is it based on just a questionnaire, or is there any way to get a more objective measure of that? And also, is there any online test that someone could do to see where they stand on these different metrics and see if there's any areas they could focus on and how they could improve those different dimensions?
Yep. So, so it is an objective measure. Well, it is an objective measure, right? It's considered a behavioral test. So there are companies. You usually have to pay several $100s to get it tested, because at this point, the only way to score it is you need to have someone who's very highly trained to score it. But not only do you get your assessment, they also give you feedback on the assessment. So there's a place in California called Vertical Development Academy that does this. So you can go to their website and take it. There's also Stages International is another place you can go and do it online. There's also like developmental coaches, like corporate coaches that use it. So sometimes they'll use it, their work. So it's, but yeah, it's not like a quickie thing that you can just like go online, hit a button, and get a score back in 10 seconds. Yeah. Stages International. Yeah. Anyone else? Cool. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Lazar. We'll now take a quick 15-minute break, and we'll reconvene shortly for our final presentation and exciting panel discussion. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Reza Zomarodi.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. I'm honored to giving the last talk after one day of amazing presentation and insightful chat all about the meditation. If you are closing your eyes, I assume it's intentional and you are meditating. But hopefully I will do my best towards your attention. I'm going to present a real fresh result of what we are doing at the Vielight, at the research team. This study hasn't been published yet, so all the analysis is ongoing, and some of them is new even for all, the team at the Vielight. Disclosure, I'm working as a scientific advisor for Vielight, so I'm compensating for my time. And also I have a confession. I don't do the meditation, but I'm trying to learn. The last time I really hooked myself to the EEG and to see the level of my meditation, the system flagged me as a clinical sleep, so it's not meditation. So that's my level of understanding from meditation. And I'm focusing mostly on the neurophysiological part of the meditation. To give you the idea what I'm going to talk is very brief review of our finding, literature, other people's about the EEG, fMRI, biomedical engineer who approach to understand the meditation. And I will talk about our study design, result, summary, and the future work we are doing at the Vielight. It's not difficult to check for publication published recently in meditation using the brain imaging modality. The number is growing exponentially. So it means its interest is growing to understand what is a neurophysiological mechanism. And the idea is to understand, beside the spiritual and all of the philosophical concept of the meditation, we want to understand the impact of the meditation on brain and how we can measure it and how we can quantify it. And one of the parameters, one of the tools we are using is the EEG. EEG has the limitation and has the power to analyze and to understand the brain. And so far, What we are understanding from the EEG, probably you know about the famous delta, theta, alpha, beta, gamma. This is, I'm sure it's familiar for most of the audience. What we understand from EEG, it's very, depends to the analysis, we understand a lot, but some of the common finding is if people are starting to do the meditation, most of the time we have the increase in the theta and alpha frequency. But if they are master meditator or advanced meditator, it's not happening for them. So alpha and theta is not changing. Actually, they are going to the high frequency, to the gamma and beta. That's one of the solid findings so far for the EEG. For MRI, so some of the experts here, they presented their result also. fMRI also, another modality of the brain imaging, people are using to understand what's happening during meditation. They put the people inside the fMRI or running the study pre and after to understand the effect of the meditation. People who are doing for a long time or they are doing after a training to understand what's happening on the brain, which part of the brain is more activated or how structurally it changed the brain. So again, some of the data has been presented, but most finding reported increase in the gray matter when people are having the advanced meditation experience. So literally change the brain. It's not like a philosophical or just spiritual change. It's like physically something's happening in the brain and you can measure it. And also in terms of the functionality, we talk a lot about the default mode network. People reported default mode network suppressed during the meditation, but salience network, which is attention and control, and frontal parietal network, which is executive function, they are increasing in functionality. And last 10 years, we saw some other interest. People are using brain stimulation to understand the meditation. The idea of the brain stimulation is generally, or non-invasive brain stimulation is, at very, very basic level, we feel, or the hypothesis or understanding of brain is, brain works in electrochemical ways. They send the message, they process the message, they perceive, they make a decision about the memory. Everything we understand or what we measure in the neuroscience is based off the electrochemical change. And that's how we interact with the brain. So the famous example is because it's chemical, we developed a drug. How successful we are, that's a different story, but that's our understanding. Electrical part is the same. They are sending the electrical signals. That's how we measure through the EEG. But how about if we interact with that electrical signals? They're sending the signals from point A and B, and if we interfere with that signals, if we enhance that information, do we increase the performance? If we block that information, do we block, for example, PTSD? Do we block the anger? Do we block some functionality of the brain? That's the whole goal of the brain stimulation. We have right now several non-invasive brain stimulation techniques, but most popular of them is a TMS and TDCS. TDCS, they are using the electrical current, very, very small direct electrical current, and the TMS is a magnetic stimulation. Basically, the physics is very similar, only the magnetic stimulation, this is more focal. You can target very specific hub of any network you are targeting, very, very tiny part. Electrical stimulation is a little wider. You don't have that focality. Although the new technology, they try to make it more focal. And another new technology is ultrasound. And all of them, they try non-invasively to target a region of the brain that is activated or deactivated during a practice. And we have a lot of clinical intervention, and the protocol for that we have right now the FDA and Health Canada approval for TMS. We see it improves the depressive symptom. Idea is we understand for the depression, some part of the brain is not working properly. It's not firing up. Okay, that's interesting. We are finding from MRI. We use a TMS targeting exactly that location. We're bringing the activity up. Then suddenly people are coming out of the depression. So this is really fascinating technology. Well, imagine if we are using this technology for meditation. We always have the new people who doesn't know anything about meditation. They want to practice. They have no experience. I'm comparing myself to a master meditator, and they're saying, okay, those people, they have more activity in, for example, ACC. Can I stimulate my brain with the brain stimulation technique and have the same joy and same experience of meditation or not? So that's the whole idea. People are trying to use a non-invasive brain stimulation. And the beauty of the brain stimulation is also it gives us the causation, not only the correlation. We don't see this opportunity with the other modality. For example, if I'm recording the EEG or fMRI, and you are giving me a task, a memory task or emotional task, you can show, oh, look at this area. It's firing up when you are sad. And the other area is firing up when you are upset, right? And we see the correlation, but we don't see the causation. With the brain stimulation, actually you can check the causation. This gives us a lot of power. And if, for example, you'd find it, this left DLPFC is involved in rumination, you said, yeah, it's always firing up during the rumination. Can I switch it off with the TMS and to see the effect or not? Or the other network or the complex interaction is also involved. So brain stimulation not only gives us the opportunity to interfere with the brain function, but also to check for the causality of the problem. And there have been successful results so far. Not many studies, but few studies, they show the impact of the TDCS, TMS, they target different locations, and they do the assessment like a pre and post, and they see, yeah, it enhances some experience. If you add meditation practice plus TDCS, basically targeting the same area that you hope you increase with the meditation, it actually works. So it helps you with some simple cognitive assessment that we have in the lab, so we can see the impact of this. And but over all of this result, all of this neurophysiology study, we have one main goal. We wanted to measure the meditation level in quantify that, not only through the subjective experience, which is really, really big goal. And when we had this problem, when we recruit the subjects, participants for the study, we are asking them how many years of meditation you have. And they are saying, okay, 3 years, 5 years, I'm practicing every week. Well, I don't have any measure, right? We don't have any blood test for that. So I have said, okay, you are okay, you are coming to the experiment. And we don't have any other assessment, so we can go through some cognitive assessment, subjective experience questionnaire. But the goal is hopeful. It's like a $1 million question here. Can we objectively measure the meditation state? And can we see the difference between people who are practicing yesterday and people who are practicing 10 years ago? Can we have the measure like blood sugar? It's going up and down. Can we trace it over time? That's the goal. But we have a lot of challenge, of course. And you may guess it's first is define the meditation state. Meditation state, as we learned it so far, is a progress. It's not like a 0-1 state. It's a continuous progression. And we don't know how to define it. Still, I'm sure people have some idea, but in terms of the quantification that we need for neuroscience and neurophysiology, still is a challenging part. Which state we are telling this is a meditation state? I don't have that experience, as I confess, But I believe when you are doing the meditation, you are not going always to stay in a high-level meditation. You are moving, you are changing from network to network. Probably you are coming down, then you are trying to go up. So maintaining the meditation for 20 minutes or whatever time you want to practice. But this is by itself is a challenging. And then the other question is, if we are thinking about the meditation or consciousness, you know, Dr. Lulin was talking about the consciousness, and Stuart Hammer of theories about the consciousness and quantum entanglement that gives us the consciousness. Do we have the right tools to measure the consciousness and the meditation? If we believe the meditation state and enlightenment, if this is a goal, and consciousness is such a high level and it's going to the quantum state, then really we are using the EEG or fMRI as a Stone Age technology. So they are not really matching up. So that's by itself is a big question. And then the other question is like how we can bring the people to the lab to do the meditation. I believe people have more challenges in the fMRI because you are putting them in the cage and saying, okay, do meditation now. So that would be really difficult. And again, in the lab is also difficult. You know, there's a lot of people is around, and we have the research assistants here. They know when we are putting the EEG, so they are not comfortable sitting on the chair. A lot of people is around them, asking them, okay, do the meditation right now because we are going to record it right now. So it's difficult. It's a challenging part. So we have a lot of challenging to understand the neurophysiology and the signature of the meditation in the brain. I'm presenting the result that this is really like the first step for us to understand the meditation. And on top of understanding meditation by itself is a big question, we add another spice to that, another brain stimulation technique, which is photobiomodulation. And we wanted to combine photobiomodulation to meditation state and to see, does it help people to do meditation? If it helps, how? And how we can measure it, how we can quantify it. And as I said, this is a really fresh study. We haven't published it yet, so we are working on the publication with the team. And the criteria, the participants, we recruited 20 people who are experienced meditator. And for us, in the questionnaire, we trust them, said they have the practice of meditation at least more than 1 year and practicing 3 times per week. That was the main concept when we defined them as an experienced meditator. And of course, they should be healthy, no psychiatric or the mental illness or any medication. And that's how they come for the study and we recruit them. And we try to create a randomized, I will go through all the detail here, randomized, sham controlled, because we have the photobiomodulation device, we put it on the placebo effect, we put it on the active effect, and we blinded ourselves because the stimulation, we don't know what kind of the stimulation we are giving to the participants. And I asked them to come 6 times. I was joking with my colleagues, said, you know, when people are coming to say, photobiomodulation helping me, I said, okay, good for you, but I cannot quantify that. If I cannot quantify that, I don't understand it. For the meditation was the same for me. People are saying, we are doing the meditation, it helps us. We received that a lot of feedback from people. I said, okay, I don't know how it works, but if it works for you, maybe it's placebo, still it works for you, good for you. We don't know how to quantify. When we designed a study, people are coming, maybe they are impressed with the technology. They said, yeah, I feel good. Or even if they purchase the device, $3,000, of course they feel good. So they should feel good because they pay money, right? So we asked them to come 6 times. We said, are you doing the meditation? Okay, that's good. So we record your brain. Kindly come next time. And next time, they agreed to come 6 times most of the time. And so how we measure the brain. And so we wanted to make sure if we are reporting any number, we repeat it several times. And the numbers we are getting is valid. So we should have really what we call it interclass correlation analysis. So we wanted to make sure we have really test-retest reliability of the study. So that's the people, they are coming here. But for the brain stimulation, we use photobiomodulation. And the photobiomodulation, if you saw the device, is really simple technology. It's like you're receiving the light right now, and you don't feel anything. So you don't feel heat. It's exactly the same things. When you are putting the device, the LED is on, you don't feel any heat. If you feel heat, it's like a malfunctioning device. So we have to modify it. So it was very easy to create a sham or placebo device, because when we put it in the on or off mode, nobody could understand except the people or technician who was doing that work. If we change the frequency, still people have no sense of the frequency. So then you can imagine we are giving this device to people, they don't know if they are receiving a stimulation or not, because in the TMS or TDCS, you always feel something is knocking on your scalp or you have some sensation. But with light, you have nothing. So it was really perfect non-invasive brain stimulation for us to run double-blind crossover study. And that's the device we used. That's the first version of the device. Right now, and we have the NeuroPro 2 version. This is more advanced, but that was the first version. And it works with 810 nanometer near infrared light. And we had LED on, I put in the montage over the EEG location. So we have 3 electrodes, 3 LED in the frontal part, then in central part. We also put intranasal, and also we stimulated on cerebrum. And as I said, the device generates no heat or sensation, which make it ideal device for placebo or sham. A little about the action mechanism. Why we are thinking this device is working. I don't want to really go deep about the mechanism here. You know, for the electrical or magnetic stimulation is very clear. For chemical is very clear. We give the drug, it interacts with the chemical, with the neurotransmitter. We block some neurotransmitter or ionic channel. Electrical stimulation is the same. We interact with the electrical pulsation in the brain between neurons. We stop them. For every interaction with brain, we need the receptors, right? And we need some things to absorb that stimulation. For light, magically, we designed to have a receptor that is sitting on it's called cytochrome C, which is sitting on the mitochondria. It's very, this is like the source of the energy for the cells and the neuron. This is like a very sensitive area. So when we are shining the light, if it penetrates through a scalp, this is all still engineering question, how we have to optimize it, how to make it work. If it penetrates through the scalp, it reaches the brain, it acts with the mitochondria, and it provides the energy for the cell. And then cell decide how to use this energy. So if they are not functioning properly, they are starting to use this energy and starting to firing up, starting to increase the neuroplasticity and the chain of the reaction. And also, it also, another theory they are saying it works with the calcium channels. It activates the calcium channels. And also it increases blood flow. So I'm not going on the details, but it's very well studied. People know it interacts with the brain, and they showed in the animal model and also in the human study. Previously, we've worked and published a paper on the healthy people to see if this device, if this photobiomodulation, specifically the Vielight, I'm talking about the Vielight device when I'm talking about photobiomodulation, does it really change anything on the brain? It's not about the cognition. I'm not asking people how they feel. I just record their EEG. Again, in the 2 conditions, crossover, active or sham, and we find that, yes, it's significantly changed. Even sham condition, if you are looking in the second row, Sham condition, because people have no idea this device is on or not. So this is placebo. It's always working. It's always a big effect. And we find it, yes, placebo has also changed the cortical oscillation. Fortunately, I guess we were lucky at that time. When we published this paper, that was one of the most cited paper in the photobiomodulation and EEG, we find the difference between active and sham. This is always we wanted to find. The active stimulation is bigger than sham, so actually we have real effect. So we already studied that part on healthy people. For this study, we bring the people with the meditation, we add the meditation level. We wanted to see the experience of people after they are using photobiomodulation. What we did, we record the EEG before they are starting meditation or they are receiving the photobiomodulation. Then we're asking them when they are ready to do the meditation. We're asking them to do meditation for 20 minutes. It's like a focused attention meditation. And we put the device on. When they started the meditation, we selected randomly one of the protocol. Active, sham, or stimulation at the 4 Hertz, 10 Hertz, 40 Hertz, 120 Hertz. I really like to go for explore more frequency, but this is like a study design. We don't have that feasibility. And after 20 minutes, again, we recorded their EEG as like a post effect. And after the experiment is finished, they are sitting relaxed on a chair. We're asking them to fill a survey. It's like a mystical experience questionnaire. And this subjective experience, because anyway, subjective experience is the most important things for us. Then I will see how I can find that with the EEG or the brain function. Mystical questionnaire is a standard questionnaire. People have used it for a long time. Still they are using for the psychedelic experience. It's a very valid test. It explores 4 domains of the mystical experience: positive mood, sense of time and space, and some things that you cannot explain. So it has 30 questions people are answering every time they are coming to the lab. So every time they're doing meditation, they receive a brain stimulation, we ask them to fill out that survey. And now I'm going to show you the result, what happened with that. And if you don't want to listen, the rest of the talk is okay, but this is the main message. So I think you can leave the room after this. We find a significant result on effect of the photobiomodulation on meditation experience. This is really, I couldn't believe it first myself because people were really blind to the condition they are receiving. They didn't know it is active or sham. And they are coming 5 or 6 times to the experiment. And they all reported, mostly, not all, reported when they received, they had the photobiomodulation on, they have a better experience in meditation. And the model shows statistically significant. And we run like ANOVA analysis, then the rest of the analysis, we see which condition is more significant. And we find it, at least in this data set. I always have to emphasize because reproducibility is important, number of subjects is important, at least in the data set we have, we find that if we increase the frequency of modulation, frequency of the photobiomodulation, people reported better experience of meditation. That's our finding. And we stopped it at 120 Hertz. And unfortunately, Dr. Sanjay couldn't make it for this conference. He had the data, people are receiving photobiomodulation for 400 Hertz, 1000 Hertz, and higher frequency, and people reported even higher experience of meditation. So it's like, it seems like this line we can extrapolate to see what's happening with the higher frequency. So the rest would be a little boring. It's all about the EEG analysis, but I'm going to show you some standard analysis that people are, when we are doing the EEG, the first question they're asking, how much change you have in the alpha theta power or gamma power? Where was that change? So we do that analysis, and also we add another advanced analysis that we believe this advanced analysis, that would be the key for finding or classifying the meditation state. Before going to the analysis, maybe I give you also a brief review of the EEG. What does it mean, EEG, for the people who doesn't know much about this technique? EEG, it's like a little microphone. We are putting this little microphone on the scalp, and we are trying to understand what's going on in the brain. So we are recording the voice when they are talking, the neurons talking to each other. But this voice is electrical. When the neurons, they are talking, they generate this, transmit information, they generate electrical field, very, very tiny electrical field. With the EEG, we collect that information, and we are trying to analyze that. And that's how the signal is coming. It would be very, very noisy signals, but when we put it in the different frequency band, it finds a meaning. So we find it the alpha, theta, beta, gamma, and we find it, yeah, during different condition, this frequency is changing. It has some meaning for us. And we can go from 1 electrode to 10 electrode to 19 electrodes. We use it 64 electrode for our experiment. It's high density EEG system. And we can do the same analysis. We reported what's happening with the cortical oscillation, not only from frontal part, that like our colleagues here with the Muse, they only recorded the frontal part. We recorded the whole brain. And we also do some deeper analysis about the connectivity, how different parts of the brain is connected to each other. And also we go a little deeper. That was one of the questions. When we do the EEG, we cannot really go subcortical, but we do some source analysis. The source analysis is like an analysis you want to see when you're finding some electrical activity on the surface because you put the electrode on the scalp. You want to see where this electrical activity is coming from. Where is the source? That's what we call it, the source analysis. It's a little more complicated analysis, but it gives more information for us. We are going a little deeper. We also did this analysis. So the first analysis is a power spectrum. And yep, here is only the meditation. I should take this one. In this subplot, I have only the meditation. This is EEG before meditation, and then when they started meditation, and this is after meditation. What we see here, we have the increase in the alpha, theta, delta. It seems it's really matching for the idea we expected first, so they are not advanced meditator. The alpha, low frequencies increase during the meditation. And here, when they do the meditation, but when they have the device was off. As you see, the pattern of the meditation is changing. They are the same people, and they don't know the device is on or off. They are the same people. And here, it's different frequency. I know it's a very busy figure. I will show you another one, but I wanted to emphasize here, check the precondition before they are doing meditation. It's very similar. That shows the retest reliability of this experiment. When people are coming to the lab, basically they started from the same baseline. So we have really high quality data. So when we are talking about the next analysis, you can be sure the quality and the collection was done in the good condition. Here, it's the same figure, but we focus on the change. In controlled condition, that we call it only meditation, when we run a statistical analysis, basically cluster permutation analysis, really heavy statistics, we find it for the population, we have suppression in the gamma significantly, and increase in delta and theta. That was our significant result. We saw some change in the alpha, but it was not significant in our population. When the device is off, that's totally changing the condition. The alpha is increasing a lot, and also gamma. It seems we are moving, even when the device is off, we are moving toward a more advanced meditator. But this is when the device is off. And now we are checking the different frequency. 120 hertz. Most change happens in the high frequency. We change the frequency lower to 40 hertz, only alpha showing the significant change. Coming to the 10 hertz, it seems when we are in the lower frequency, we are moving to lower modulation. So that was an interesting finding. Hopefully we can reproduce it again. So it seems that when we are going to the high frequency of stimulation, we're pushing the brain toward more advanced meditator. When we are using the low frequency, basically we modulate the same things we expected. People are practicing meditation, we expected to see more alpha, delta, theta. And with the photobiomodulation, basically we modulate the same frequency. It seems the higher frequency, as people reported subjectively, they have better feeling during the meditation. We see the neural manifestation also here. But that was a good finding, but that was no correlation, unfortunately, between their subjective experience. Everyone has one score. And then we correlated with the change in the delta, theta, alpha, beta, gamma, with all of them. We didn't find any correlation. Overall, it was a significant result. But the correlation, that was the most important thing. That was the main question. We wanted to solve this problem. In other words, if we are going to see people have reported to increase in the alpha or beta or theta frequency, it's definitely changed. But does it correlate with the subjective experience? We didn't find any correlation there. So it was not really enough to see increase your alpha, listen to this music on the YouTube or on your app, theta, when you are doing the meditation, because it modulates your meditation. It modulates your cortical oscillation, but it was not related, at least was not correlated with subjective experience. We didn't find any relationship here. And we go deeper, of course. We don't stop here. We go to the source. We say, let's go to the source of the activity, not on the surface, because on the surface we have some technical limitation. And again, the meditation is here. That's the difference between meditation and before. So I didn't plot all the figures here, just the difference between during means meditation, pre means before meditation. Only meditation, that's what is happening. But the only, I'm sure you notice very fast, when they have the device, even if it is sham or active, we have the suppression of the alpha. So again, this is really interesting. People, they don't know they receive an active or sham device. The device is really interacting with their brain. In the source level, we find this pattern. Again, I can go over the details, but the main question, does this change correlated or shows any relationship with the subjective experience? We run the analysis again, and mostly we find no correlation. We have the change, we have the significant change, but we didn't find any correlation with the subjective experience, except in two conditions, with 4 hertz and 40 hertz, which was really surprising. But this is only the simple statistics. If we are running a more robust statistics, probably they are not surviving. And we check for different network, default mode network we talk a lot, limbic network, somatosensory network. We check all of the activity and run the correlation between the activity within each network and the subjective experience. And that was, I believe this is a random, but 40 hertz was kind of consistent finding. So it's not bad, but I was not really happy with the analysis, with the final result yet. And we check for the connectivity, another measure. how the connection between different parts of the brain is changing between the meditation. And we see a lot of changes. I'm not going over the detail. And we run, again, the correlation. Maybe the connectivity, maybe it's sending the message between different parts of the brain is correlated with the subjective experience. Again, we didn't find really quite significant result. In the meditation especially, this is, only in theta and gamma, which is very interesting frequency, it was correlated with the visual network. It was not even correlated with the default mode network. And we find some significant result in even sham and also in 40 hertz. 40 hertz it seems like a very specific frequency. We will discuss it later. And we didn't stop again here. We find that the meditation is more complex. The state is more complex, and we have to come with much better analysis. We cannot go with the standard analysis so far people are used. We have to come with some innovative method. That's the method we are using. It's called Leiden eigenvector dynamic analysis. Basically, when we coming to the source, it's like very similar to fMRI, but not with that precision. We have a higher quality of the brain activity in different source level. And we are trying to distinguish when the brain is changing over time, right? So we are recording brain for 20 minutes. We wanted to see which area, which profile of the brain is more stable during the time, right? For example, when you are closing your eyes, not doing meditation, or maybe you are doing meditation, the network is fluctuating between different network, right? So one moment you are thinking about future, one moment thinking about past, one moment thinking about your moment. So the brain network is changing. And we are trying to understand which network, it's like a data-driven method, which network is more stable and how many networks we can find that the brain is fluctuating during the meditation. That's quite advanced, as you can see from this analysis. We have to go through a lot of process to find the brain state. And we find the brain state based off the several criteria of the analysis. We identify 7 states of the brain that during, for each person, they are coming before the meditation. We find 7 states and we check it for the meditation and we analyze it, how they are changing. And the point, and the most important point, is we are not going to check the activity of that network again. We are checking the transition between this network, because the meditation is not that one state, 0-1 state. It's changing over time. And we wanted to see how the brain network is changing over time. And this analysis, it gives us that idea. And of course, it's so variable. And with this method, we can see what is the stable point or semi-stable point in the brain network, and what is the transition time between them. How the brain is switching between state 1, 2, 3, 4, and how many seconds or milliseconds they are staying in that state. We find it 7 network, and we tried the model with 5 network, 4 network, 8 network, and we find that 7 network gives us more stable statistical results, so we stop it with 7 network. And we create a profile. And with the Monte Carlo simulation, Monte Carlo analysis, we find the transition probability between the network. And that's the heat map. This is how we are reading here. If it is so red, it means from cluster 6 to 0, we have the high probability. From clusters 6 to 0, we have the high probability. From cluster 6 to 5, we have very low probability. It means if they are in cluster 6, they are not going to cluster 5. That's how we find it. I know it's a little complex, but meditation is also a difficult question. And that was a pattern. This is like people before meditation. This is what is happening for them. And that's a pattern when we do meditation. When we are stimulating the brain, device is off. When we are doing 120, 4 hertz, 10 hertz, and 40 hertz. And as you see clearly that the transition pattern is changing, right? Because from the heat map, you can see that what's happening here. Again, photobiomodulation has an effect. And the question is, we're running the fancy analysis, beautiful picture, but does it correlate with the subjective experience or not? That's the most important things for us. And that was, this result, it shows the correlation. And I will tell you how to read this one. 0 or the white, it means we didn't find a correlation. Red, it means they have the high correlation. Blue means they have the negative correlation. And they are really, if you know a little about statistics, this is a Z-score of that. This is quite significant result. It's not a little significant, it's really significant result. And for example, in the control meditation, if we are in the state 5, the transition to a state 4, or from 6 to 6, staying to the same condition, is the best state that explains the meditation state. When people are doing practically meditation without any intervention, brain wants to stay in condition 6. And a little from condition 5 to 4. That's the most probable condition. But the blue, it means they are not going for the other condition, the blue, significantly. Definitely they are not going to this transition. The white one, they might go there. This is random, but they are not significant. But the only significant things we are finding for meditation, they want to stay in condition 6, the cluster 6. And we check it. Yep. We put the device on, the pattern is changing, but still we have very significant correlation. And also for 4 hertz, 120 hertz, 40 hertz, 10 hertz. They have different pattern. I believe I didn't expect it to come with very, very simple question, simple answer or one marker to see when you are doing the meditation, parameter A is going up. When you are not doing that, the parameter is going down. So it's not like a blood sugar. We can measure it with one measure. So it's more complex, and we have to measure it with more complex dynamic. And so this is also a summary. I was showing what is during the meditation. It's only going to the cluster 6, and the transition to other cluster is basically forbidden, or we didn't find it at the cluster. But when we have this with help of the photobiomodulation, 120 hertz, we push the brain to go to other cluster. They reported better meditation experience. We still don't know how, but that's the beauty of the finding. We change the brain to go to other state, and that's how they reported they have the better meditation experience. And we were happy with this result. Still, we are working on it to make it a little more simple to present, but it seems by itself is a complex analysis. So the summary of finding is photobiomodulation significantly enhance focus attention meditation experience. Because of course we have different type of the meditation. We've only work on the focus attention meditation, and we find it really changed subjective experience. That's the point, simple, even without going to those complex analyses. And meditation enhancement depends on the frequency of stimulation, which is another interesting finding. And it makes us to think maybe different people have different frequency, different resonant frequency, if you will. If we are finding the right frequency for people, then with photobiomodulation, we can give them the better experience. So it's not like one frequency working for everyone. It's really the frequency dependent. And some repeated experiment result is photobiomodulation change the cortical oscillation and the brain activity and network activity. and which all of them, it really depends to the frequency of stimulation. We can think about the clinical application here, that we can think about the personalized photobiomodulation, because the frequency should be tailored to desired brain state. Here, we are talking about the meditation, but if we coming with, let's say, the condition of the anxiety or the depression, we wanted to change the brain from state A to B. It seems with the photobiomodulation, by changing the parameters, we can drive the brain, or at least induce the neuroplasticity to the right direction to end up to the desired state. And we can also use the photobiomodulation as an augmentation for other treatment, for pharmacology, for meditation, for TMS, for TDCS, or for other modality. And of course, the mechanisms matter, and we have to understand how that frequency is important for different conditions. And hopefully with this, when we understand, we can help for the mental health and performance optimization. It's not only, of course, for the patients. If people want to have more attention, be better in decision making, we have to help them with this technology, or we can help them. And a lot of research question is coming from finding the optimal frequency for everyone, finding the mechanism, how we can modulate the brain, and how we can consider the individual variability, and what would be the long-term effect. Right now, we are working on the second phase of the study, that still the meditation. And I will invite people, if they are in the Toronto, they can come to the office to participate in this experiment. But here we wanted to really replicate the experiment. If people are responding to 120 hertz, we wanted to try it again, 120 hertz 3 times at least, to make sure we are finding a profile of the brain for the brain stimulation. And not only for meditation, we're also repeating the same experiment for healthy people. Hopefully, that would be the future project, and we already started with amazing team. We have Neuro AI project. We are implementing complex machine learning, complex analysis, and using the machine learning and AI technology in order to find the profile of the brain at first, then finding the best treatment or best intervention protocol for the brain. And that's still for us is a basic, because we wanted to put this dashboard online for everyone. If you are purchasing the EEG from any companies, you can upload your data to this dashboard, and you will receive the report of your brain, like a complete, comprehensive analysis. And the third level, which is we are exciting, we wanted to create a closed loop. When you are purchasing the photobiomodulation or any brain modality, if you have the EEG at comfort of your home, you connect it to this platform. We're running the AI algorithm, and we are modifying and giving you the optimized protocol for you. So it's really personalized. And it's not only personalized for you, personalized if you want to use it at the morning, the brain is different. If you want to use it before sleep, brain is different. We will give you that opportunity with this platform. And with that, I'd like to thank the amazing team and Dr. Lu Lim, always supportive, be included in everything here.
Thank you. We'd like to invite all of our presenters on stage for a panel discussion hosted by Payal. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, welcome everyone. Thank you for your patience and staying with us for the whole day. We're here for the last bit where we'll talk to all the researchers and learn a little bit more about how they think and what their views are on some of the some interesting questions that we have lined up. Starting with Dr. Liu. How does this summit serve as a bridge benefiting both the attendees today and Vielight in bringing meditation, neuroscience, and technology into a closer integration?
Actually, there's an echo in the room. I'm not sure if I got everything. The integration between what we do in neuroscience and...
Like, what's the benefit of this summit?
The benefit, okay. Now, when I started, I said, okay, we don't really know where we're going. It's okay, you come walk in here, you're not sure what you're in here for. And when I say that, you know, we're scientists, so we're in this world of discovery. It's actually a joy not to know anything when you go in, but there's a lot of trepidation too, right? Like when an example, when we did the cell culture studies, we had no idea. Okay, let's go do it. I think with a hunch something's going to happen, and we discover a lot of interesting things. So in a way, I think here we will actually know a lot more. You know, when you watch Reza's presentation, we do know a lot. But I think it's just opening the door for what is possible. You know, I see it once. One thing is, so Reza did a great presentation on using photobiomodulation as a tool, right? To say we enhance meditation at a high level, it means we are getting a high functioning brain to even higher functioning. What if we translate that into, say, medical applications? That's one thing. But I think, and I was talking to Reza, I said, okay, we got to do this because we are seeing brain at this jhana altered state, and we want to know what the brain looks like. Actually, we don't exactly know. Reza is doing this source localization to see which region of the brain is responding. And I think that is a really a great, significant start. And in the field of neuroscience, you find very little literature, if actually none. There's quite a lot of work in imaging. Speakers here too, you know, and also elsewhere not attending this, showing what the brain looks like in neuroimaging, but actually it's quite inconsistent. I've seen data that are conflicting. But maybe we can contribute more to that kind of brain. And we want to, we are collecting databases too, as I've said in my presentation. And maybe we will have a reference of what a really good brain looks like. That requires a lot of data, and we're using EEG primarily. And maybe you've seen how photobiomodulation can kind of alter brain waves. And I did mention that if you can alter brain wave, you can possibly alter the underlying physiology, which means you get something more permanent, something that's therapeutic. And then if this is theoretical, okay, and if you do that and shift that towards what an impaired brain, like Alzheimer's, should look like when it is healthy, and we keep doing that in a closed loop manner, I think that is conceptually how I see, you know, that may possibly personalize medicine for some cases.
Thank you. Does anyone want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'm extremely excited about the results that Rosa showed. I think we have independent lines of evidence which sort of point to the fact that, as Lou said, the normal brain operates in a certain way. The brain in meditation and under psychedelics operate in a slightly different way, and the mentally ill brain, with several measures of mental illness, operate. So, for example, on criticality, brain criticality, it's kind of a measure. We see that depressed brains and brains with other mental illnesses operate much more subcritically, and then meditation pushes the brain towards closer to criticality. And one of the really exciting points about the fact that you found these results here are showing that maybe biophotomodulation is pushing a brain towards a healthier range. It doesn't have to get to meditation levels, but it can move people from unhealthy patterns to more healthy patterns, allow the brain to function more closer to criticality. Criticality roughly means information is more widely spread through the brain.
Shamil, you've been one of the first few people who've probably had some experiences using photobiomodulation for meditation. So what, in your view or experience, might be the mechanism of action that is actually causing or bringing about these deeper states of meditation and consciousness?
You mean using biophotomodulation?
Yeah,
yeah,
because you've used it.
So this is obviously, I mean, we don't know the mechanisms. We don't know. So, but what's exciting, first of all, is that I mean, I've used the device and found it powerful, but I haven't done sham control and all this kind of stuff. So you can never take a personal n=1 experience. However, subjectively, I found it very powerful. I found it took me to very deep states of meditation, very powerful states of meditation. Now, what was exciting about Raz's results is that there they had actual sham controls, and they found statistically significant increases in the mystical experience questionnaire. Now, I think that's the most important result. I mean, the sort of linking it to the neuroscience, okay, well, that's cool for the scientists who are trying to defend their mechanisms, but what really matters to us is, what's our subjective experience, the fact that this is actually moving us. In terms of like the potential mechanisms, I'll try to answer that in a couple of ways. One is phenomenologically. I think that in higher states of meditation, there is an increase in the clarity of awareness, more arousal, brighter, clear awareness. So many people think of meditation as like, oh, you want to get into a relaxed state. But that's just because everyone's so stressed in the world. So, this is the initial stage. Really what meditation is a kind of balance between relaxed alertness. So either people in the world, most people are kind of stressed, or they're super relaxed and sleepy. What we want to do in meditation is cultivate this really interesting state where you've got a totally bright, alert, sit up straight, wake up alertness, but in a relaxed way. And I think that the biophotomodulation is somehow increasing energy or arousal in the brain, which a brain that's ready to harness that can use to clarify awareness. So that's the subjective perspective. That's just my guess. The thing is, I don't know what energy is. Is it, one, changing the balance between excitatory and inhibitory neurons? Two, increases in pushing the brain close to criticality. These are all a bit technical. Three, increase in brain entropy. you know, I mean, there are a lot of things that are kind of going in the right direction, but we don't know. Is it the same thing as the arousal system is doing, the reticular activating system, which wakes us up in the morning, which keeps us bright and awake? Is it somehow fine-tuning that system? Don't know.
Thank you. That brings me to Dr. Norman Farb. Now, we've sort of discussed a little bit about meditation, and we don't know what's happening or what we're measuring. What is the point or the real sign that meditation is working? Like, what do we call? How do we know our meditation is working?
Yeah, well, I guess my perspective is that people are meditating for many different reasons. Traditionally, people also are meditating for different reasons. So the person who's trying not to get reincarnated is not the average person historically. But ostensibly, that's what these traditions were designed for, to break free from conditioned arising. So let's just assume that that's not what like 99.9% of people have no interest in that or even believe in that metaphysical system. So most people are probably meditating for relief, I would argue. Like they are too stressed, and getting that relaxation response for them is well worth their time and money. And then some people, if they are privileged enough to have relief, are probably trying to have insights, right? So they're trying to, sorry about that. They're trying to actually learn something more about the way their minds work or the world's. Some people are meditating for, like people are trying to find ways of grasping at something that they often don't have, paradoxically, by letting go of already knowing, what they're supposed to get or where they're trying to get. So my long-winded answer so far is just saying that I think in some ways it's understandable that we want to have like one marker of whether it's working or not, but you really have to know who your practitioner group is to know what they're trying to achieve. And then once you know what they're trying to achieve, you can then try to operationalize, okay, so what would it look like to make progress along that path? And I think that's part of what makes it so difficult to try to go purely data-driven. And so it's good to tether your results to something. So in this case, like the stuff that Reza was showing, at least like the power to engender certain mystical experiences, or in my research, are you getting change in clinical diagnosis rates or depression symptom rates? But as much as we want to tune meditation to each person, it gets extra complicated because you also have to tune it to, well, what are they trying to do? It would be like, let's measure if this hammer is working. You're like, okay, what's the one measure if a hammer is working? Well, what are you doing with the hammer?
Dr. Sarah Lazar, now that we kind of spoke a little bit about the measurement, what do we know about the long-term effects of a continued meditation practice, especially when we sustain it over weeks and months and years?
Right. So there have only been a handful of studies that have really looked, you've taken complete novices and then looked at them for more than 8 weeks. But what we're starting to see is that it keeps going, and that there's certain changes we see in 8 weeks, but it doesn't look the same as what we see in the long-term meditators who've been practicing for years. And so it suggests, and that's consistent with self-report, because oftentimes people will practice for a while and then there's like, oh, I get it now, and it shifts and it's different. And so we think that this may also be true with the brains, that certain things come on early, and then when you keep practicing, other things will come on, and it shifts and changes over time. But there haven't been enough studies with enough time points to be able to really make a time course yet.
Okay. And do you think different forms of meditation that we practice? Because I think somebody had asked, I think the goal of meditations are different, but I also think different forms of, at least traditionally, right? There are different forms of meditation which lead to different effects. Have you found that in your experience or research?
Yeah, no, both we and others have shown that. The two probably most well-studied, or three most well-studied, are mindfulness, compassion, and mantra, and they're definitely all different. But then even focused attention versus open awareness, there's been a lot of studies showing that there are definitely differences. There was a really interesting study with EEG where they went into Asia and they did open attention meditation and focused attention meditation with two different traditions of Buddhism. And the hypothesis was, okay, well, the two focused attention should look the same, the two open should look the same, but they weren't. And it was more within each tradition, there's more similarity, and the open was very, very different across the two traditions. So it seems like it's not only what you're doing, but how you're doing it. We also saw that we did a study with just 8 weeks with body scans. And one was a relaxing body scan, one was a mindful body scan. And so they were both.
What's the difference?
So the relaxing body scan, the mindful body scan is just notice your hand, notice your arm, whatever. Versus the relaxing body scan was notice your arm getting heavy and sinking into the, right? And they were different. Even though they were doing, one was, they were identical instructions except for that extra and let it feel heavy or sink or relax, and they were different.
Does anyone else want to add to that?
There's a couple of things that come up, and it starts from what Jamil mentioned, is where we work with these jhana practitioners. And when I speak to our participants, they often say that the first jhana, it heats them up. And in Asia, what they say is it cools them down. And what they mean by that is it's just comfortable. And here it's just cold, so warm is comfortable, and there it's very warm, so their cooling down is the comfortable thing. And that was striking. And then we went there to also collect data, and a big part is to conduct interviews. And I had a pretty good idea of what jhana is. The reason I study jhana is because it's the one meditation that is so well defined that it's very clear what we're studying. That's what I thought until I interviewed these people, and what they told me what jhana is doing for them is it is a progression to the magic practices. There's a couple of people that did these practices to be able to overcome space and overcome time so that they can travel in space and travel in time, that they can levitate. And to me, that was very foreign when I first heard about it. And I then realized what I attribute to these practices when I feel well, when I get to this space, and when I then come back to a conceptual way of putting it into language. I use words and attributes that are natural to me in my cultural context. And in that cultural context, they just put it in a different context, different meaning frameworks. And for me, that is really, really interesting. And now I just came back from a metta retreat where they use metta to go into jhana instead of doing concentration to go into jhana. It's the same jhana they go into, but it has a different flavor. So I think there's something where finding these mechanisms is super, super interesting. And yet there's this whole cultural context that I think modulates what the specific context means quite strongly.
That's something like the priors that Shamil spoke about, right? It also applies to this. We have priors of cultural context and other things. While we're here, why don't we talk a little bit about, so I know there was a question around, I don't know who it was, but there was some question around why meditation brings connection and not, doesn't make us less social, right? Sort of to put it that way, in the beginning, before we started this day, in the morning, we had this meditation where we all meditated together. And I know you've kind of referred in your work about interbrain synchrony that happens during a collective practice or during a collective surrender. So what does that mean for social connection? And maybe you might be able to add something to answer that question as well.
I think there is something, there's a lot of things that come up, and kind of some broad strokes are ultimately we are social creatures. We live in social contexts. And when we think about, but like when we keep coming back to this question, we do these practices and they lead to some valuable outcome. That valuable outcome, whatever that is something that makes us flourish, which I think implies flourish in community in some ways. So a big part is how do we relate to one another? it's an interesting outcome measure. And so there's two parts. In the practice itself, I think there's just something interesting where just being with others feels different to other people. Maybe depending on who that is, there's different qualities. But then also in the outcome measure, where when we now apply mindfulness, at some point the practice has moved to the point where you don't only observe how do my own actions influence myself, but how do my actions influence others, how does that make me feel myself. So we have greater capability to take in more complex experiences. And the social setting is something rather complex, and the more people we include in that model and kind of trying to keep in mind while trying to decide what is a wise decision to take. And I think the ability to hold the complexity of a diet, of a group, of entire social structure is something that requires mindfulness and the ability to be mindful with that data. So I think the same value that we gained for doing well with ourselves applies to being well with groups.
Okay, this is an interesting question. Anyone can choose to answer it. Like, I know we've had mention of psychedelics in your presentation, and we've kind of mentioned psychedelics here and there and how it kind of correlates with meditation and entropy and all of that. Is there anywhere in your findings or experience or understanding or knowledge what that correlation is? You can start with Shamil, yeah? Or Reza?
Yeah, psychedelics and meditation have some real interesting commonalities, and then of course some very big differences. I mean, the typical metaphor that's often used is like psychedelics can sometimes take you with like a helicopter to the top of the mountain, and then meditators are kind of climbing their way slowly up the mountain. I think there is something to that, in the sense that what can happen with psychedelics is that your top high-level priors about the world are quietened. So you're suddenly seeing the world in a fresh way. Rather than ski down the mountain in the same grooves that you've always been skiing down the mountain, suddenly there's a fresh coat of powder snow for 4 to 6 hours. And then you can ski down anyway, and you go, oh, the usual way I ski down the mountain, like I'm a useless person, the world's a terrible place and everything always goes wrong. That's kind of, yeah, there's this other ways of looking at the world. The world's kind of beautiful, it's amazing, look at all this stuff. And to some extent, that's also the flexibility that happens in meditation as we reduce the weighting of these high-level priors. You're able to see the world in these very fresh and interesting ways. So I think that there is this core difference. There's also potential sort of downside in psychedelics is there's a lot going on in psychedelics, and it can kind of lead you astray, as well as the fact that for some people, psychedelics can induce psychosis, for example. So they are dangerous, potentially dangerous for some people, and setting needs to be very important. So these are very powerful medicines. Nevertheless, my own gut instinct, and there isn't enough data on this, is that there is a really interesting potentiation, bicausal relationship between meditation practice and psychedelics, where psychedelics, this is my own personal view, that the best psychedelic subjects are actually meditators, and that psychedelics can open up new territory for even advanced meditators.
Anyone else? Jonas? I think you had some of that
I like that. And the counter side to that is the best thing to do for those taking lots of psychedelics might be to meditate.
A lot of meditation teachers started their journey in psychedelics.
And also, is the microphone open? Can people come
yeah,
in? I think I saw a few people that were kind of interested. So if you want, I think you can just line up behind the microphone.
Yeah, let's take some questions from the audience.
So I have two questions, one for Dr. Chandria and one for Dr. Farb. So I'll just go for Dr. Chandria first. Do you have any quick tips, because we're all living in real world, we're not constantly meditating, quick tips for how to stay grounded during a situation where your human value is questioned? Your keep calm, maintain self, how do you stay that?
Yeah, it's my 10-second answer is keep your awareness in your body as you're talking. Feel everything that's going on in your body, all your body sensations as you're listening, as you're talking, as your values are under pressure. Just feel everything and allow it. Fully allow whatever's happening in your body. That's just kind of a middle aperture. There's a kind of small aperture just at the nose. There's a large aperture, which is we are vast, spacious awareness, but that's not accessible to a lot of people. But everyone can put their awareness in their body and just keep it there, if you remember. And just keep remembering. Just keep remembering.
Box breathing or?
No, just if breathing helps you keep your awareness in your body, that's fine. Just feel everything from the pressure of the feet all the way to the top of your head, everything that's going on in your viscera, just as you're talking to me right now, what's going on exactly, how you're feeling it, and just be open. Don't reject anything.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Farb, a lot to take in, so take a deep breath. So after I gave my birth to my son, I was diagnosed, I lost my dad and I went through a divorce and I fired. So I was diagnosed with prenatal depression, then I was diagnosed with bipolar, then I was diagnosed with trauma. I was on antidepressant for the last 10 years. I did my MBA in mindfulness through Sounds True and NYU, if you guys know of that organization. During COVID, through that, then I started meditating, and now I'm off antidepressant. I'm proud of myself. But now, can I relapse? That's one question. Two, I'm currently facing early menopause. Is this connected?
It's a lot.
Well,
it's a full consult here.
Yeah, I mean, so can you relapse? Sure. Why wouldn't you be able to relapse? Right?
I don't think so. I would, but I sometimes question myself, doubt myself, because the society doubts me. So.
Yeah, I mean, anything could happen to you, right? I mean, I'm not saying that, like, I hope something bad happens. I hope you have no more suffering in the rest of your life, but you're going to have more ups and downs, and we each have our own path to walk, right? So, yes, you could relapse, and there's things you have power over and things you don't, right? If something horrible happens outside of your control, no matter what you do, you could be vulnerable, and amazing things could happen to you outside of your control, and it wouldn't have anything to do with you. You'd have a charmed life. So what I just try to do for myself is just focus on where you do have agency, right? Which is how you're relating to your experience as it unfolds right now, right? So this, I think, accords a lot with the advice that was just given, is just see if you can stay connected to what's happening right now, and then you get to choose the attitude that you bring to that moment. And every time you remember that, you have power, regardless of what you can, how powerful or unpowerfully powerless you are to affect the external environment, right? And then at least you're making the best of the dice that are cast for you by fate, by conditioning, by the world. And your second question was about?
So I'm currently facing early menopause. Is it connected? Because I was taking antidepressant for 10 years,
sure.
And I was misdiagnosed 3 times.
Sure. So yeah, antidepressants are changing your mind, your hormones are changing your mind, your sleep is changing your mind. Like it's all going to be connected, right? Because it's all coming together to this moment, and this moment is going to affect the next one and the one afterwards. So yeah, it's connected, and I think the key is to keep exploring, right? If things don't feel right for you, what could make a difference, and then being open to sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. The best predictor of someone overcoming any addiction or chronic illness is that they keep trying things in a guided way, and eventually that's the number one predictor of quitting smoking, of changing weight, changing mood, is you keep trying things authentically, and you're open to the idea that it's a process, nothing is a one-time fix, because things will continue to change.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So there's been a lot of discussion about methodologies of meditation that require long durations, like Vipassana, and it looks like the jhanas are quite substantial, but I haven't heard any discussion of direct approaches like Dzogchen or Mahamudra, and I'm curious, where they fall on like that 3D matrix that you presented, and also especially in the instantiation of the day-to-day glimpsing frequently in terms of rapidity and also efficacy in your studies or in the theory.
Just on the matrix, the Dzogchen, the sort of pure non-dual, is right at the end. Remember I said that after the pure minimal phenomenal experience, you come back into the world. That is the natural state. That is the state of Rigpa in Dzogchen. And it is the being in the world and fully in awareness, and it's fully de-reified, and you are not just in the formless, but fully in form. Yeah, so, from my perspective, Dzogchen just says, forget about all these progressive techniques, we're just going to take you right to the end result. Now remember, in the West, people go, oh yeah, that's like the end route, but in Tibet, typically, you have to do 10 years of Nundro before you are allowed to have these secret teachings. Now they're not secret anymore.
I have two questions. The first one is regarding the basal ganglia. Can we target the basal ganglia given the low penetration power of light? So we're basically stuck to cortical thickness, but can we enhance function down there?
With photobiomodulation? With photobiomodulation?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a, so interestingly, there was a study done at the University of Sydney. They used fMRI and did photobiomodulation with a Vielight device, and actually did find a inhibition in parts of the putamen, I think. So it does seem to have an effect. So that's, so I think part of the, I've always wondered how photobiomodulation is working with Alzheimer's disease. And I think maybe it's doing something in the basal ganglia region too. But that's just one person, one study, so there's more we need to know. Yeah.
The second question is if you can combine sensory stimulation with light. For example, there's some stuff around gamma frequencies for Alzheimer's in the visual and the auditory fields, if that could be paired at the same time as the red light shining.
Sorry, gamma repairing? What?
Yeah, there's various companies offering right now visual stimulation of pulsating light in the gamma, and sometimes they'll pair it with sound also in the gamma, synchronized.
Okay, this is a very big, high-impact study done by MIT. I think they published in 2017. That's kind of really riled up a lot of attention. They did light flickering at 40 hertz with transgenic mice with biomarkers of Alzheimer, and found that when they did this, the beta amyloid counts in the visual cortex got reduced, the behavior got better, and also it has an effect on the microglia, which in a positive way. So it got a whole world attention, And So they're doing a big study. They're well-funded. They've got a private, well-funded company doing it. But there's a difference between that particular technique and what I would better understand as photobiomodulation. So that is like stimulating your senses. In this case, it's visual. Later on, they did auditory and get more outcomes and many in animals, but they haven't seen the same level of outcome in human beings. And the last time I saw it was a few years back, and what they did cognitive assessment. There was not much, no significant change other than the improvement in daily living scores. So I'm not going to say bad things about them, but I think, we'll see what other outcomes they're getting. Now, the way I like to see photobiomodulation gets given credit is that the light penetrates. In our case, like you've seen, like through the nose, through the scalp, it actually activates the brain directly rather than through an indirect stimulation. Now, if you can see, you've seen a little bit of Reza presenting the mechanisms about if you can get to the mitochondria in the neurons, you can restore mitochondrial function. Now, I published this paper in early last year, 2014, maybe later, Alzheimer's a little later. I did a whole list topology of the various factors of pathophysiology of Alzheimer's disease and how photobiomodulation has seen outcomes, everything from cell culture studies to animal studies to human studies, not very big human studies, but you see a lot of, what it does, you see a lot of positive things which suggest that photobiomodulation this way seems to work because it addresses this whole complicated landscape of physiological factors. Now, going back to Alzheimer's, one of my favorite topics is that, when I go to an Alzheimer's conference, 80–90% of the work is in diagnostic and is focused on the biomarkers, particularly beta amyloid and tau. But actually, you got to, I'm not, when we go to, we are actually going, we went to the FDA, we say, okay, we want to do Alzheimer's study, but the primary endpoint is not so much your cognitive outcomes, but the change in a beta amyloid count. At that time, we're talking about 3 years back, you got to do a PET scan, $5,000 each, to look at who qualifies to be included. Can you imagine the amount of money to be spent? So we said, oh, this is not possible, so we suspended this whole thing. But now they're recognizing biomarker study. So my point is, look at biomarker, but actually a lot of it is rooted in the health of the mitochondria. When you go back another level, a deeper level, and the effect on the mitochondria is caused by, in my opinion, in your genes, the number of copies of APOE4. You got 2 copies, you're 10 times more vulnerable than somebody with 1 copy, for example. So there are many things, but the beauty about photobiomodulation, in my opinion, is that it is one intervention addressing the multiple things. You don't feel anything, it's simple. But we are not haven't done a big study yet, so I got to say that, and we can't make this claim. But there's work being done right in Toronto. It's in Michael's Hospital. In fact, the main investigator is sitting right next to you, Dr. Neda Rashidi. So, she has, that paper is literally under peer review right now. And, you wait for that, I guess. So that's the difference between the 2 different types of stimulation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the interest of time, we'll limit to 1 question.
Sure.
Yeah, because we have networking and refreshments waiting for everyone. So
I had 2 questions, but I'll limit it to 1.
Yeah, pick your best.
There seems to be a direct correlation between physical posture and meditation across all forms of meditation, sitting down posture or Tai Chi, standing, etc. Throughout all of the studies I've heard, we're focusing on the brain waves and signals. What research, what dives have you taken to understand muscle and the physical body in correlation to the mind?
Maybe I can give a quick answer. Like, the honest answer is there's many, many physiological markers we could look at, and what I'm doing in my work is a small, small subset. And even if we would do all, there's others that we just don't have measuring techniques for. So whatever we do is somewhat reductionist in the thing we look at. The things we have looked at is kind of breathing rates and heart rate, and we find similar synchronization patterns between bodies than we find in the brain data. But if I think of my own experience, sometimes it's just relaxing muscles that has a tremendous effect. I don't know if there's data on that. Maybe others know, but that's a short answer.
The only thing I've seen is there's less movement. You know, if you people sitting there doing nothing versus sitting there meditating, there's less movement. That's the only thing I remember seeing.
I'm referring more about the EMG side, so like down to the muscle signals. Okay.
I don't think anyone's looked at that as far as I know. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but coming from the yogic tradition, like the entire practice of yoga is preparing you for meditation. So I would think once you move towards the last or the last step of yoga, like the eight-step path, then you would possibly have less. I mean, the goal is to have lesser muscle stimulation, so you're able to sit, right? Like that's the last posture of yoga itself.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you.
Hi. I'm a regular meditator and have been practicing daily for the past year. I'm using HeartMath device to monitor my heart coherence and Muse device to monitor my brain waves. The thing is, I ended up with like 700 sessions data that still the application, they don't provide me like what I'm looking for and how I can make it better. Is there any platform that I can connect this device and share those information with AI and get a better result or advice?
From Muse?
From Muse, because
we can connect later. Maybe you have to connect with the Muse team.
perfect. Because I remember Reza said there is a platform that we can connect to the system.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Platform is not ready for the public, but we are working on that.
Oh, okay.
And that's exactly the idea. We wanted to make sure you are going in the right direction, because making sense of all of this data, it's not only one parameter. We not only with our study, with the previous literature said reproducibility is very important and challenging. Not always increasing delta, theta, or heart rate variability is working for you. We have to adjust it. And we are going to make it personalized. But unfortunately, the platform, hopefully next year, when we are presenting, we'll have the platform ready. You can try it.
My second question is just answer yes or no. It's very, I came across a video 2 days ago, which was recently published, that another research team, they were monitoring someone practicing meditation. That lady, she had a very profound moment and like a mystical experience kind of. And exactly that time, the recording devices were shut down during that time. Have you had ever this experience in your research?
Yes or no? That's it.
No.
Tough questions?
No.
No? Okay, thank you so much.
Hello. So during the talks, there were graphics showing the roadmap of different stages of meditation proficiency that eventually led to practitioners bringing the non-duality back to regular life, call it enlightenment or flourishing. What is a suggested or prescriptive protocol or roadmap for achieving Ascend state? Like how much, how long, what quality? Basically, can I just sit on my butt and do mindfulness meditation, let go of the steering wheel, and eventually becoming a stress-free, happy Buddha?
In theory, yes. Yeah, I think, you know, there's stories from the time of the Buddha that like little 7-year-olds were fully enlightened. So, and then there's also people who've been doing it for 30, 40, 50 years and they never don't. So, you know, maybe you'll get there, maybe you won't, but can you enjoy the journey regardless?
Well, I mean, I could just get back to this idea that people are meditating for different reasons. And if you have clarity of purpose for why you're meditating, my understanding is the reason you're doing this is so that you can watch yourself in real life. So if you're saying, I wish I was, I could have more fun with other people around me, and you're going to meditate a lot and then just hope it translates. Almost nothing you train translates unless you apply it. So if at its heart you're going to be able to have awareness of yourself acting in the world and you have goals, the way that you really see change in the world is you keep those goals in mind when you're acting in the world. And that's like, otherwise, why are you stabilizing your attention? Why are you practicing reciting things so that you can remember them all the time? Why are you holding on to a value system? So it's not, you don't need another mechanism. It's like, I want to be kind and I'm yelling at someone right now. Is that kind? And I don't see how like another 100 hours on the cushion is ever going to make a difference, because the difference is how you're acting right now with this other person. So to the extent that whatever you're practicing helps you pay attention to what you're doing and remember who you want to be in the world, you're going to see change. If it's not doing those two things, then the change is going to be random. Like it's not, you're not going to get what you want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I invite you to bring the rest of your questions out to us. We're going to be around. There's networking, there's refreshments, so come and find us, come and find the speakers, bring your questions there. And thank you for being part of this today, and we'll meet you outside.